All right, we are live. Welcome everyone to the first show for me, at least, for the live stream of tonight's NFL Draft, Round 1. How is everyone doing tonight? I want everyone to introduce themselves because I got so many names, right in front of me right now.
I'll go because I'm the de facto person in League Club Fantasy. I am Joe. I am very excited to be here. This is our 5th year, obviously first year with IDP Guys, so this is super exciting. I'm the host of No Punt Intended. Starts at different day. I do with Faith when she can't fill in, who she will introduce herself, but we just do anything and everything year-round for fantasy football, and I will pass it to Faith and just keep it up top.
Yes. Hi. As Joe said, I am Faith. I have the distinct honor of being part of both teams represented tonight. I am the host of Women of Fantasy Football for Club Fantasy, but I'm also lead editor over at IDP Guys. Words are better than numbers. Ryan.
Words are not better than numbers. They are equally good. I am Ryan Weisse. I am a co-host on No Pun Intended with Club Fantasy. I also am the co-host of Mock It Like It's Hot, DFS and Chill, basically every other show that we do because I have way too much free time and I like to spend it with fantasy football. And I also write for a little website called Football Guys and do articles over there occasionally. So
You might have heard of them.
Breathe fantasy football. Josh.
I'm Josh. I'm the lead poll taker with Club Fantasy, as I like to say, because I don't like to proclaim that I run the show. Everybody contributes.
He does.
Equally.
It was his baby, fun fact.
You guys are all the ones that make it what it is. So.
But without you, it wouldn't exist. So
but I help Faith run Women of Fantasy and obviously, Club Fantasy as well. I write, contribute, podcasts, the whole 9 yards, and super excited to be partnering with Nate and IDP Guys on this stream. So,
yeah. Happy to be here. My name is Nathan on Twitter, and I am the owner, founder, and co-owner of IDP Guys, and just happy to be here. Also a graphic designer. So while we're doing this, I'm catching up on all my draft day graphics that I've missed.
I don't think there's any better way to kick off the first round than making graphics for the first round, right, Nate?
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, I was telling Nate this before you guys jumped in, but Kurt Warner, I looked at him and I'm like, honestly, I never would have guessed that was Kurt Warner because I don't know, maybe it's just me, but he looks completely different.
Were you thinking him for a more chiseled draw, or?
I think so. Maybe not as old.
I don't know. I'm just looking at Kurt Warner, thinking, "Wow, that he just kind of looks like a guy that bags groceries." So
he does.
That's really what I get from.
He looks so unimpressive.
Does anyone get that joke? Please, someone tell me they get the depths of that joke. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you. Yeah. Great.
That was a story before you were born, Joe. Come on.
Faith. Yeah. He bagged groceries before he was an NFL quarterback. That's the joke. I'm glad it hit for you in a whole different level, so I'm happy.
Didn't they just put out a movie? Liberal. Was it him that was the quarterback in that movie?
Yes, it was. In who is it? The dude who played Chuck. Zachary Levi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also played the back. Can I help you?
Shazam. Great actor.
That was a creepy movie. Not gonna lie. Creeped
I thought that
me
was
out.
Sinbad.
You're thinking of Cousin.
No, that was Shaq.
Hey, do not mock Shaq's acting ability. It is
His
about
acting ability.
It is about as top tier as Sam Darnold's deep ball. All right.
That was good, Faith. I appreciate that.
Thank you. You can blame that on the vodka.
I miss the days when Sam Darnold was actually a good prospect. I don't know. I like Sam Darnold.
Darnold. That was
week 3 of last year.
I know.
Week 3, Ryan. I'm thinking junior year of high school. What do you mean?
No, he was the QB1 after 2 or 3 weeks last year with them rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, that was a fluke.
Do you remember him on the Jets? The first game of his rookie season, he blew the brown eye out of the Lion.
I was so confused as to where you were going with that.
Is this a clean show or
I don't know if it has to be, but I made that
Listen,
remark.
Dude,
in
you
half
invited
an
Club
hour-
Fantasy on with you, and it will not be a clean
I was
show.
gonna say-
Let's do that.
Okay, you
If
invited
it-
Ryan, you're screwed.
No,
If it-
if I'm told to be clean, I am great at that.
I
I need to
Gosh,
be told ahead of
struggles.
time.
I have
I struggled
30.
massively with that.
I have 34 days till I have to be on a microphone in front of young children and 1,900 fans every day. So if I need to
So you gotta
start,
get it out of the way now.
yeah, if I need to start
Start
being clean
practicing.
now, I think that's a good warm up for
So,
when we
okay,
have
hold
opening
on.
day.
So
Maybe
what
no.
do you actually? Because I guess I was under the impression that you just posted shit social media. So
Watch
what do
your
you
mouth.
actually do at a game?
What do I do at a game this
Fun
year?
fact,
I will be,
Bill works for the Bismarck Larks. If anybody's
Yeah.
wondering what we're
go
talking
follow us at Bismarck Larks on all social media platforms. Please, we have goals to hit and I have bonuses to cash, and they depend on followers. I during games will be the on-field host, so I am the person running around making an AAS out of myself.
AAS.
Yeah, AAS. Yeah, see, I'm trying not to swear. I'm getting better. Ace.
Except you can't spell ass.
Ace. I get to make an ace of myself in front of 1,900 fans, do dances, interact with the players, our mascots. It's a lot of fun. Come visit Bismarck, North Dakota. Opening day, June 1st.
I'll put it
Never
on the
been to
calendar
North
for sure.
North Dakota, but I've been to
And I
most
feel like it's
states.
the only thing to go North Dakota for. You know, It's the
You
Bismarcks.
are 100% correct. It's not even a question.
Well, wait a second. Isn't there like Teddy Roosevelt's like childhood home up there or something too?
Yeah,
Right?
but
There's-
yeah, I
there's
mean,
Bison you could go see.
listen, Medora is a proud sponsor of the Bismarck Larks, so I will happily promote Medora. But before you go to Medora, you have to go to a Larks game. Then the next day you can go to Medora. That's totally fine.
Can I go to a Larks game if they're playing the
No.
Savannah Bananas?
We don't get to play the Savannah Bananas.
Oh, then I'm not coming.
No.
Sorry.
Wow.
Okay, great.
This already feels just like the NFL Round 1 draft content that people are tuning into.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
you know,
It's a hard hitting draft content.
I mean, the draft
demographic
doesn't
is
start for
right-
another
right
20
after it
minutes,
stops
so
wearing.
I mean, I guess we could talk football.
I'd love
Who
to
do you
hear
say-
what
hold on.
Michael has questions for.
Well, I
Oh.
brought this up on one of my shows with IDP Guys yesterday was bold takes. Because, I think this year, among all years, we have no consensus at anything. So I'm kind of curious what you guys are thinking of. What's the craziest thing that could happen tonight?
Drake London, wide receiver 1.
See, is that crazy?
I don't think
Because
that's
think it's
crazy.
I'm saying drafted ahead of all the other guys.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
think
not
that's
crazy.
Okay.
Are you
To the
saying
co-
wide receiver
the
one
Commanders
or
at
number one
12?
overall?
So
11.
no wide receivers in the top 10. Commanders at 11 is Drake London.
Sure.
Not crazy.
No,
Chiefs don't take a wide receiver.
not out of the question at all.
I don't have them taking a
I don't
wide receiver in my recent mock either.
No.
Which I think it I think a lot of people have Jahan Dotson or someone going there, but I don't know. I think they're going
Well,
to
I guess I
craziest
just
thing
can't
is what's
be
likely
bold.
to happen, and that's Trayvon Walker going 101 to the Jags.
Well,
Personally.
that's not
but
bold.
but that's not bold. Vegas has the odds
know.
on that.
No, I understand that, but I still think it's fucking crazy.
Oh, okay.
This is not the best
My
defensive end in the draft.
my bold pick: Troy Anderson, 32 linebacker from Montana State to the
Yeah.
Lions.
That's a throwback to our mock draft show we did last night, where Joe picked a player he knew nothing about, and then asked us,
Which is just about
and then
everyone,
asked us to
isn't it?
explain to
So-
him why it was a good pick.
Yeah, so for 100%, this is not even a lie. For all the listeners that have never watched our show or don't know me, and for Michael and Nate, let me explain my Troy Anderson pick. I live in this state of North Dakota, as previously said. You cannot go any Saturday in the fall without hearing NDSU Bison somewhere in the city. We are 2.5 hours from Fargo. It does not matter. You will see Bison games on
Oh, I
in
thought you meant
every
actual bison.
no, the North Dakota State University Bison, proud Carson Wentz, proud alumni. I'm talking that Bison. So the only reason I knew of Montana State, which is the whole reason I drafted Troy Anderson in our mock draft, I was like, you know what? Detroit seems like they need a linebacker. So I was like, okay, let me look at all the linebackers that are available, right? I believe Nakobe Dean and Devin Lloyd were already off the board. So I went and just looked at like the ringers, top linebackers of the draft. I kept scrolling. I'm like, nah, I don't like that school. Nah, I don't like this guy. And then I pulled up on Troy Anderson from Montana State. And the only thing I knew about Montana State is they had made the FCS championship for like the first time in like 30 years. I'm like, oh, so Troy Anderson was obviously a big part of that. So I drafted Troy Anderson. Just feels like a Dan Campbell guy.
Well, hey, and we just found out today the odds aren't that awful.
The odds aren't artful.
350.
Artful?
He goes in the first round.
Artful. The odds are not
Aren't
artful. And when you think about it, Evan Neal has less of a chance of going number 1 overall, according to Vegas, than Troy Anderson does going it all in the entire first round. So,
that's as sound reasoning as day 1 draft can go, to be honest. You know,
Michael, here's
right.
the thing. Here's the thing. There's a statistic. Every single draft pick in the NFL draft in the first round historically is a 50-50 hit. Number 1 overall or the 32nd pick. Every single pick historically and statistically is a 50-50 shot. So wherever your team sits in the draft, they legitimately have a 50-50 shot of getting this guy right or wrong. It's a complete coin flip. So don't be mad about where your team is or if your team trades back or trades up. Maybe they didn't get your favorite player, but odds are they still have the exact same shot at 1 as they do at 32.
To bring that into fantasy, I wish I could remember who said it all the days ago.
Hold
But
on, Ryan.
essentially, expert hit rate in the first 2 rounds of a fantasy draft is like 50% as well. So like there's nothing wrong with waiting until the 3rd and 4th because you're almost as likely to find a guy that
I believe
you
it.
did in the first 2 rounds.
Joe, can you give some context to this comment on screen?
Yeah, sure. So this is my younger brother, Gianni. Love that he supports every one of the shows I do. He's always interactive. He is probably since the middle of last season, he's been on the Jeff Wilson hype train. I don't know where the train started or began because it left San Francisco about 3 seasons ago.
4 touchdown.
Yeah. But he's been hyping up Jeff Wilson Jr. and I don't know if there's making a sneaky jump into the top half of tonight's draft. Does that mean Jeff Wilson's getting traded for a top 16 pick? Does that mean the 49ers are moving up? Is my brother high? All 3 possibilities are real. All 3 of them are real.
I think I know what it means, actually. And to bring it back to the bold take, listen, you know what team's been trying to get Debo from the 49ers? The Jets.
Go.
The Jets could kind of use a running back.
Kind of? No, they could.
They could 100% use a running back. I'm not a Michael Carter guy either, but I was treading on some
Michael
soft
Carter
water.
blasphemy everywhere I look.
Okay. But either way, you know, people will say it's a Debo Samuel trade. You know, they can move number 10, they move 38 for him.
Jeff Wilson.
But maybe it's a Jeff Wilson trade. Exactly. You know, maybe it's a Jeff Wilson trade.
I like it. G will smile.
There's your bold take to start
ear
the
to
night.
ear. Jeff Wilson.
Jeff Wilson going for a
traded
first
to the
round pick.
Jets
Who says
for
no?
the 10th pick overall?
I mean, I don't want to throw shade at, and I'm not throwing shade at anybody here, but I can't hear this Las Vegas Academy of Arts choir performing, but I just wonder in my head, all these people in Vegas, you really came here to watch this in the NFL draft instead of gamble? Like, come on now. What are we doing? What are we doing? There's so many you could watch this at the blackjack table while gambling and drinking and not in the heat. I'm sorry. Tell me how that makes sense. Why would you be out here?
So they don't realize it's hot.
That's one of the things, but they're all on their phones. I mean, they're just placing props as it goes.
There you go.
It's just, and I'm just real quick. The Raiders don't even have a first round pick. Who cares?
Second round
For
pick,
now.
For now,
Yeah.
Faith, they're not trading up. What do you?
I
think
watched
they're-
draft day today. You never know.
There's literally no
Sonny
shot.
Weaver Jr. turned 1 pick into 3.
Yeah, and the Browns still have barely made the playoffs. So congratulations to the Browns on a fantastic movie and still a shitty front office. So good job, Cleveland. You're really doing numbers there.
Cleveland going to Cleveland.
Let's slow down on this fantastic movie thing.
Hey, it's a great movie. Shut your face. You're
It's
just bitter because you're from Ohio.
here's
I mean, that's
a
my
really
life
good
in a
burn.
nutshell.
That's just why you're angry about everything.
I'm seeing this comment from Seth saying the best football player from Montana State was Jan Stenerud. And Seth, I'm sorry to tell you, man, it's Troy Anderson. I don't know who this Jan guy is. All right, I don't know who this Jan guy is. But Seth, clearly from the 0 snaps of Montana State football that I watched this year, I very well know that Troy Anderson is the best player to come out of that school this season. And I can't even tell you the damn mascot of the school because I wanted to say he's the best blank, like Mustang or something. I don't know. I feel like Montana State Mustangs is a good name, and if it's not that, they missed out.
Jan
Bobcat
holds the career record for field goals in the NFL.
The Montana State Bobcats, Joe.
It's a kicker, Joe.
Is it? Oh,
you can't.
electric. Sorry, Linda.
Also, Joe, fun fact, if you start to Google Montana, literally the first thing that pops up is Montana State Bobcats, Troy Anderson.
I'll tell you this.
I'm telling you, it's happening.
I know a certain New England school that is also the Bobcats, and now all of a sudden I'm feeling slighted. But at the same time, we don't have a football school here at Quinnipiac.
Quinny.
So, yeah, no football school. So maybe I feel like a Montana State.
Look, it's all right. You guys make it as like the 16 seed in the March Madness sometimes, and then get smoked.
Hey, we lost to.
Hold on.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna lie. Casey, one great joke, right? Great joke. I don't even think Hingle McCringleberry is a top 10 name from any of the East-West Bowls. I would put 10 other names above Hingle McCringleberry if I went back and looked through that list. Like Torque, Construction Sound, Lewis, way better than Hingle McCringleberry. It's not even. Or Squeeps. I mean, come on, it's not even close. And then Aaron Rodgers? Come on.
Hey, Aaron, you done messed up now.
Ishmaeli Kitchen? Actual NFL player? Ishmaeli Kitchen?
I don't know. I don't know what's happening, but I feel like the keyboard player on the draft right now is blind.
It's.
What? Are you making fun of blind people? What's
No,
wrong with
it's
you?
so sweet. It's so cool.
Okay.
Shut up.
Do you know that he's blind? Do you know that he's blind, or is that just a guess?
I don't. You're right.
I thought typically when I hear someone like, "Are you blind?" it's not a positive connotation that goes along with that. And so I was like, "You can tell from his keyboard playing that he's blind. Like, what is he doing wrong?"
I'm realizing this might have been a bad choice, as we're all gonna get canceled after this show.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh,
Listen,
Nate,
if
this tells
the
me
four of
that
us
you
haven't
haven't
been
watched
canceled
very
by
many
now, we're
TBI
fine.
shows.
It was fun while it lasted, Nate. I mean, it was a good day.
Absolutely.
It was a good day. I'm looking up the East-West Bowl names to see what schools they went to.
And still on the topic of names, I just saw someone in a Jets jersey, and DeBrickashaw Ferguson. Just to throw another name out there.
Dude.
That's an awesome name.
Dude,
Especially for an
awesome.
offensive line.
That was the name that inspired the whole skit. Was when Keegan Michael Key heard DeBrickashaw Ferguson's name. He started writing the skit. Like, that's the story behind that skit. So.
I'm sorry.
The more you know.
Fudge doesn't even give a school. Like, come on. I love Hingle McCringleberry as much as the next guy.
To bring it back to the NFL, since you brought up Brickashaw Ferguson, did we hear the story that Mekhi Becton has ballooned to 400 pounds in the offseason? So,
yeah, but isn't he still like 7'2", so it like just evens out well? Or
so he's just Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah. Tell me right now with a straight face, you wouldn't want Shaquille O'Neal as your left tackle, real quick.
It'd be amazing.
He's
Ecstatic.
6'7", 364 pounds.
That's apparently 400 now. Plus,
I'll tell you what, there's an awfully big Neal going at tackle in this draft. I'll tell you.
And so that's what I'm
to say. Has anyone seen Shaquille O'Neal and Evan Neal in the same room?
Ooh,
Can't say that we have.
I want to throw out. Probably no, but Becton was 2 years ago.
Yes,
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. With him obviously having a discipline issue, ballooning to 400 pounds, is a tackle in play for the Jets?
No.
I think absolutely.
It's the Jets, so I would say nothing is out of the question.
I think the only thing out of the question really is
Winning.
But, well,
and winning.
I don't think they go tackle.
I don't think so either. It's just
sorry for a while. No,
Roger Goodell has taken the stage.
Okay, so we could keep talking then, but
yeah.
But get ready to boo.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But
it's tradition.
they've been talking with Iquanu for a while. Ikem Iquanu's out of
Have
NC
they?
State. So yeah, no, they seem to love him. I just don't think he gets past the Texans, and I don't think they're going to take someone else there. But I think they're also starting to get really sick of Becton. He also skipped voluntary workouts, so.
Well, he probably couldn't
He's
make
400 pounds. He was at the McDonald's drive-thru. Of course, he skipped involuntary workouts. What do you mean?
It's possible he couldn't fit in the car. I did hear that rumor, So.
Oh my goodness, we have a fantasy question.
We do?
What?
Oh my God.
What is that?
Let's do it.
Is that Michael Carter, I assume?
I
So
imagine,
Michael
yeah.
Carter, Rashad Bateman, and the 206 for DJ Moore. I'm taking DJ Moore 10 times out of 10, personally.
What is
In this year's class, I'm really not about the 206. Those second rounders interest me even less. And I do think the Jets are adding to the backfield in this year's group.
1 QB PPR? Who are your other running backs?
I mean,
I'm
I would take the DJ Moore side on this. Like, I love Carter. I think he's going to be fine personally. He's still going to have a role, even if it's not a workhorse type. He's not built for that anyway. Love the potential of Bateman. But again, I'm kind of with you on this one, Michael. The 206 this year, So really, this boils down to Carter Bateman for Moore, and I'm going to take Moore 10 days out of 10. So
I agree. It's a very fair trade. I acquired Bateman for far cheaper than giving up DJ Moore in a league. So DJ Moore is the guy I would much rather have than Bateman. The big question is there someone you're going to be able to land with your 2 free new roster spots who's going to be able to play a backup running back role for you or plug and play sort of thing? But the acquisition of DJ Moore over Rashad Bateman makes the trade worth it.
I second whatever they say, because if you know anything about me or watch Starts at Different Day, I don't do trades. I don't approach a trade. I don't accept a trade without at least talking to 16 different people. So, and 3 of them are in this stream.
Exact opposite of Bill O'Brien. So
I think a massively underrated thing about DJ Moore is he's been around forever, 4 seasons in the NFL. He's still just turned 25 years old. So he is a dynasty asset for 5 to 8 more years. As long as they get a quarterback in there, he could be a bigger asset. So it's definitely someone I'm looking to acquire.
Sorry, his running backs are would be Rashad Penny and Miles Sanders without Michael Carter. I'm gonna guess you have a first round pick. I'm gonna guess you're in the range. I'm just guessing, just straight guess. I'm gonna guess you're in the range of Kenneth Walker. So I think you. I mean, I'm on the DJ Moore train even more now. I would have done it even without looking at the running backs, but I just wanted to see. DJ Moore 100% in this situation. I am one if not the biggest DJ Moore fan. He's got Michael Pittman, Juju Smith-Schuster, the garbage wide receiver of Jerry Jeudy, Chase Claypool, T. Higgins, Bateman, Elijah Moore. Your receivers are actually pretty good, dude.
Yeah, this actually complicates matters because
his receivers are good. Like T. Higgins, and
you can take some of this wide receiver depth and actually get a running back.
Move Claypool.
These teams.
He has the first, 4th, and 6th pick, dude. You're taking Breece Hall. It doesn't matter. Get rid of Michael Carter and then draft Kenneth Walker again. That's not even goodbye. Okay. You're set up well.
Congratulations on the draft pick accumulation.
Yeah.
He's got 23 firsts.
No, he doesn't have. He doesn't have 23 firsts.
What you want to do, Matthew? You want to build and acquire assets. Bateman, yes, he's an asset because he's young. Carter. He's a hit or miss running back. DJ Moore is hands down the best asset in this, and you have plenty of assets with your draft picks. Assets are what win you leagues because you can move them for established assets or ultimately draft future assets. That's what you're trying to do.
Here's what you're doing. You're trading Michael Carter, Rashad Bateman, and Trey McBride for DJ Moore, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, in a receiver to be named later at the draft. That's what you're trading for DJ Moore, essentially, because you're giving up literally nothing because you know you're landing Breece Hall and probably Kenneth Walker if you really feel frisky and want to double down on running backs. So that's a no-brainer in my opinion. If this person is willing to trade with you, congratulations. You have
my bigger thing Yeah. Sorry, not to jump in,
No,
Joe.
no, you're good. I was going to say something inappropriate. Continue.
My
That's
bigger
not
thing is that
unusual.
the biggest thing is that it is May. You know, like if this is still the off season to me, up until August, I'm taking value. You know, I'll figure out my running back situation later. I can trade. I can work it out. You have a million picks to work it out, Matthew. So
You probably got Rashawn Penny off waivers last year.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm just. You have so many picks to work this thing out. I'm taking the sure thing at DJ Moore almost all the time.
Well,
He's the
and
best
I
player in
would-
the trade.
I want to rewind to something Michael said earlier too. All of your second round picks should be on the block at this point. Like shop those, and they get really, really interesting once the clock is moving and people start seeing the guy they want fall. They'll start paying you way too much for them. Do it every time.
I want to comment on the rest of his roster. Alberto and Noah Fant. Whatever.
You need a tight end.
Just follow Ryan and stream tight ends.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I'm gonna tell you. And your QBs, just don't draft Malik Willis because clearly you're a fan of the running quarterback. So Hurts, Fields, Lance. We know he's not drafting Kenny Pickett. I mean, we know that for facts. Matt Corral's not on his radar. No, Matt. I mean, Hurts is a very good fantasy quarterback for his rushing upside. Hopefully, the Bears figure out something with Justin Fields, and who knows, Trey Lance might start. Hopefully, probably, we think. So you'll at least have 5 guys that odds are, pick the right one, and they'll probably score a rushing touchdown that week. So
There you go.
that's big time. But the fact you're rocking Hurts and Miles Sanders is, I get a little giggle out of that. Because, I mean, if you start both of them, I mean, Jalen Hurts is probably just going to steal all Miles Sanders' rushing touchdowns. So that just kind of helps you in that point. So I think you're set up really well. 1, 4, 6. Don't even worry about it. I mean, if you want to keep a second-round pick and maybe take a fly, if Corral lands with the Saints, maybe take a flyer on Corral. I mean, that feels like a pretty solid situation with Kamara, Michael Thomas, PFF second-graded wide receiver in the NFL, Deontay Harris. It feels like a really sure bet at that point that Corral could maybe transform into something.
Do you think he's going to find his name called on day one? Because I'm not going to lie, I've talked
No.
myself into. I currently think he's going 20 to the Steelers, but
He is not going to the
Wow.
Steelers. He's not going to the Steelers.
Wow.
No shot.
Come
Steelers
on,
fans
Joe.
will
You don't
flip
know.
tables if he goes to the Steelers.
I'm a Steelers
I think-
fan. I'm giving up at this point. I gave up a long
Michael,
time ago. So.
Michael, I need you to find a table secondary to the one you're currently streaming on so you can flip it if Matt Corral is drafted at 20.
See, again,
because-
I'm in a dorm room. All this stuff is like 300 pounds to me.
Okay, look,
Flip your mattress.
you have an RA, I assume, that walks around every now and then. I need you to
I think
tell
my
your
suggestion
RA.
there, Michael, is start going to the gym, and then it'll be easier to flip that stuff.
Oh, so-
Wow,
okay. That's
the
fun. That's fun.
shade.
This is the inspiration that I needed.
Yeah.
Being called out live. It's all good. That's fun. It's fun.
I'm just telling you to like fake smoke weed and get your RA to come in there and then be like, hey, dude, I need a table to flip, and then he gets you a table because he's the RA.
Good lord.
I didn't go to traditional college. Is that what RAs do? I just assume they bring you shit.
I didn't go to
Bring
college
you
at all,
tables?
so-
Yeah, and yell at you for smoking weed. I just imagine that's what RAs do. 'Cause-
Not totally how it works there.
no,
Actually-
it's not. Okay.
I'll tell you how it
weed
works. The
and
most
weed.
recent, I get random gift bags and notes on my door. The gift bags consist of, I think the last one was Tootsie Rolls and condoms. I don't know the connection.
Dude,
I don't
what an
pretend.
RA. First
I'm not
off,
making
A
I'm
good
making-
time.
First off, he chose the wrong candy to bring you. But the second thing, I mean,
Listen,
brother looking out for a brother. That's what it is.
listen, first of all,
Female
hi,
already.
Evan.
but-
Oh,
I was just
female!
about
Oh
to-
my God! What a that's a queen RA right there.
No.
She's the best. She's
I
amazing.
just want to
She's great.
state for the record that I don't know if she's right, but I love your brother more than you right now.
He's been banging Kobe Dean's drum since like Monday. He's been texting me nonstop.
N'Kobe Dean is a patriot, literally.
Faith, we could throw you at linebacker, and it's better than what the hell we have on that roster. So honestly, I don't care at this point.
Yeah,
Give
but
me,
as a UGA
you
Patriots
know who I
fan,
want?
it's like,
You know what I want? Troy Anderson. Continue with the question, Michael.
We are about 1 minute out from the draft, so I want to bring up a quick final question from the comment section. How many trades are we going to see? I'm going to put
Evan!
over under around like 5.5. I think that's about seems to be the sweet spot. You taking the over or under on that?
I'm taking the over. 31.5 is where I'll set the line.
31 and a half trades.
We're not
31
talking
and a half
fantasy trades tonight.
No. I know exactly what I said.
Well, if we're setting the line at 31 and a half, I have firmly taking the under.
Can we throw
Wow,
Casey's
Ryan.
question
See,
up
I
there?
felt like that was a fair line. I'd take the over.
Can
No.
we throw
Yeah, no, I
Casey's
would-
question up there? It's very important.
We have not answered.
We haven't even answered Bushman's.
Evan's question
All right,
yet.
realistically, if the line is set at 5.5, I'm taking the under. I believe there's 4.
I'm counting
Interesting.
mine right now.
I
Yeah.
think I'd be right at the 5 range. I feel like some people are gonna move up. There's a lot of teams with 2 first-round picks. It's
thing-
really
The
I
thing
go
that
for it.
scares me is I think the thing that will put it over the 5.5 is teams trading back because they feel like there's no one there that they feel they can really grab or like really want, so they'll just trade back and get more picks for second, third round guys.
I'm seeing.
But you have to
3.
have someone on the other end that's going to want to come up and take those players.
Exactly.
Who is there in this draft that people really want? Like,
So here's the thing. We talked about Vegas trading back in. That's a real possibility because of the draft is in Vegas and they might feel a little pressure to make a splash with it in their hometown. So that you could chalk that up to one of them because someone said it. The Jets have 2 first rounders. The Chiefs have 2 first rounders, which the Chiefs should keep both of those first rounders for
Yeah,
the
they're not
record.
trading one to
Giants
Vegas.
have
They
2,
trade
Eagles
one,
have
so.
2, Saints have 2, Packers have 2. Like, there's
I
plenty of
think I
teams.
saw,
A
like,
lot of teams with 2, and
People
I
have
think the
2.
Raiders might take advantage of one of them.
Unless they're willing to move Waller, which it sounds like they're cooling on, who do the Raiders have to get into the first? Exactly.
Nobody.
So we won't be
Yeah.
seeing that.
I mean, could it?
they could trade their next 3 first-round picks for the number 7.
Just,
I mean, what a-
just so they can be on stage and make a pick at their hometown.
Would a job?
And then trade that number 6, and then trade up to get number 6, and then trade number 6 for their first 3 rounds. And David goddamn Putney, because he can.
Oh my god.
I mean, would I don't think it would, but would Josh Jacobs a 3rd this year and a 2nd next year get them into the first round? I mean,
don't know why
maybe
they
if
trade
a
Josh
team
I have
If
way
a
too
team-
much Josh Jacobs on my rosters for him to go someplace that's not going to use him.
That's trading out of the first round.
I agree. I'm just saying maybe there's a team that truly thinks that. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't think the Raiders have the firepower to get there either. I think their best firepower is Hunter Renfrow, and if they trade him away from a Josh McDaniels offense, I will flip the table I'm currently using to stream. So I'm going to get angry.
Just
It
as
won't
things
happen.
stay good. That would be a real shame.
Yeah.
But I'm going to make a quick announcement as well. Obviously, the draft is about to start. The clock is not officially going. But for anyone wondering why, the draft's not on your screen right now when you're watching us, can't do it due to copyright, so just pull it up on your TV. We're going to be alongside you the entire way.
There you go.
It is illegal. And
Listen,
we are
Mike-
very law-abiding citizens here.
Yes,
Allegedly.
Michael's in college. I have student debt. We can't afford it.
No, we cannot. No, we
So
cannot.
Club Fantasy does have a lawyer on retainer. He's a writer. And we've learned from him that anything illegal
Allegedly.
that we might do, we allegedly did
Throw it
it.
in there.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, except for the fact that it's embedded on YouTube. Yeah, no, we allegedly did it. Yeah. Yeah, allegedly. I put one Naheem Hines
Never admit
highlight
guilt.
tape. Yeah, I put one Naheem Hines highlight tape on YouTube in a
we've
video,
we've been
and they were
taken
like, and the NFL was like, nope, screw you. I'm like, all right, guys. Pretty sure I gave
We're
you
good.
credit in the video, but that's fine. Whatevs.
Are the Jaguars on the clock?
No,
Doesn't look
because
like
it's
it yet.
Okay, I didn't think
'Cause
so.
They
it's
don't usually
only-
go on the clock until like 8:10, 8:15. It's
yeah.
ridiculous.
So officially, the Jacksonville Jaguars will be on the clock at 8:10 and make the draft pick after their 10-minute timer is up at 8:35. So
Yeah,
everyone
exactly.
sit tight. It's going to be a nice long ride. The Jaguars
I
have
know
not had enough time to think about this
I know.
draft
I
pick, so
don't
it might be here a
understand
while.
that. I don't understand why the first round always takes their full 10 minutes. Unless they're pulling a freaking Sonny Weaver and they're trying to make magic happen.
That's
Like,
exactly
no,
what they're doing.
you're gonna-
Especially when the
Also-
Jacks have so much practice picking number 1 as well.
Exactly.
last 2 years,
They-
They
baby.
have- Dude, they haven't done well.
Well, last year
That's
was
the
easy
issue.
for them. It was already baked in. So this year they actually had to think, and now they're
Bold predictions.
they
from
still took
everyone.
the 10
Evan, my bold prediction is 3 of the top 5 are defensive players.
I don't
Is
think
that
that's
bold?
bold.
Shut up,
I don't.
Joe.
That's not bold.
It would have been.
I'll go bold. I say the same amount of wide receivers goes in the first round as the quarterbacks, 4 each. There you go.
You
want
think only
bold? I'll go
4 wide
bold.
receivers are going?
I was just going to say
I
that's
have 4
bold
comments.
on
Hold
two
on.
fronts because you're
Yeah.
throwing the extra quarterback in and killing at least 1, if not 2 wide receivers. So.
I currently have Drake London, Garrett Wilson, Traylon Burks, and Jameson Williams. Oh, and Chris Olave. I have 5. Never mind. I'll take that back. But
Okay.
4 quarterbacks in the first round at least, which I think is starting to become a hot take.
I say I'll be okay with 4 quarterbacks. I'll accept that as bold. I thought Drake London being drafted as the wide receiver 1 was bold, but apparently I'm not bold enough.
Bush. Troy Anderson. First round pick.
Number 32
listen.
to the
Listen.
Detroit Lions.
I
How
am
would you feel about that? as a
riding
Lions
this
fan?
wave.
I don't even know who that is. Should I know who that is?
Listen, Nate. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Dude, you run an IDP network. Like, you should know who Troy
Yeah,
Anderson
but-
No,
is.
hold on. Nate.
That'd be
No, you
bad.
shouldn't. You should not know who Troy Anderson is. Okay, let me get that 100% straight. That's like knowing who the 4th string strong safety is on your own team. Like no one, you don't even know that. Like that's not possible. So, dude, don't even try. I can't even name you this. I can't even name you the starting secondary for the Lions because they're so bad. If you add anything to that team, it gets better. That's like, I mean that wholeheartedly. If you add anything to that team, it gets better. And honestly,
Little talent.
and everyone was dogging me. They're like, why didn't you put Pickens to the Lions at 32 last night? I'm like, I didn't feel like doing that to Pickens because he would have to go and wear Detroit across his chest. And we all know that's a death sentence. So
Goodness.
Nate ain't even disagreeing. Nate, are you a baseball fan by chance?
No, not at all.
Okay. So you didn't see the horrific play the Detroit Tigers did on Monday night?
Oh, I saw that. Oh my
Nope.
goodness.
Nope.
It was
I don't even follow
the
baseball. I saw that.
It was the
see horrific
grossest-
things the Lions do every Sunday.
Okay, that's good. I want you to imagine how bad the Lions were throughout the entire 2008 season or 9 season where they went, winless. I want you to imagine that entire season roped into one 15-second play that the Detroit Tigers had on Monday. Okay? That embodies the city of Detroit sports. That embodies the whole city. And I didn't feel like doing that to Pickens. I felt like doing that to a guy I have no idea who he is. And who got absolutely curb stomped in his championship game. So,
Yeah.
Good Lord.
I don't know.
By
I
the way-
think the Lions are better than the record was this past year. I think that they could.
they got better in the second half, definitely.
Well, now if you look at their losses, generally were within 3 points. Take that even early on. Justin Tucker, to win the game for Baltimore, had to kick a field goal that was a record-breaking field goal that hit the bar
Easy.
and just happened to bounce in.
Easy.
And wasn't there a play before that shouldn't have even?
Yeah,
Oh,
set
yeah,
that
because the
up.
play
Yeah,
clock
part of
ran out 100%. But, I mean,
That
let's
was
be
just
honest.
here for the Lions.
If Justin Tucker had to kick a 72-yarder, he would have done it. I mean, let's be honest here, right?
Against
Dude
the Lions,
only
yeah,
put
that happened.
the exact amount of juice needed to get it over the crossbar. So if Harbaugh told Tucker, "Hey, Tucker, you're going to kick a 72-yarder," shoot him up with some steroids in that right leg, put him out there, he's hitting it. Easy.
He has a dial on his right hip.
Easy.
Sets it to 72.
Also, I do wanna Seth's comment, Joe, we used to say that about the Patriots, Seth, I was born in 1998 when the Patriots started getting good, so I don't know that. But from the sob stories I hear my parents tell, I do know that. I would like to point out that the Raiders currently have absolute studs on the stadium. Icon for the Raiders, Derek Carr. Great historical quarterback. Darren Waller, iconic Raider. How do you put them on the stage with Marcus Allen and Ice Cube? That's disrespectful to Ice Cube and Marcus Allen.
Joe's
That's
just
what-
wondering why Hunter Renfro's not on that stage right
Yeah,
now.
I mean, Hunter Renfrow would be the biggest star on that stage, Ice Cube included. That's not even. What are we arguing here?
They would assume he was working security and just showing their passes and walks
That's what he
on.
looked- Clearly,
There's a-
I'm behind you, Joe, because Ice Cube just walked up on stage on my end.
Cube.
So you
I-
guys
listen.
He's on the podium right
Be
now.
ahead of
He's taking control right now.
I love it. He's
I love
starting the
Ice
draft.
Cube.
He said no more waiting.
I
This
love
bitch
Ice Cube.
started.
I feel bad. I do not wanna badmouth Ice Cube. I think Ice Cube is amazing. So
He is.
and this guy Zachary right here, Troy Anderson, Montana State linebacker, Nate, sleeper candidate. Zach, I don't know if you just joined in, but if you did and you didn't hear any of my previous statements, you are my new favorite person. You are my new favorite person. It's heating up. It's heating up. Troy Anderson might go first round. It's heating up, guys.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna
it's
trade up.
heating up.
Someone's gonna have to. I don't know if he's much of a sleeper anymore after this.
Dude, he's heating up. If he gets drafted, easy. I am taking him in the last round of every single IDP draft I have. Every single IDP draft, Troy Anderson will be on my roster.
Firmly on my IDP radar at this point.
Dude, fantasy and frames, first round pick. It's not even Devin White. Who? Come on. TJ Watt. What? Troy Anderson.
Troy
A
Anderson.
little bit too far on that last comment.
Coach
Go-
on the field. Coach on the field. Troy Anderson.
On Starts It Different Day, which is the club fantasy starts it show every Saturday in season. We have a saying with Josh, Ryan, and myself that Gianni Zollo, Joe's younger brother, is our second favorite Zollo because
Lose
Joe's
number
dad likes to chime in every now and again, and
LZ.
he's amazing. And so G just secured his status of why he's our second favorite Zollo because he said Ice Cube told him that he hates Joe.
I love it.
That's rude. I simply think that's rude.
This is what younger brothers were put on this earth for, Joe. You just got to roll with the punches, man.
Daniel Jeremiah chilling with Garrett Wilson as number 4 in his top 200.
The Jaguars are officially on the clock.
And I'll tell you that the checks are actually on the clock, and we'll be here in 40 minutes when they actually make the pick. But who do you guys think is going number 1? Because that's been obviously a hot topic. Is it
It's
gonna be
not
Teron
Travis
Walker?
Etienne.
It's not Travis Etienne. I think it's the one thing we know.
It should be Aiden Hutchinson.
It
should be,
entirely
and it's not going to be Aiden Hutchinson. So
It should be.
Because the Jets are notorious for making bad decisions.
Jaguars and the Jets, but
Jaguars.
If we're going
Jets.
with should be, it should be Evan Neal, but it's going to be Trayvon Walker. There's just all this stuff about Doug Peterson and long arms, and that's Trayvon Walker compared to the other two. So
I'm still sticking with Hutchinson just because it's so hard to believe, and I don't know. Like, it's the
He's the
Jags,
best
which is
player.
why I do believe it. He's by far the best player.
well, it's interesting because you have the GM versus the owner argument. Apparently, if you believe the narrative that's out there,
Oh, I
so it's
do.
going to be interesting to see who wins. So,
I mean,
Dysfunction in Jacksonville, absolutely.
yeah, I mean, fair.
I wouldn't question anything Shad Khan says or thinks.
And on a brighter topic, we did get this comment in from Jag. Since I am a Steelers fan, self-admitted and self-sad about it.
I was self-loathing.
I know, self-loathing. That's the better word. That's exactly what I was looking for. Who do I think they take? I'll phrase it like this: I want them to take Jordan Davis. I think they take Matt Corral, and I don't want them to take Drake London. I don't know, or Kenny Pickett rather. I am completely hands off Kenny Pickett, but I think they're looking at QB. I think they've been doing so much research on it. I think they want Malik Willis, but they're gonna say they want Matt Corral.
Just real quick on the Jaguars and how poor the NFL Network draft is right now. Less than 3 minutes in, they have already misspelled Foyesade Aluakun's name on the
Foyesade.
ads. Foyesafe Aluakun. Screw you, NFL. Seriously?
Maybe they were making a pun.
No. Oh. How do you mess that up? Do
Michael, how do you
this.
feel-
Ugh.
Joe, shut up. Michael, how do you feel about Desmond Ridder? I was talking to another Steelers fan last night who was very, very upset that I really like Desmond Ridder.
I'll tell you this: if I didn't say Kenny Pickett, I was gonna say Desmond Ritter as a name. I do not.
So you're off him as well?
I don't think he's a good passer. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think.
I
he's gonna get
disagree
there.
completely, but here's where I agree with you about not going to the Steelers. The Steelers have never developed a young quarterback in years. Ben Roethlisberger came in very pro ready, and I understand they haven't had to. Ritter and Willis need time. And I think Pickett and maybe Coral don't. So that's why I feel like they might be the better pick for the Steelers in this situation. I want Ritter to go somewhere where he has a little bit of time. So.
I tend to lean towards the fact that they just, like you said, they haven't needed to. You know, they drafted Mason Rudolph. They've drafted the occasional guy over the years, but nobody that, with the exception of Mason Rudolph, who they exactly like Mason Rudolph, who they had a first-round grade on, I'm sure, as they kept on saying. If they did, I'm so concerned. But listen, it's Kevin Colbert's last draft. I'm such a Kevin Colbert guy. He's done great things for the Steelers. I hope he keeps doing it tonight. I really hope he doesn't risk, and I don't want Desmond Ritter. I think his mechanics are just some of the worst I've seen of a first-round prospect.
Speaking of the Jaguars, what is the likelihood, or what does ETN's season look like in 2022?
Hurt.
Don't say that.
Don't put that juju on ETN. Chill.
It's not all.
I think
ETN.
it's going to be used quite a bit. Yeah.
Hold on. How about this, Faith? I'll let you know if Evan Neal's drafted here, and then we can reconvene.
Okay.
That's fair.
Because if Evan Neal's not drafted, my previous statement stands.
Oh, yeah,
we got the pick is in.
The pick is in.
Not on my end.
That was a couple minutes early for Jacksonville.
It seems unlikely that
they flipped the coin. There you
go. I say it seems unlikely that ETN's going to be a bell cow by any stretch, but I don't think he's going to be relegated to the third down role like everybody thought he was going to be last year. People seem to really be ignoring the fact that James Robinson tore his Achilles late, and I don't know that everyone's going to have the Cam Akers resurrection. And then let's not forget, Cam Akers did not look good when he came back, so there may not be a lot of options in Jacksonville, but Travis Etienne.
Okay, real quick, do you guys think that Jags fans will be happy with this pick? Yes or no, Michael?
Unless it's Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, I think it's going to be
yes
Hutch,
or no
so
question. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
Joe.
It's a better player than anyone they have on their roster. Yes, they should be.
Nate.
I mean, are Jags fans ever happy?
They're Jags fans.
Dude, have you seen them in the pool pissed drunk? Yes, they're very happy.
Josh, you said
what
no.
about their team?
No.
Your head.
No.
Ryan.
You have the first pick and they don't take the best player. So
are there Jags fans? I'd say
we have one on
So-
staff.
Okay, so you have
you
the
do?
first pick.
Yeah.
To be fair, even though they're paid by the Jags, they probably have
You know how
a
you make Jags
preliminary a team that they're a fan of.
You know how you make Jags fans happy? You trade this pick and you bring Gardner Minshew back.
I remember when Ryan drafted.
yeah, honestly, I'll
The
take
first
Minshew for the first overall pick. So
Ooh.
Remember when Ryan
About to
drafted
announce.
Gardner Minshew as his starting quarterback and some bullshit league because he was riding Gardner Minshew in a lifetime's worth of free beer
That's right.
that he doesn't drink.
even drink.
Oh shit!
Oh fuck! Screw you, Vegas.
The
Screw
pick
you.
is in.
Yep.
The pick is in. Vegas
Trent
was
Baalke
right.
win.
Travon Walker, the edge out of Georgia, is the pick for the Jags.
Hey!
Dude,
It is a sad day for everyone except for Aiden Hutchinson, who will thrive.
You guys are
in
like
Detroit.
5 minutes ahead of me because Goodell is just now walking to the podium.
Now,
Dude.
Nate, do you think I've seen a lot of mocks, and I don't think it's true. Let me throw that out there because it's going to sound ridiculous. I've seen a lot of mocks where Detroit takes Thibodeau because they had been keying on him the whole time, thinking Jacksonville goes Hutchinson. Do you see any possibility in hell that happens?
No, I mean, well, so if they like him more than Hutchinson, I mean, I haven't been following. I don't watch the film, but if they like him more than Hutchinson, maybe they'll go with it. But I can't. They're both. It's 1 and 2. Like they've probably scouted both of them equally. So I just can't see them being. In past years, Detroit's very dumb. I feel like their staff is better at evaluating now. So, or at least I'm hoping.
This is such a bad pick. This is not a good pick. He should not have been 1. I tied for 13th.
That defense his production was awful.
Terrible.
9
and
sacks.
6. No, flip the 9. He had 6 sacks. Like
9 career, I think.
Yes, 9 career. Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson had 14 last year, in case anybody was wondering. He was tied for 13th in quarterback pressures. It's not like, oh, he was pressuring the quarterback. No, dude was tied for 13th in the SEC for quarterback pressures.
But
you played on the best defense in the conference and in the country.
37-inch arms or some shit like that.
Detroit's pick is already in because they know Jacksonville effed up.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, thank you for Aiden Hutchinson, you morons.
Say, is this a Minnesota Philly situation?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I mean, the whole narrative with Trayvon Walker is that he reminds Trent Baalke of Alden Smith, who he drafted when he was running the 49ers.
Oh,
Like, and
great.
I don't. So, like, literally the only thing Alden Smith ever did was just run after the quarterback. Like,
Bust. Already.
Yeah, and
Bust.
didn't have his head on straight either. So I
Bust.
don't know, but you've got 2 guys that honestly are better production wise, and one who's even better athletically than Walker in Thibodeau. So I don't understand this pick from a Jaguars perspective at all. Trent Baalke is easily one of the worst, if not the worst, general managers in the history of the NFL. This guy bounces around to every single franchise and gets canned within 3 years every single time. I don't understand why he keeps getting chances.
Quick question, Nate. Do you think you'll be happy with this pick as a Lions fan?
To be honest, what would have made me most happy would be to trade back.
Really? Even now? With Hutchinson available?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I have not followed, the draft as close as, I'm sure all of you guys have. I just think that I don't know. I'd like them to keep stacking. We're not at a point where we're trying to win. If we can get in the playoffs,
Trying to build the foundation.
Building a foundation and do that with more picks. So
this pick is going to be your foundation right here in your defensive line.
And there it is, Aiden Hutchinson. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm fine either way, but that was my choice, was to trade back.
Well, I think
And you get the hometown guy. That's what's going to bring the fans in. That's what's going to get them excited. But it makes more sense too because he's actually good.
We're
Like,
2 picks in.
It's one thing to take the player from the hometown, but it's useless if he's not good. Like Hutchinson is good.
And Hutchinson's off the board as well. The Lions at number 2.
The AWS next gen stats. I mean, I'm not a big analytics guy, but production for Trayvon Walker was 61. For Aiden Hutchinson, it was 95. Like again, not a big numbers and analytic guy, especially all that crap, but that says something on top of already what we saw production on the field and just stats. He's almost 6'7", and he runs a 4.7 40.
Well,
what more do you want?
Not to mention they have a very good defensive end in Charles Harris already, and now you get to move him over where Michael Brockers was. Brockers, I think, had 1 sack for the Lions last year, to where this is enormous because I think Harris had over 6 sacks last year, maybe 6.5, somewhere in there. And now if you can get that or a 10-sack season out of Aiden Hutchinson, all of a sudden you're going from one of the worst QB sack teams towards the top.
And talk about a team that, has a player here that matches their coach. In terms of the big thing, Aiden Hutchinson, it's a lot of things, but that motor, the burst off the line, getting to he's plays through every single one. He does not give up. Dan Campbell loves that. That's why he rushed the podium for that.
It's great.
You now have, like Ryan said, Charles Harris. You have Romeo Okwara as well, who was a solid pass rusher. You have, this also helps if they don't draft Troy Anderson, obviously. This helps Alex Anzalone and Jared Davis so much because you're going to see double teams on Aiden Hutchinson if he is that dominant as a lot of people think he's going to be. So Alex Anzalone, already a very solid run-stuffing linebacker. So mix that in with a guy like Aiden Hutchinson, his size, all that stuff. That just opens more lanes for him to be productive. So we're on an IDP Guys stream. Nate, I'll let you talk after this. I like Alex Anzalone now as a potential late-round guy in IDP. And again, this is if everything stays the same right now. I think Alex Anzalone, this elevates his fantasy potential if you're an IDP player. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. I mean, don't get me wrong. You go into it expecting they were going to get one of these two guys, and you can split hairs on which one was better. But in the end, going and taking that pick, we know what it would do to the defensive line, and yeah, it opens things up to where if he's putting pressure on their quarterback and they have to double team, it opens up other lanes, as you said, and yeah, I mean Alex Anzalone, he's not a sexy name at all. But between him and I don't know, I think I saw that they re-signed Jared Davis. Now
yes, Jared Davis is there.
Unsexy pick, but he also knows.
I thought Jared Davis was long gone from Detroit.
I think Jared Davis
was on he was on the Jets and he came back.
Yeah, he's back now.
They bring him back. Yeah.
I can't hear my TV, but does anybody know why Aiden Hutchinson was showing us the lining of his jacket?
Oh, his mother wrote his goals or whatever, like things that he wanted to manifest in his life, in the inside lining. I saw that in the pre-show, which was pretty cool. I mean, he seems like a great guy. And I'm sure let's fast forward to August, and I'll be super excited about that pick and everything. I just kind of going back to, I just think more picks is what Detroit needs.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
That's fair.
Do you think they trade out at 32?
I think they take a quarterback at 32.
Interesting.
They take what's his face from Montana State at 32.
Troy Anderson. No, in all honesty, if Desmond Ridder is at 32, they probably do draft Desmond Ridder, I think.
So
yeah, that's what I think is going to happen as well. That's one of my most recent mock has. Who do you guys think the Texans are taking?
I was going to say, this is where the draft technically starts, because we had an idea with those first two picks it was going to be those two guys. But even when they were polling NFL GMs, they were saying the Texans is where things get wild because they need everything. So in my mock, I have Thibodeau. In my heart, I have Evan Neal.
I was going to say Evan Neal. Evan Neal.
It's telling me
who do you have, Mike?
I have Ike Ekwonu, offensive tackle / guard. I think
say that 5
people are all about him.
If they get it,
Ekwonu.
If they get an offensive lineman, now again, this is manifesting heavily here. If they get an offensive lineman, and Breece Hall gets into the second round, and they pair Breece Hall with a tackle,
ESPN is very much ahead of whatever the app of whatever you guys are watching.
That's a good day. I'm on YouTube TV and I just see. Really?
Yeah, I'll let everybody catch up.
So I'll announce it.
Okay.
Cornerback from LSU, Derek Stingley.
Yeah,
wow.
So
I had been hearing that rumor quite a bit. I didn't buy into it.
I did too.
I was wrong. So.
Not Sauce Gardner, as many people believed, would probably be the first cornerback taken in this draft. I even think a lot of people might have had Kyle Hamilton being drafted ahead of Derek Stingley.
I had both.
So I think Stingley was most people's defensive backfield, maybe third guy off the board, and rightfully so. It's not like Stingley's bad. But I think a lot of people saw
he had an elite freshman year, the year that LSU won the championship.
And then couldn't stay healthy, but then got a very clean bill of health leading up to the draft. So
they're currently showing him in his freshman year covering Jamar Chase in practice. So, that's good. I'm watching all 3 plays they showed were all pass interferences, so that's none the wiser. I'm literally every single play they just showed was a pass interference call in the NFL. Who's running this? Who is running this?
All right, Joe, let me and Nate outro.
Go ahead.
You talkative little guy.
Guys, step in. Please step in. Nate, what are your thoughts on Mr. Stingley at 3 to the Texies?
The Texies?
That is a pick that
Yep, fantastic. Nate summed it up.
Aware of.
On to the Jets.
I don't hate it. I would have preferred Sauce Gardner.
That is a pick, he said.
I am one of the first people exiting. I will be back at 9:30, I believe. So everybody who's staying, enjoy yourselves. I'll be back to talk about probably 3 picks in the next hour. No,
Yeah,
these are going pretty quick.
Ryan, real quick. We're 0 for 3 on our mock draft from last night. Goodbye.
Yes!
It happens. It happens.
All right.
I'm
And-
really curious to see. I need to go look at. Did you guys post the actual results of that somewhere?
No,
No.
I didn't.
Oh,
I probably should have, but no, I
You
didn't.
should have, or at least
Yeah.
did you
No.
keep track of
Oh,
it somewhere? Just so
we-
I'm curious to know. I mean, you don't need to publish it, but I'm curious to know just how wrong you people are.
And real quick, I'm going to just
I'll
step in
post
and
it
welcome in
tomorrow.
Steve Lawson, stepping in for our 6th spot right here. Welcome in.
I
Steve.
think Nate needs to go.
Nate,
Yeah, I'm gonna just wave goodbye. I'm out for the rest of the night. I'll be going in the chat, watching this
This guy.
shit show. I mean,
This
great
guy.
show.
Hey, this is a shit show. Trying to point to you. This guy. Yeah, this guy. This is so confusing. I'm sorry.
That guy.
This guy.
We do
Bye,
this
Nate.
every. Oh, bye, Nate.
Yeah.
Hi,
What's up,
Nate. Bye, Nate.
Steve?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh,
One of the
electric.
newest writers with Club Fantasy, Steve
It's
Lawson.
electric. Boogie, boogie,
How's
boogie.
it going?
and on the IDP end as well, I'm going to also welcome in Jason Snyder. How's it going, Jason?
Jason.
Hey, speaking of getting things completely wrong, I'm here.
Oh, yes.
I think
How's
we all
everybody
are.
doing?
I think we all are.
Listen, Jason only took
Rite of
6
passage.
rookie profiles before I. So Jason's one of the writers for the IDP Guys Rookie magazine, which
Yep.
should be coming out soon-ish. There's 115 rookie profiles written. Jason wrote 6 of them.
No,
Heck yeah.
I don't
nine,
know.
9.
Oh,
everyone's getting their
you cut me
6s and
short.
9s mixed up.
Come
I
on, why
know
is
you
that?
think
Not
career
first.
What's that all
stats,
about?
Joe.
Not gonna comment.
No.
Mm-mm.
I just kind of want to get y'all's reaction real
Michael.
quick to these first 3 picks since we're just now popping into the draft. So
Steve, what are your
I'm
thoughts on
pumped,
the first 3 picks?
The first 3 picks, I think the Jaguars went real Jaguars, right?
Yep.
They took a prospect instead of an
Jag's
actual
gonna jag.
player. I have some friends. I went to school down in Florida, so I have a lot of friends who are Jaguars fans, and I'm just getting so many texts, and they're just so sad. And it really warms my heart to watch it happen to
They're
them.
Jaguars fans. They're always sad.
They're always
Right.
sad, but there's
They're
that
always
glimmer
It's
of
the
wrong.
hope.
default mode.
There's that glimmer of hope. I have a Dolphins fan and Jaguars fans in my friend group, and my favorite part of the year is right before the season starts. Is that glimmer of hope where they're like, "No, this is it. We're about to take that step." And I just watch throughout the year as it just gets worse and worse for them, and I think that's truly what football's all about.
Garbage
Okay.
franchise.
Question, Steve. Where did you go to school?
I went to Florida State, so Jermaine Johnson has
Okay. It's better than
Sorry,
that.
Harvard.
I'm a Hurricanes fan.
I was
too,
gonna
so-
say it's better than the other 2 schools in the state.
It's better than
including
all
that
the
one
schools in the
Miami.
state.
The-
FSU's number 1 all the way.
and not to
Uh,
jump in, but the Jets pick has been
No.
made.
Yes, and
Number
apparently
one at
the Jets draft room is very happy, which is a weird thing for the Jets draft room. So
They're happy now.
Because it's
they
a
got the
mod
guy that
Ross
honestly
Gardner.
fits their scheme so well. He really does.
He
They have
does.
to be taking Sauce Gardner, right?
Yeah.
That would just
Yeah,
They
did.
did take
sense.
Sauce Gardner. That pick is about to be announced, but Connor Hughes is already ahead of the game on that.
I
So
feel like you guys are just spoiling.
who's ahead of the game on that?
the Athletics, Connor Hughes, one of my favorite
Oh.
followers, honestly. But
Okay.
I'm just getting the
Yeah.
sleeper notifications on my phone. That's kind of what I'm
Oh,
doing.
I'm just now seeing the Jets draft room.
Because you're not supposed to announce it technically until Goodell announces it. So they clearly are not listening to that.
What are they going to do? Fine us?
I truthfully believe that all
No.
my streams are behind. That's why I put up.
No, I
Oh,
mean
they
I
are.
mean
They're-
like
There's always
Talking
delays
about
on
sleeper.
I'm talking like tweeting it or push notifications from no.
I always
NFL
wonder
don't-
how they get that so early. Are they walking to hand it to Goodell and they're like, by the way, here's who I'm taking, on their way by a reporter? There's no time for them to
What?
do that.
Wiretap into the draft room.
Yeah.
Oh,
like-
it's
Yeah, they got the phones bugged.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Jets fans this happy since Rex Ryan.
They
Since
weren't
Rex
happy
Ryan.
then. Yeah, they weren't happy then.
Yeah,
They were just-
I
Ryan
don't.
was happy because there were feet.
They weren't happy then.
They were happy with
Jet-
Elijah Moore last year. I'll tell you that firsthand. People were happy with that Elijah Moore pick second round last year.
Josh, are you hanging your head at me?
Ay.
Sauce Gardner. What a
Long
guy.
arms.
Big
Well,
man.
you know what they say about long
I
arms?
just
It means a
last
top 5
night.
pick. You can't
Every
get top
inch
5 pick
counts.
by long arms.
Every inch counts.
Oh,
That's
boy.
good advice, Faith.
Dude's got a fly
Just ask-
jacket.
Just ask Joe Pepe.
No, that chain is so dope. Oh my god.
I haven't seen him yet. So,
6'3" corner.
Yeah,
Ooh.
he's a
Oh!
big boy.
so
Ooh.
I meant to say this when Aiden Hutchinson walked out or whatever. So as they're walking by, there's playing cards for like each team. I would love a deck of cards that look like that. That's pretty sick.
It's funny because a lot of people do not like how the draft brand came around this year. They felt it was a little too much Vegas-y. He also turned the wrong way to go into the draft. So
He's
There's
already
a
a
path
jet.
for them to follow.
he's already a Jet. Nice one. Nice one. He has 0 receiving touchdowns allowed in his career. Tell me why Derek Stingley just went before this guy. Someone.
Freshman.
Because he covered Jamar Chase once in practice. I mean, where are you going to get that kind of experience, right? I mean,
Steve, were you
Who
in here
cares
when I
how
was
it
talking about that? Were you in here when I was talking
I
about?
was quietly listening in those
Lurking.
in like the sad little room you see people when they're allowed to like.
Okay, good.
Uh,
So you said that
Lurk.
dude had pass interference with interfering with Jamar Chase the entire time on that route, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like now he can do that in the NFL. Like that's. I mean,
So-
it's Houston, so who cares?
So
Like,
all I'm thinking is I'm gonna draft Michael Pittman as like a mid to later round guy, and I'm gonna start Michael Pittman against the Texans because he's just gonna be getting held and all that stuff, and it'll get him closer to the red zone so he can catch more touchdowns, barring Jonathan Taylor. But
Listen, I like Michael Pittman, but what about AJ Brown? Like, it's gonna be piggyback rides in that division. Like, that's what I'm seeing right now with Derek Stingley. But whatever with Sauce Gardner, he's a Jet. That secondary needed help. Makes a lot of sense. And I'm shocked they did not pick Kwanu. Honestly, they've been barking up that tree for.
Well, so far through 4
months.
picks, no offensive linemen have gone. They may have a chance to get one at 10.
I mean, I think this makes the Giants say, "Wow, well, we could take one at 7 if we want to." They could just pass. They could take one here if
How
they're
about-
worried about what the Panthers do.
how about take 2 offensive tackles at 5 and 7 because they need it.
They need 'em.
So
why is there
Andrew
a fear
Thomas.
of doubling up on
Andrew
positions?
Thomas.
Like everyone's afraid to double up on position. They're like, well, our secondary is trash, but we already drafted a cornerback, so we can't do that again. We're gonna go draft something totally different to
Steve,
prevent that.
You nailed it. You have one of the most injury prone players in the NFL who you invested a top 5 pick into. You haven't given him an offensive line since he's entered the league. Why not give him 2 guys in the top 7?
Because
Why
if they
not?
haven't done it before, why do it now? It clearly
Honestly,
didn't
if
work
I'm
in
the
past.
Giants right now, I'm thinking, all right, I can get one of these top offensive tackles at 7.
Mhm.
I'm taking calls for the 5th pick. That's exactly what I'm
100%.
doing because they
Oh, yeah.
need so many holes to fill on this team. If you can trade back and still get the guy that you want at 7, pick up a few extra picks so you can continue to add depth
Yep.
because their defense is trash, their offensive line is trash, their
Yep.
wide receiver room is trash, the team is trash.
I wonder why more teams don't do that. Like the number 1 overall pick, right? I know it's like sometimes as a guy that you don't want to let slip, but if you're the number 1 overall pick, your team probably has more holes than one position, right?
Yep, for sure.
Why not trade back? Like the Jaguars didn't need an edge rusher. They certainly didn't need the one they got. So why trade back and like do something like that? They have 1,001 holes and they're like, what can fix that? A guy who got 6 sacks last year on a prolific defense where he was all man to man the entire time
So
and got 6 sacks.
So I do have. I don't know if anyone saw the graphic flash of the highest drafted cornerbacks ever. Stingley just broke it at 3. He was tied with a couple other guys: Akuda, John Springs, and Pickens. I think was the dude's last name. Yeah, Bruce Pickens. Yeah, and then now obviously Sauce Gardner is in that conversation with other guys tied at 4th. only guy that had any form of an NFL career was Sean Springs from 97 to 2009. He had a 13-year career. He had a 7 interception season, a 5 interception season, so he did have a couple good seasons. Pickens had 2 career interceptions. Jeff Okudah's garbage. So this is not a good vote of confidence for the drafts. Now, I like Sauce. I like Derek Stingley. I think they're okay. I mean, Derek Stingley's going to rack up the most amount of pass interference calls in a single season. We've already established that. I mean, it doesn't bode well for these guys. I'm just history's not great.
Real quick, I know the Giants pick just came in. Jason, I know you've been itching to talk. Chime in with whatever you got to say, whether it's on the Jets or whatever
people
else.
will shut up.
I was just gonna say, as far as like where we're at now with 5 and even 6 with Carolina coming up next, they're teams that both need a tackle, and I think the whole tackle class is in front of them. If they're not trading down, it's almost like malpractice from a GM standpoint.
And that's something that
there's
Nate
probably
talked about.
4
It's like,
top
you still
tackles
need to
and-
find a team to trade with you.
No,
And
no,
that
I hear you.
sometimes isn't, is feasible. So
Josh
hear
is
you.
like, Jason, just talk, interrupt people. And then
No,
Josh
it's
interrupts
fine.
Jason.
No, man, it's the
Facts.
conversation. That's what it's about.
exactly.
But
Also,
the
I
other
just
thing
wanna
you were
say for the
mentioning,
record-
Joe, about the corners going so early and how they haven't panned out per se. I think what you see a lot of times too is it's cap management, right? Like these are the most expensive positions, whether it's tackle or it's corner or it's defensive edge rusher. And so these teams want to get these guys under manageable rookie contracts. And I think why you don't see teams like we were talking about 101, why doesn't team go up to get 101? I think it's just so cost prohibitive. Plus, if you're Detroit and you want Hutchinson, you think like it's a better than average shot. Jacksonville's going to fumble it anyway. Like I'm just going to stand put it too and wait
right,
and
Chelsea,
collect the
the,
spoils. Why do I got to give up anything to go get them? I'll just hang out here and have a good shot at getting them anyway.
Give me 3 seconds, Michael. Give me 3 seconds.
Well, it only
But
flashed
why?
on right there.
But why? But
I'll
why?
tell you this, my mock
Because I
draft.
want to at least see one announced by the people.
My
on
mock
my
draft.
TV.
My mock draft is 1 for 5 right now. That's all I'll say for now. I'll let Faith keep going. I think there's a certain player going off the board here. He's athletic. He has some red flags. His
Why?
name's Kayvon Thibodeau. I can't keep going like
Why?
this.
You
I'm sorry.
bastard!
I feel like I'm doing
Why?
a disservice to the people watching by not.
Who? The people who are probably also watching their TV.
You don't need him. You don't need him. You don't need him. You don't need him.
Actually, the
Don't
Giants
need
need
him.
a defensive end.
In this draft, with all the players moving around in the league right now, wouldn't you have just
suit,
gone
though.
full
Can
LA
we
Rams
talk
and just
about
sell them
Thibodeau's
all off?
suit?
You
Yeah.
don't need
Great
him.
pause.
You don't need him.
Thibodeau's suit. Literally, his edges are like
Sparkly.
sparkly. They're like
You don't need him.
bejeweled.
You don't need him.
Joe, that's literally what we were just talking about. They can get their offensive tackle
What
at
is
7.
what is this Snickers adjacent related thing? On
I agree,
He's
but they
spon-
still need somebody opposite
What does that say?
Ojulari.
He's sponsored.
They don't have anybody else.
He's sponsored by Snickers.
That's fantastic.
I don't agree with it.
I think he's fine. I mean,
It's a fine pick, but
I agree. You know, well,
Like a wish
Giants.
kid. I love
That was you.
Listen,
right?
the
That's why I
Giants
love
have,
it.
the Giants do need
Oh,
help
with
up to the
this
passer.
asshole walking
I
around
would
the
say that yes, I agree, Joe. I do agree that if you take a Quano, stick him at guard. If Andrew Thomas continues to be terrible, play him at tackle. Then take Evan
Or
Neal
cut
at
him.
7. You bookend both sides,
I-
or cut him.
Just-
that also is totally fine.
listen,
totally fine. I like Thibodeau though. I do think he's a good pick.
I agree, right? You need help rushing the passer. You need help rushing the passer against Dak Prescott because the Eagles are not throwing or threats through the passing game. You need someone to contain Jalen Hurts. You have guys that can contain. You have Leonard Williams. You have Dexter Lawrence. You have Blake Martinez, who's going to catch up to Jalen Hurts. It doesn't matter. You have Azeez Ojulari, who you took last year. You don't need Kayvon Thibodeau because, I'm sorry, Carson Wentz ain't the fucking answer for the Commanders. So it doesn't matter. In your division, you need a pass rusher for one team and one team only. That's it. You don't need this guy. You need someone to protect against the Fletcher Cox's, Brandon Graham's, DeMarcus Lawrence, the Micah Parsons, the entire first-round offensive line of the Commanders. You don't have anyone to block them, and you play all of those guys 6 games a year. You play trash 4 of your division games. You play garbage. Why are you taking a pass rusher? It's stupid. That is a dumb pick.
Just out of curiosity, if the picks were reversed, if they took a tackle at 5 and an edge rusher at 7, would you still be upset?
No, still stupid. It's still dumb. You need 2 offensive tackles. Your tackles are Andrew Thomas and Matt Gano. Who the hell is Matt Gano? Who the hell is Matt Gano?
I had to look up Matt Gano. Started in 2020, didn't play a snap in 2021 due to injury. Got cut. He's not that good.
No.
Cousin of
take one
Guys, I'm a Pats fan and I'm angry. Okay, great. This idiot. Why is he making the money that we should be making? Because clearly we would have made the pick. We would have made the better pick.
I'll say this, though. It is interesting for a guy that has... Clearly, the Giants aren't worried about the off-field concerns, any of those red flags, because this is a new regime. So taking, your first-round pick, taking that option, it is a little bit surprising to me. But I thought this was the one mock pick I had correct so far.
I just want to state for the record that with Trayvon Walker at number 1 overall, that the University of Georgia now is tied for the most number 1 overall picks in history. Because, in case you forgot, Matthew Stafford, Super Bowl winner, went number 1 overall in 2009. And then they also have the number 1 overall picks in 53, 45, and 43.
Everyone else can talk. I'm just going to hold this up here.
Who does this pertain to? Is this just a blanket statement against the first round?
How
So
long
far,
can
none
Joe
of us are
hold
happy.
this guy? That's the question.
It is a statement to the Jaguars, to the Texans, and to the Giants.
Bust.
Oh, the Carolina pick is in.
So just 60% of the draft so far.
All right.
Just
Does
the
Sam
odd
have a
numbers.
job
Just the
tomorrow?
odd numbers.
Right, got it.
Let's see.
I'm
The
gonna
odd
take my
numbers have
headphones
fucked up.
out until freaking Roger Goodell tell me who's the pick
Dude,
is, so Michael doesn't ruin it again.
I said I wasn't going to swear. I said I was going to be good tonight. And then the Giants go fucking do that. Morons.
Tough. Can I just say something real quick that has nothing to do with day one? But this is the rumor I'm hearing, and it's making me upset. And I just need to address it somewhere where it's on the record. If the Commanders waste a pick on a running back, I'm going to riot.
You're talking day 2 or 3?
I don't care where they draft him. Even if it's in the 7th round, you have a top 5 running back in the league, and I just can't stand that that's the projection.
Yeah,
And
Jared
I love it.
Patterson.
Yeah, J.D. McKissick, yeah.
He's back. He took a vacation in Buffalo.
What was that? Why did he Josh McDaniels the Bills? What happened?
No.
Didn't multiple people Josh McDaniels their team this year? Wasn't there somebody else that said they were signing somewhere and then they went back to their team?
Now I don't trust ESPN. They're so-and-so has signed a contract, and I'm like, oh, all right. And then it's psych. No, he didn't. And it's all right, so why report it?
Yeah. I wait for 24 hours for it to be confirmed officially.
But these Giants picks, man, you had 2 in the top 10, and then Aaron Rodgers was being floated. Russell Wilson, who I don't think is worth 2 first-round picks, but he was out there. There were guys to go get instead of Kayvon Thibodeau.
Imagine they're going to trade the 7th pick. They're going to be so classic Giants. Remember, we all thought they did a good thing last year, traded back, right? Gave the pick away, traded back. Kadarius Toney.
Oh,
really?
God, don't remind me.
Oh,
don't
wow.
remind
Really?
me. That was terrible. But let's focus on what's gonna happen here because the pick is in for Carolina. Who is it going to be?
Hopefully,
I can't believe they even made.
We're gonna find out if Sam Darnold has a job tomorrow.
Yeah, this also confirms pretty much outside of a trade up that the Panthers are not picking on day 2. They don't have a second, third.
Yeah,
they don't pick again
why,
until 135, I think.
It's awful that they made this pick. I mean, to not have another pick until the 4th and not do anything, especially with every tackle on the board.
Like, wait, Jason, do you know who the pick is, or you're just saying they made the pick?
I don't even care who it is. Like, the fact that they picked at 6 with every offensive tackle still left to be selected, and no picks until the 4th round.
No, they picked.
They did pick.
Well, there was a lot of buzz about Philly wanting to move up, but all the rumors were for Stingley or Thibodeau. With those two guys off the board, that's now one team that doesn't want to move up.
Right.
So it's not a bad pick because their offensive line is garbage. But yes, they 100% should have traded back.
Yeah.
Because they don't have any picks.
No.
If they were to take someone here though, they made maybe not in other people's, Evan Neal or Icky, they made the right positional pick. Go ahead, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Did they though? Because now they're rolling Sam Darnold out there again.
Here's the thing:
trade into day 2 or something.
Are any of these quarterbacks exponentially better than Sam Darnold?
Oh my God! So yes, I firmly believe in Malik Willis being.
I said exponentially.
So much better.
There's better, and then there's exponentially better.
So much better.
Not
significant
superstar quarterback.
Significantly better.
Okay, Malik but Willis. This suit is pimping.
Yeah, he's Nigerian, so that's the colors of the Nigerian flag.
I dig it.
Josh, I'm telling you. Malik
also,
Willis,
Roger Goodell trying to say his name was.
I like Willis. I think he's got a lot of upside, especially with his legs. But he has a lot to learn when it comes to being a quarterback because he hasn't been playing the position long.
Honestly, in the NFL now, they're going to that spread offense that the NCAA is doing. He doesn't need. It's not the old NFL where you don't need Tom Brady anymore. You just don't.
We always need Tom Brady. Shut your mouth.
The Bucks needed him again, clearly.
What I'm saying is when you're a quarterback coming out, like Dan Orlovsky was big on, he's slow on his progressions. Well, that's not the offense they run in Carolina. They don't need to run that many progressions. Throw it to Christian McCaffrey and let him do stuff.
Jason, I just saw this flash on the screen, and I'll go from Jason to Josh. How do you feel about the Jason Peters comparison for Icky?
Well, those are literally big shoes. I mean,
giant shoes.
I'm an Eagles fan, so I mean, Josh.
Hey, all right, I like you.
So,
and you're talking about a kid that's just gotten drafted, and you're going to say, "Hey, this is Michael Jordan." I mean, for me, Jason Peters is that iconic in the NFL and has that big of a reputation that. I mean, that's lofty to put that on. And I don't think it's fair to the kid, to be honest with you. I mean,
no, that's fair.
You're going to try to live up to that height. But, I mean, he's certainly a talented kid, but, I mean, he's got to prove it on the field.
Josh, he had the 7th best run blocking grade in the FBS last year. Does that give you any hope for the Jason Peters comparison?
Yes and no. I mean, he still needs a lot of work with pass sets, but, I mean, look, this is a team that wants to run the football. Like, you get a healthy Christian McCaffrey. They bring in Deonta Foreman as a bruiser to kind of take some pressure off of McCaffrey so where they don't have to play him 100% of snaps. Like, they're going to run the football. He makes a lot more sense here than someone like Charles Cross, who's, his upside lies more with pass sets because that's what they did at Mississippi State. So it makes a lot of sense from where Icky's strengths are with what Carolina wants to do in that position. But in terms of being Jason Peters, give him a couple of years before we start throwing out Hall of Famer type comparisons.
100%. They had him when they flashed his graphic. They said strength of a heavyweight, feet of a lightweight. Jason Peters.
He's a strong man. Like he is going
dude
to
looks
bully
strong.
Some people. Yeah,
I mean
he is going to bully some people at 310.
I mean the most famous Nigerian was Christian Okoye, and that dude was an absolute literal tank. So go ahead, Steve.
They need to stop doing this whole comparing people to Hall of Fame. Like there has to be another player that's middle of the road, that's decent enough that their fan base can be like, oh, all right. Like that's not like.
So you're not talking the Jerry Rice comparison that Player Profiler did to
CeeDee they'll be like, oh, Garrett Wilson's Jerry Rice. It's like, okay, well, why don't we aim for someone who's a good route runner without elite speed? Someone I don't know, Chris Godwin. I don't know. That's a pretty That's
Does
a better.
I guess this is kind of top tier. Does Cooper Kupp have elite speed? I don't know if Cooper Kupp has.
No, he did not.
So
No.
but he's a great route runner. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
But
Keenan
so
Allen.
PFF
Keenan
compared
Allen, great one.
Icky to Kelechi Osmeli.
That's fine. Kelechi Osemele is a fantastic offensive lineman. Fantastic. But he's not, you're right. Kelechi Osemele is nowhere near Jason Peters.
Right, but
Right.
still something that you would look at as
Be
fans and
happy.
like, all right, yeah, we
Dude.
got something.
Pro Bowl caliber player. And I know Michael's going to announce the Giants pick that's about to come in.
I am, because that pick is in. They're going with the offensive tackle, Evan Neal out of
thank
Bama. Shout out to Sean Oldham, one of my childhood friends in this chat in my league, who shouted out me being 1 for 6 on my picks. I'm now 2 for 7. So thank you, Sean.
Oh, Sean
Yeah,
always
this-
keeping his buddy in check.
This pick makes a lot of sense for me for the Giants because
Makes complete
Neal
sense. 'Cause
has
it's a tackle.
lot. Well, yes, it's a tackle, sure, but Neal played every line position in Alabama, so he has the flexibility where, like, Icky and Charles Cross were strictly left tackles. They already have a left tackle in Andrew Thomas, who took a lot of time to improve as a run blocker, but is still good in pass sets. Evan Neal can come in. He can work as a guard. He can play right tackle, and they don't have to mess with, the positional sets and screw with some of these guys' strengths and make them relearn new positions.
Right. Well, he's got Alabama pedigree too, so I mean that doesn't hurt either. I mean,
That's like the best point.
he's been coached.
Alabama, schmalabama.
At this point, I'd only draft players like positions based on the school they went to. Like if you're a wide receiver, I'm only drafting Clemson wide receivers. I'm only drafting like Alabama like tackles.
Right.
Bama receivers.
Georgia
I'm sorry.
defense.
But Bama's
Ohio
had
State
some.
receivers.
Georgia.
So
Tech.
Josh, you're an Eagles fan. I got to
I am.
ask you, do you think Howie starts to get itchy to move up to get Hamilton now? With him falling, we're at 8 now. and he
Yeah,
hasn't been
but
taken
here's
yet.
the thing. I think Atlanta might want Hamilton, to be honest.
Oh, I think they
because-
might.
Atlanta
too.
should
They
not
were-
touch the defense.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
see, that's the thing. I really don't know what Atlanta's going to do because they have so many needs across everywhere.
Right,
Like
yeah.
they invested in a
Correct.
top 5
Shoes.
pick last year at tight end, but
Yep.
it's like
And they took Grant in the
do you
second
keep
round
trying to
last year
build
at
the
safety
offense
too.
and just say, you know what, we'll figure out the defense once we settle on who we're going to play at quarterback or what. But
I am.
Yep.
There you go.
I don't know, but yes, I think Howie is going to start itching to get up. And one of our next guests that's going to be coming on here is he's also a big Eagles fan. He lives up in Philly and writes with Yahoo, and
Nice.
he thinks Howie wants Jameson Williams. So I wouldn't be shocked if
I would
if
be
that's
surprised
the
if he
move up.
didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually
so
shocked
sad
that we
that-
haven't seen a receiver go yet.
Yeah.
Just at large. I mean, we're at
I'm
8.
so
We
sad it
haven't
doesn't
seen
look
a
like
receiver
Jermaine
yet.
Johnson's going to get drafted while I'm on this stream. I was hoping to celebrate a Seminole going, but
I mean, look, Falcons, they need defensive end help. Maybe this is their guy.
They do.
the Falcons shouldn't pick anybody here. They need like 7,000 picks. Like they need a whole team makeover.
yeah, they do.
They look
I
like a
wouldn't
USFL team. That's how bad they are right now.
Yeah.
I want to
do you
say
think about Willis
say
here?
that's disgrace, but no.
Willis would
That's
be
who
a
I
good-
think. I
that'd be
think that's
fine.
who it is.
Yeah.
That's who my
honestly-
mock has.
Right now, it's
Yeah.
Kyle
Go for
Pitts and
Steve.
the Funky Bunch. Like this is the weirdest team I've ever seen in
Yeah.
my entire life. Like this is
Well, their
terrible.
receiver room is god awful.
It's like
I
they
mean,
traded
Auden
Julio
Tate
and
is
went,
their
well, I guess
wide
we're just not
receiver
going to
one
play
right
anymore.
I don't.
Julio Jones left and left like a weird curse on the Falcons, and the Falcons just gave up playing.
Sorry,
Jason,
reaction to that Evan Neal box jump. Sorry, go on, Joe Zollo.
No, you're good.
That was something.
Jason, it's funny you bring up Willis because I had thought this too when they were sitting at 8. I'm like, why is no one talking about a quarterback to Atlanta? And I think they could vie for the number 1 pick next year. I think they're so bad that at this point, I think they want pieces to help build around the quarterback that they are going to take most likely in 2023, if not 2024.
They play
So-
Sam Darnold
Well, that's
twice a year;
fair.
they'll be
That's
fine.
totally
Yes, because they got Mariota for 2 years, and
But I
And
think
now-
it's one of
Hardly
those
a starter
front-funded
worthy deal.
contracts.
Like
yeah, so that's why I don't think they take a quarterback here.
Right. The only reason I said Willis, I totally agree with everything you just said. But the only reason I suggested Willis is because everything I'm reading on him the NFL anyway. I mean, you guys can disagree, but the NFL seems to think he needs some grooming, that he's not ready to step in year 1 and play. And so if that's your long-term plan, you're going to just suck this year.
Yeah.
As Atlanta, put the kid on the bench, let him learn from Mariota. Mariota can take his lumps all year long. You go out there and throw to garbage receivers all year. You're still high up next year. And now you've got your quarterback of the future, and you can use your top capital on, a tackle or some other high premier position because you already got Willis waiting to take over.
That's why I think they should. This will be my last point before I jump off. I think that's why they should trade back, accept the fact that you're going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. Go get pieces around your future quarterback. Just trade back, acquire assets, and prepare for next year because there's nobody you're going to draft right now that's going to make any impact on the year.
No
well,
way.
they are not trading back because the pick is definitely in.
No way.
Son of a bitch.
I think
No
it's,
way.
I think it's going to be Malik Willis. I've not seen it yet. Wow. I have
No
seen
way.
It. That
There's
is
no
absurd,
way.
A colossal bust, and that's fantastic. But
No.
I'll let people speculate on who that could be as I type this one.
I know who it is because my buddy texted me, and I don't want to believe that this is the case. But
It's the case.
but holy shit,
Uh-oh.
My God.
he should not even be drafted in the first 2 rounds of rookie drafts this year.
Boy, that's...
Drake fucking London, seriously?
Really?
That's a worse spot than Philly.
Oh, man.
Are you serious? All right.
And so who we're talking about? We're talking about
No, they're
USC
not
wide
known
receiver
for making smart decisions.
Drake London is
They're
crying.
building that offense right now in Atlanta.
I'm crying.
I'm actually, I kind
I'm
of
crying.
like it. I do. I kind of like it because
Julio
then they
2.0.
can focus on getting their quarterback and their defense next year.
I'm
Joe,
crying.
Maybe they're doing
1
something.
P
there. I don't know.
8 2 3.
I'm
All
crying.
right, it's 9 o'clock.
All right.
Jason,
Thanks,
Steve,
guys.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Tell
Thanks
everybody
for
where they
having
can find
me,
you
man.
guys.
It was a
and we'll go
blast.
from there.
Yeah. Follow Jason at Spidez, SPYDES78. Follow Steve at FF by committee.
Souned great.
Boom.
Thanks, guys.
Look
Good
for
luck. Have
Jason's
fun.
later.
work in the IDP
Thank you,
Guys
guys.
Rookie Magazine. too.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Go buy it. We'll see you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, and in turn, we're going to also welcome in Mark
Drummy.
Drumheller, as well as
Drumheller.
Grant Gillilan. My guy Grant. How's it going?
Grant, how do you
How's it
pronounce
going,
your
guys?
last name? Because I think it's BS every time you actually say it.
It's Gillilan.
I butchered it? Gillilan?
There's
Oh, I butchered it. I'm
L at
sorry.
the end. It's Gillilan. Stop with
Yeah,
that.
the English language is a little different,
Where's Ellie?
So let's get some quick
downstairs.
reactions here on Drake London to the Falcons. Mark, we'll start with
Honestly,
you. and then
guys,
we'll go to Grant.
I think it's an okay pick because they do need receivers. But in the long run, I don't know how much it's really going to help them.
Mark.
I was
Yeah, I don't-
really thinking they were going to take an edge just based off of what they really needed.
Drumheller. Go.
Yeah, they definitely need receivers, but I just don't know if this is the route. I mean, it's shocking that, London is the first, wide receiver off the board. Like, I look at him and Josh, you can feel me a little bit with this, but little JJ Arcega-Whiteside in him, it looks like. Like, big, tall,
That's
kind of more of like a
disrespectful.
tight end, kind
That's
of guy. and
disrespectful.
It's,
Mark, have
I don't
you?
I'm
know,
all
man.
for this, Mark. I'm all for it.
Mark, have you? By chance, did you watch any Drake London? By
I've watched
chance.
some Drake London, absolutely.
Okay.
Not saying that they're, he's going to be out of the league in 2 years like Arcega-Whiteside is, but when you look at the bevy of talented receivers in this draft class, you look at Chris Olave, you look at Garrett Wilson, you look at Jamison Williams. For them to draft Drake London here, I think is crazy. I mean, yes, can he get contested catches? Sure. He played inside. He played outside. There's a lot of good things he can do, but he doesn't really have a second gear. He's not a guy that's going to continuously beat NFL teams vertically. So, maybe it fits what, Arthur Smith wants to do offensively, but I just think that if that was your receiver, I would have went in a different position.
How do we feel about Alshon Jeffrey coming out? Just wondering. Do we think he
Didn't
could
love
break
him.
coverage?
I'm not going to lie. Yeah.
You didn't love him?
I didn't
Okay.
love him.
His
Didn't love
con-
Alshon Jeffrey.
Contested catch was great, though, right?
Correct.
They run the same 40.
Yeah. they
And
do.
Drake London's a better route runner. I'm sorry. He's a better route runner, and he's shiftier.
Very
Joe.
true. And you know who else is bigger? better NFL defenses at this point.
Hey,
The
listen,
NFL defenses
Mar-
are more athletic. the safeties are more rangier, have better closing speed. I'm not saying that that Drake London is guaranteed to be a bust or whatnot. I'm just saying that I think that there are a lot of other receivers on this board with much higher upside than Drake London.
Okay.
Sorry, I just saw the NFL Network just comped Drake London
that's a
to Larry Fitzgerald.
Awful comp.
And
Awful.
I just want to quickly note how
just now
terrible
seeing
that
it.
is.
That is
Okay.
That's
I wanna
very
say two
disrespectful.
things. One, these hats are terrible. Two, Joe, who did you have in your bold predictions as wide receiver 1?
It wasn't a bold prediction. Drake London going as the number 1 receiver was not a bold prediction. I made fun of Ryan saying that Drake London
I
going
couldn't remember.
1.
No, I couldn't remember who. I couldn't remember who I was legitimately asking.
Oh, yeah,
Who
no.
someone said as a wide receiver 1.
Ryan said Drake London going as the first receiver off the board was bold, and I told him that's not bold because people have mocked him to be the first receiver off the board.
Thank you, Ryan, in the chat.
Everyone knows that has watched our show. I think Drake London is the best receiver in the draft. I'm not gonna lie to you. I want no part of him, 0 part of him right now. I don't want any part of him. And that is
to know how he's gonna work with Kyle Pitts.
Well, that
because in a
offense,
way,
yeah.
they're very similar.
like
big-bodied receivers, contested catches. Like they need speed.
And I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's why I thought, like someone like Jamison Williams would have fit better there.
I think they're going to run 3 receiver sets. A lot of the highlights they were actually showing, London was running out of the slot. So I wonder if, and I'm not saying they're going to put London in the slot, but I wonder if they're going to use Olamide Zaccheaus, who has good top-end speed, as their deep guy, because defenses are going to pay no attention to him. They're going to key in on Pitts and Drake London. And I'm not saying Marcus Mariota's deep ball is anything to write home about, but that could be what they're potentially going for. Or, I mean, if they want to build up their receiving core, there's still plenty of good 2nd, 3rd, even 4th round guys that have top end speed at the receiver position that they can go and get.
Yeah, they're not relying on Auden Tate in the slot, and especially if we're not talking speed either. So
yeah,
I mean, you still have some slot receivers out of free agency
Wait,
too.
they have Auden Tate as well?
They signed Auden Tate.
Why the hell do they need Drake London?
I've
listen,
not heard that.
This is
I have not heard
an honest
that. I love
question.
that.
Like systematically, like do you feel like maybe this is an indication that Arthur Smith believes that Marcus Mariota can be the quarterback in the future?
That's a
But
very
it seems
naive
like he's
thought.
building the offense like around his skill set, and a little early for that in the Marcus Mariota Atlanta marriage. I think to be going out and doing that, and I just it raises the question. I mean, to me, it's an interesting pick for sure.
Well, this next pick is in. I'm filling it out as we go. But Seattle
This
did
is the
not
smartest
take...
move that the Seahawks have ever made.
Well, then I'll let you announce it.
No,
Go for it.
The hardest move that the Seahawks have ever made is throwing at the 1 instead of handing the ball off.
Faith, drink some water, honey. Drink some water.
Nope, I'm good.
Charles Cross, offensive tackle from Mississippi State.
Holy shit! They didn't draft a Texas school linebacker.
The smartest draft pick they've ever made.
Grant, let's get you in here. I mean, we know the history of Seahawks first round picks. They're terrible. So they got this pick obviously from Denver from trading Russell Wilson. How do you like the Charles Cross pick?
Well, they definitely need a offensive tackle because they were 20th in sacks in the league last year. So need to give whoever the next QB is enough protection to get that ball out in time to their guys like Tyler Lockett. So I do like this pick.
Anybody else? Go for it. Chime in.
This is like the boyfriend who gets dumped and then goes to the gym immediately after and gets in shape. Like that's really, it's like we lost Russell Wilson because we would not build an offensive line around him. So then they trade Russell Wilson for a bunch of picks. They're going to bring in a quarterback who's not Russell Wilson. Let's protect Drew Lock. That's a great idea. See how that works out. But listen, the pick is great on the surface. I just think it's hilarious that they wait a year too late to do it. It did do this type of pick last year. You might still have Russell Wilson.
I can't wait to see petty Russell Wilson this year. That's all I want to see because you're sitting back and you're watching this draft play out, and you see that Seattle finally invests in the offensive line. Now, granted, most of the time when they pick, there's not really a quality offensive lineman around them to pick.
That's fair.
Or they trade the pick for, a safety.
LJ Collier.
Honestly, I would have laughed my ass off if this would have been Kyle Hamilton. I shit you not. I would have died laughing on this stream.
It was funny. A lot of people thought if a guy like Hamilton, or I think a lot of people, I had seen that, like, even the defensive back, because they're like, oh, they need to rebuild the Legion of Boom if they want to get back to dominance. No, they fucking don't. They need this. They need a tackle.
Yeah,
like
it's the right pick. It's just hilarious they do it now.
But like you're a run first team. How do you not invest in your offensive line?
See, what's also interesting to me though is with both Seattle and Carolina not going quarterback, I'm wondering if both or which one, who's calling out for Baker Mayfield right now. I'm wondering how much that's factoring into this decision.
So there's reports here in Ohio that Carolina is the top contender for Baker Mayfield. But it's funny, Joe just said
up
Seattle's
a
a run
Fritos
first
Lay's
team.
bag of truckload of chips for him. Like, I mean, come on. They don't have any fucking
I would take
picks.
a quesarito. I would take a
Cool Ranch
quesarito.
Doritos, baby.
Yeah. What were you saying, Grant?
Taco Bell sounds really good right now.
It's funny that you said that Seattle's a run first team when yards per rush they rank 30th. So they really
they're
need help on the
terrible.
front.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're terrible. But they
Right
have
into a
nobody
brick
on the front to help.
What's ironic about that is I believe Rashad Penny led the league in yards per carry last year, which is hilarious.
He's fantastic.
Hey, listen, I let go of Rashad Penny at the beginning of last season because I'm like, I've had this guy on my dynasty team for 3.5 years. I am done with his shit. And then, of course, he goes off in the second half, and now I'm very angry. But also traded Devontae Parker for a 5th-round 2023 pick, and then he gets traded to the Patriots. Fuck me, right? So I hate dynasty.
I traded for Calvin Ridley about 3 weeks before that, news broke. But I also traded. I traded the boat for Christian McCaffrey right before he got hurt. But in that deal, I got Rashad Penny. So that deal is now the Rashad Penny deal, not the Christian McCaffrey deal.
Well, do we think the Jets go receiver here then? Because a lot of people had Jamison Williams here.
Yeah. I know Joel on our mock draft show yesterday, he's going to be on the stream with us a little bit later.
I think they were.
Yeah, and it's really just going to depend on which receiver they think fits best with what they want to do
with Zach Wilson.
I mean,
which might be none.
Very true.
What do you guys think the Jets do here?
That's what we were talking about, Faith. Drink a little more water there.
I'm not paying attention.
Yeah, that's okay.
I mean,
Drink a little more
their
water.
job, but-
So, I feel like it makes sense. Give Zach Wilson a weapon because Corey Davis sucks. So, give Zach Wilson a weapon. Elijah Moore, hopefully, is going to keep turn into something. Hopefully, you have someone, Michael Carter. Maybe you take a running back in the 2nd or 3rd round, even though that's probably not the biggest need for you. But I don't know. I feel like they got to go weapon here. Give your young guy a weapon.
I honestly wouldn't be shocked if they take Kyle Hamilton.
Kyle Hamilton's also a good pick.
I would not like that. I have Hamilton over 10.5, so I need this not to be Hamilton.
Ooh. Well, Mark, it makes complete sense because Marcus May is gone. So that makes complete sense for this team. And Marcus May was a fantastic safety for them when he wasn't injured. Marcus May now in New Orleans to replace Marcus Williams. And I'm not going to lie, I think that's an upgrade. So there is a glaring hole in the entire secondary for the Jets, but especially at safety.
Yeah, and honestly, the pick isn't. I'm still staring at a lovely backdrop that the TV team's got going there. But Garrett Wilson is the new wide receiver for the New York Jets, and I'm now 3 for 3. I'm 3 for 10 on my mock, so I'm actually feeling pretty happy about that. But probably not as happy as Mark is for the Kyle Hamilton
Yeah, we cashed in on that one. So Hamilton slides. That's a win for me. But and it's a win for me as an Eagles fan because Jameson Williams still on the board. So we have hope.
You want another freaking receiver, dude?
Well, we want a second receiver, is what we would like.
Draft in the second round, like you got.
Well,
fill your other holes.
But here's the thing, and this is why. Now, I wrote this up earlier in the week, and this is why I commended Howie. Like, instead of letting the board fall to you and have to make these tough decisions and relying on your evaluation, you target the best guy, you go get him, you keep it simple, right? Less chance of messing it up if you just go get the best guy. And I think that's what they did with Devonta Smith. They were like, hey, we're just going to keep it simple. We're going to get the top guy that falls to us. We're going to go up there and get him, stay in the top 10. And I think it's a similar situation. Like, the longer you wait to draft a wide receiver, the more you're relying on your evaluation, and that's a problem.
Garrett Wilson.
It'll be very interesting. It is a little bit a little split half and half there. But what I'm really interested to see is that Garrett Wilson and Elijah Moore, they fit kind of a similar role. I think they both will work great.
Jets to have the Ukrainian flag in the draft room.
Yeah, in the yards after catch system that what's his name, Mike LaFleur loves to use. Like, who's going to play the slot?
Yes.
There you go. That's the answer. I think they're going to move them around. They're going to find the matchups they want and move Wilson and Moore. And I think it's going to be great for fantasy for both of them, honestly.
Grant, anything on Wilson?
I just loved watching this guy play. He has so much potential to even just take the top of the defense. Watching him at Ohio State, I loved watching this kid every week. I think, unfortunately, going to the New York Jets, he's not going to produce the first year. But let's hope for the best for this kid.
Was Garrett Wilson?
Sorry, not to interrupt, Joe, but we have a trade here.
Unshockingly,
enough, the Saints have moved up to 11 with Washington. Washington moving back.
I don't know which pick. Yeah, I don't know which pick the Saints used, 16 or 19, but I know that the trade was in. Which I just want to say, I had a trade for the Commanders in our mock draft last night, so we technically got something right on this draft.
It was for the Pittsburgh Steelers, but yeah,
it's still a trade. A trade.
Now here's the thing: I do want to say that maybe the Saints are going to take a quarterback, but I remember the last time they traded up was for fucking Marcus Davenport.
Yeah.
So they could draft Troy Anderson here. Who knows?
Or Jermaine Johnson, but probably Troy
Jermaine
Anderson.
Johnson.
They have the 7th ranked defense last year. Really?
They were great. That team was much better. Cam Jordan was something else, and he has always been something else.
Cam Jordan's great. The rest of that defense?
They struggled. Over the top, though.
Yeah, like
they did struggle at the top. Demario Davis was.
It has to be a player that they didn't think would fall. So you wonder if it's like one of the receivers they liked. Now that we're seeing a run on receivers a little bit, is it Hamilton? We talked about Hamilton, right?
They just got Marcus May. There's no need for Hamilton.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe that's not the case.
I wouldn't be shocked if they're going receiver.
Grabbing one of these
receivers. Maybe they're trading up for
Jermaine
Jermaine Johnson.
Do they go Chris Olave, pair him with OU teammate, or
but
I guess
they need
not
to
teammate.
move up for Olave. Maybe
who's 12? Yeah, who's after
Vikings, Minnesota? They don't need a receiver unless they want to replace
they're
Thielen.
Probably going to go corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
So do they?
After that,
Duffy or Booth, I would think.
Houston does pick 13, and that is a prime spot for a receiver as well. To be fair,
if Houston wants to, they can go quarterback too.
Well, Houston.
I'm just anxiously trying to see who this
Leave Davis Mills
conversation
alone,
is.
Joe.
Houston has needs at 53 spots.
Yep.
and in the front office too.
I was gonna say 54 if you include the head coaching position as
Lovey.
well. So
yeah, good old.
Yeah,
Lovey.
no hate to Lovey, but
ran out of. Well, Illinois is a tough place to coach.
I honestly have no clue who they're going to take here because again, the last time they traded up, they took Marcus Davenport, and that was on nobody's radar. Not a single person's radar was Marcus Davenport on.
I will be sad if it's Williams.
I'll note this that we just had the top. You had the wide receivers go up, but we had the top tier tackles. I wonder if they're moving up
they're
to
all
Trevor
gone.
Penning because They need a tackle badly. They lost Ron Armstead. They saw what
Yep,
life was
they
like
did.
without him, and
Great
Ian
point.
Book saw what life was like without him, and that was not pretty.
But- But they probably could have sat at 16 or 18 and gotten a good tackle.
They could have done the same with Marcus Davenport, probably, right? So I think Trevor Penning is totally
They
in play
do
here.
enjoy getting rid of picks as well.
They do. It's a pastime, honestly.
They love trading them away. So maybe they were like, "Hey, this is a good way we can shave off some of these picks and go up and get a guy that we could have got by staying there." I hope so. I mean, I think when you look at the team, they have a lot of different needs, but they always have prioritized offensive line. They've always used high picks on offensive line, so I could definitely see that as a spot.
What if they're moving up for a quarterback?
Malik,
They have the pick of the litter.
That's what I said. They could bump up for a quarterback.
But-
I mean,
That's what a normal team
That's
does.
But they could grab a quarterback at their original position.
exactly. So
Right.
what's the point, Grant? It's so stupid. Oh,
I mean, again, you trade up because that allows you to get your pick of who you want at quarterback, right? And
guess.
that
Other
was the
teams
thing.
can
Like
still
that's
move up.
kind of what we were talking about with the offensive tackles, like with the Giants. It was like if they have a lot of these guys rated with very similar grades, and they know they're going to get one of them, they can make the move to get Thibodeau and say, you know what, we're satisfied if we get this tackle instead of getting this tackle. And that's essentially what they did there. So in this instance, I don't know that there's anybody between 11 and I'm presuming that they traded up from 16, which I still haven't seen the announcement on that yet, but I don't know that there's
I still
anybody
see
there.
there-
But what you're doing is you're basically boxing out Pittsburgh, right? Because Pittsburgh, we feel like wants a quarterback.
I have the announcement. New Orleans traded up to the 11th. They gave away the 16th, a third, and a fourth this year. So
Wow.
I feel like that's
And
I feel like that's a
they're
fair
trading up
trade.
for a quarterback, that's not a bad
No,
giveaway
that's
for a quarterback at all.
I feel like, and again I say this in pure foresight. It's a fair trade. I don't think they gave up too much to move up, right? You swap first and you lose a third and a fourth.
But
Okay.
what quarterback in this draft's worth that right now?
None of them, but Grant, in foresight, maybe in hindsight, this is a shitty trade. But I do want to add, it was the 98th pick in the third round. It's basically a fourth round pick. So they
But
basically traded two
Washington
fourth round
doesn't-
picks.
Yeah, Washington doesn't have a third or a second, I believe.
Yeah, and that 98th pick in the
Like,
third
this
round is
fills
compensatory.
Some of their mid rounds for them.
Which
I do
again,
have who they trade up for. Are we ready to announce that pick? Do you guys want to?
yeah, go for it.
Go for it because it wasn't a quarterback. It was wide receiver Chris Olave out of Ohio State.
That's a good pick.
Well, I did have mocked to them at 18, but wow, I think I did at least. But Saints are dumb, according to Joe.
No,
And I
dumbed. I spelled that
Dumbed.
appropriately. Dumbed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do a lot of reading for a living, but now
That's
I'm a
okay.
little bit
No,
rusty.
that's okay. I don't think it's a dumb pick, but you could have gotten Olave where you were.
Oh, and we have
Probably,
another
yeah.
trade immediately. Oh my goodness, the Lions have just traded up with the Saints, or with the
Woo!
sorry,
What?
with the Vikings, I
Vikings.
suppose.
Wow.
The Lions traded up?
What?
They did.
Where's
I'm not
Nate
sure what
when
they
you need
spent,
him?
but the Lions have traded up.
Who the hell do
Wow.
they want?
Well,
It's got to be a receiver, right?
They need a receiver. Yeah, it might
Yeah.
be. Yeah, it's got to be Jameson.
Let's quarterbacks as well. I mean, who knows? Like there's in the same way to
I can't believe the
Houston.
Vikings are helping.
Lions
the
could go a
division.
lot of different.
Why are they introducing Austin
I know.
Eckler and Tony Gonzalez for New Orleans Saints pick? Why?
Dang it, Joe. Remember that time that we were supposed to be in the same room with Austin Eckler?
I mean, in the future, sure, but that's neither here nor there. Why is Tony Gonzalez announcing a Saints pick? Someone explain this to me. Someone explain this to me.
I think
It's
he's lost though.
inexplicatory.
Oh my god, he was a freaking Falcon. So stupid. Oh
Is he from?
no.
Where's he
I don't know, but there's zero relation. He played for the Chiefs and the Falcons. There's zero relation to him in New Orleans besides owning the Saints whenever he played in the Superdome. That's the only
Which
relation.
I'm sure he's gonna have to mention here, but oh, and
Well, there's a Bolts fan and then Austin Eckler.
I'm
I'm
so
so
utterly
confused.
confused. But anyways, Chris Olave. Anybody? Like
It's a fit.
it's good. He has Jameis Winston as his quarterback, so that's a plus.
To quote Nate, it's a pick.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't
have
hate it.
yeah.
We know they need wide receiver help. We had Matt Waldman on our Stars of Tomorrow wide receiver show a couple weeks back, and he said that Olave is his number one wide receiver in this class. I think there's a lot of stuff that Olave does really well, especially with his route running. We've seen the speed as well, something that Michael Thomas doesn't have. So, I mean, I think these two can play off each other really well. It's ultimately going to be up to Jameis if he can get him the football.
And not the other team.
Go for it.
Precisely. Without
Yeah.
Sean Payton in his ear.
Yeah.
I had Chris Olave as my wide receiver 3. I like him a lot. I'm not worried about the late declare like a lot of people were, just because he was going to be a first-round pick last year. He did not use this year to boost his profile. He's just that good. And I don't know who's going to get him the ball downfield, but this is a different Saints team. It's no longer Sean Payton's roster. It's still, it's Pete Carmichael's, I guess, in a way, as well as Dennis Allen's, but there's a lot to love about Chris Olave. I do also have the compensation for the Vikings deal and the Lions. So the Lions set number 32, number 34, 66 for the Vikings number 12 and 46.
Wow.
It's pretty sizable, but
I feel like that's a lot for a receiver. That's got to be a quarterback. That's a
Or
lot
it
for
could
a
be
receiver.
it could be. I mean, maybe they go pass rush again.
They could double up, but
Like Jermaine
it's got.
Johnson or something, and then boom, boom, they got their bookends.
I think it's got to be a quarterback. That's a lot to give up for anyone outside of a quarterback, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because I think
What
at
if it-
32,
What
You
if they
coulda-
came at it here with it's
go ahead.
No, it's just saying it's interesting if they end up, trading up to get their quarterback, still getting Hutchinson.
You get
It's-
two
it's
foundational pieces right there.
Yeah,
And
it's not
the
bad.
Lions coached Malik Willis at the Senior Bowl. There was a lot of buzz early that Willis was their guy, and like we've mentioned before, we've talked about that connection between the Steelers and Malik Willis as well. There was a lot of buzz recently about how they do like Matt Corral. So there's a connection there with the Lions, and the Lions probably feel that they need to get out in front of Pittsburgh, and they started making calls, and the Vikings were the only ones that were willing to deal.
And we've also talked about how Malik Willis needs a year to get ready. Who better than to get
And they
ready
have time with
behind?
Goff.
Yeah, than Jared Goff.
He's under contract anyway, so
Yeah, and also Goff will still give you a top 10 pick next year. So
precisely.
go get a receiver
and you're
next
not
year.
really in a situation where there's high expectations for winning, so it's not like they're going to be screaming for Willis, right? Because they're fully committed to it being a rebuild. If they can get to 6-7 wins next year, they'll be happy. It's not going to be like week 3. Goff's not playing well, and they're like screaming to put in Malik Willis.
The last 2 Ohio State wide receivers picked in the first round. This doesn't bode well for Wilson and Olave. Ted Ginn Jr. and Anthony Gonzalez.
Yikes.
No hate on Ted Ginn, one of the best special teams returners.
Return guy, yeah, definitely.
Oh, one of the best returners of all time.
Yep.
His route tree consisted of a straight line, and that was about it. But
okay.
But
he was
ran
like-
that straight line really well.
play in high school. It was
Yeah.
pretty unbelievable.
This
Dude, Ted Ginn
this
was
draft
sick.
is moving. This draft is moving quicker than I don't think any of us even realized. So
Much
the
quicker,
pick is in
yeah.
for the Lions. The Lions have picked Jameson Williams, and not only
So
that, but
much.
the Eagles have also traded up to 13.
they got to be a receiver, right?
But wait a second. They trade up. Oh my god.
If these trends
They trade up
continue,
I love
after
that
they
there's 2
lose their
Eagles
guy.
fans
Oh
in
my
this
God.
stream right now.
I feel like at this point you miss out on Williams. So now you're trading up for Kyle Hamilton. It's got to be.
Oh,
What
I
if
hope
it's
not.
not?
If it's Kyle, it could be like Jermaine Johnson. It could be. I mean, defensively,
He does like his trenches, yeah.
yeah, that's the thing. But I don't know, man. I don't like that they missed Williams. Are we sure that's confirmed? It is Williams to Detroit?
That's what I saw from Benjamin Albright. I do believe that I trust Benjamin Albright's reporting.
No, I do too. I don't.
Benjamin Solak as well. Benjamin Solak, my bad, not Benjamin Albright. I just had that in my head. The trade. The Eagles and Texans trade is number 13 for 15, 124, 162, and 166. So was that a fourth and 2/5, I believe, right? So
yeah,
I'm
pretty much nothing, but moving up 2 spots there from 13 to 15, or 15 to 13.
I guess looking at the overall, what the Lions gave up, it's actually not that bad. They swapped second-round picks with the Vikings and gave up a third-round pick. I guess that's not bad, but I don't know. I feel like you could have gotten a lot more for the 32 if you waited. Because there was definitely going to be a team that wanted to trade back into the first round for a quarterback.
Okay, it is 9:30. My time has come. I'm sure you are all thrilled. Thank you, Mark. Nobody else will, but I appreciate you.
Did you just call me Mark Faith? Now I might no longer miss you. I don't know.
Oh, rip.
Either way, it was great having you.
Faith.
That's as perfect of a send-off as possible. Yeah. Thank you. Follow Faith.
Faith has been fun.
Leap of Faith, please.
Yes.
Great follow.
And don't forget Women of Fantasy at women_of_FF.
Yeah.
Yes. Kelly Singh, who is currently repping Women of Fantasy in the media room at the NFL Draft.
Woo! We love Kelly.
We love Kelly. Poor thing, took her a hard struggle to get there, but we got her there.
Let's go.
Let's go. Also, Vegas will not be the same in June after Kelly, Joe, and I converge. And then
yes. Yep. Bye, Faith. Thank you.
Bye. Faith. Don't miss me too much.
All right.
Mark, I think this is your send-off as well, buddy.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we can hold off for at least the Eagles pick, so you can react to that.
I have the Eagles plus 200 to draft a wide receiver first, so I'm starting to get sad because there's no wide receivers left, right?
Christian Watson.
Ryan said he'll wait, so we can do that. Let's bring in Austin because I know he's waiting too.
Yep, we can absolutely bring in Austin. How's it going, Austin?
Hey, y'all.
The NFL just announced
one of the newest writers with Club Fantasy. He's going to be on with us for the next hour.
The NFL just announced what?
A week 2 matchup. The Chargers will travel to the Chiefs on Thursday, September 15th.
All right, so we know Thursday, September 15th is week 2, so September 8th is the start of the season. There you go. Plan it.
It's got to be.
September 8th, start of the season.
All right, good. That's what I was.
I feel like it's Jordan Davis now. Now I think it's Jordan Davis.
Well, we should touch on everything happened so quick. Like, Austin, what do you think of the Jameson Williams to the Lions pick?
Really surprised that they traded up for Jameson Williams, or just a receiver in general. I'm very surprised at how quickly the receivers are going in this draft right now. Starting just with my Falcons, who I could take the next hour ranting about that. I wanted to see them build on the defense, or take the remaining top offensive line that was there, but nothing against Drake London. I wanted to see us do something a little different.
Got an offensive minded head coach, man. Just kind of what happens sometimes.
Yeah, and they took the wrong offensive player.
Do you think these teams are just freaking out right now because these receivers are coming so fast off the board? And
they got to be.
Well, I mean, It makes sense. I mean, at this point, pay him cheap by drafting him early, secure the 5th round, and then trade him before you have to pay him.
Well, I mean, this even reigns true in fantasy football drafts. When you see a run of 2 quarterbacks in a row, you're like, oh shit, maybe I should draft a quarterback here because maybe my guy's not going to be there in the next round. Because normally you'll see tight ends in the mid round. Sometimes they'll start flying off the board. Maybe you'll see a run of mid round wide receivers, and you're like, shit, I got to get my guy because people are going to start reaching. So, and this could 100% be the case that teams are panicking because they just see a lot of flashy players coming off
Or
the board.
The other case is maybe this wide receiver class isn't as deep as everybody thinks it is, and these teams are freaking out and need to go get their top guy, the top one, wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2.
I would love to see an analysis of the picks that people get when a run like this happens and the value that they gave up elsewhere, like both in fantasy and in this case, because I feel like if you start picking based off of the run, you end up losing like who the best player is available at the time. And that's what
Very
I
fair.
like. Kyle Hamilton being available at the 13th pick, like Houston is set up to get Derek Stingley if they keep the 13th. Eagles traded up.
They've
right?
traded out with the Eagles, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my word!
Stingley's gone. Stingley's like,
Yeah, he went third.
He went 3.
Yeah.
To Houston. So, I'm very interested to see who the Eagles take because
I think it's Davis because I think they had to get in front of Baltimore.
Baltimore
that's
to take
kind of
him.
the
That
thing,
makes
'cause
sense.
They're behind Baltimore at 15, so now they have Baltimore sandwiched, right? They had to get in front because they couldn't stay behind them. So you would think Baltimore type of player, defensive front, all that kind of makes sense.
I think if Davis goes to the Eagles, Baltimore stays put and they take Kyle Hamilton.
That would not
Possible.
Because if
I
Jordan
think
Davis
yeah.
doesn't go here, he's a Raven. It's not even a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Ravens are usually really good about just taking the people that just fall right in their lap.
I have some
Yeah.
under 15.5, so I'll take any of these next 3 picks with Jordan Davis, and then we're going to the bank with that one. But I'm gonna miss this Eagles. It's gonna be a little bittersweet because I'm gonna miss the Eagles plus 200 on the wide receiver that I thought was cash money. About 15 minutes ago, I thought it was money in the bank.
Josh, I wanna touch on your point. What's interesting is the Ravens seem to just have good defensive players fall into their lap. Remember when Patrick Queen went 26 and everyone was like, how the hell did we let Patrick Queen fall to the Ravens? That happened. So now the Eagles are like, we're not letting it fucking happen. It's not happening. You're not getting Jordan Davis, but then everyone's going to be like,
it still could happen. Like,
but it
they
still
may
could
not get
happen.
Jordan Davis, but maybe they land
Get
Kyle Hamilton.
It's like
Yeah.
a guy who a lot of people have projected in the top 5. So, man, I don't know. Interesting. But Jordan Davis can learn from one of the best, Fletcher Cox.
Big Fletch.
Yeah.
Hide your
And
hose.
And also they lost Alex Singleton too, who underrated middle linebacker.
Heavy metal.
Yeah, underrated middle linebacker. So they do need someone in that middle to plug it up. And if Jordan Davis doesn't scream plug, I don't know what does. So
On a side note, the biggest loser of this draft so far
the
has
Giants.
to be Aaron Rodgers, right? I mean, all of a sudden the Packers are one step and another step and another step closer to entering the season with Sammy Watkins as their wide receiver 1.
What do you mean?
And I
Treylon
still-
Burks and Christian Watson are still on board.
Traylon Burks is my wide receiver 1 of this group. I love
Dotson.
Traylon Burks. Dotson's still good.
John Mechie?
It's not a good trend. I'm not as interested in Mechie. I passed the boat on that one. I hopped off, rowed to shore, and burnt the boat. But I'm all about Traylon Burks. I would love to see him get picked. I do think Jordan Davis is going to be the pick here for the Eagles.
Yeah, if the
I don't think
NFL
they're
drags
going
this out any
receiver here.
longer. Receiver. Who do you think the
they're going
receiver
Burks.
is? Burks. I mean, if they go Treylon Burks, does that kill Miles Sanders? Does that destroy Miles Sanders? Because if people are talking about Burks being this Debo Samuel guy, that's got to kill Miles Sanders, right?
I think
Jalen
Miles
Hurts is
Sanders
already
kills
killing
himself.
Miles Sanders. Yeah, that either Miles Sanders is doing it to himself or Jalen Hurts is already doing it to him. Or Kenny Gainwell will,
Yeah.
But
Kenny G.
Kenny G. But either way,
I think it's got to be defense.
The pick has been in for 15 hours is what it feels like. So
it's because we
Must
just had
be
a
like
rush of like 7 picks in 2 seconds. It made
the
no
NFL is
sense,
like, shit,
but
this is going too quick. We got to
we got ads.
make it go longer.
We booked the whole
Gotta get
night.
some commercials.
We booked the whole evening.
We gotta get our money's worth.
So Houston received the 15th overall pick, a 4th round pick, and 2 fifths. I forget if we had already said that, but that's how that played out for Houston. And I'm not gonna lie, for
They gave up
Houston,
a lot to move up 2 spots, but yeah, I mean,
that's a good trade for Houston. Like you didn't need
it's a great
anybody
deal
at
for them.
13.
But again, like the Eagles needed to pay up because Davis was going to Baltimore otherwise. So
yeah, they needed, and like the Texans, they didn't need anybody at 13. It was not required that they there wasn't like a can't miss guy for them to really help. So get those picks in the later rounds, and I guarantee you one of those picks that Houston just traded for, they will not use, and it will be traded. So they're just going to use that as more trade bait later on in the draft. So Goodell at the podium surrounded by children and one kid who I'm sure is only 16 years old but 3 inches taller than Goodell. Just feels like inner city Philly breeding right there. Absolute stud athletes.
Somehow I've already been leaked the pick at 14. I'm going to hold off on it before
Been
I even
leaked
knew
at 14?
I don't know, but
already announced that pick.
our prediction, or at least half of our predictions, I think were right. Jordan Davis is the pick here for the Eagles.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense.
So, before we let Mark go, Mark, how do you like the pick? I imagine you like it.
I do. I mean, it's a need, right? I'm gonna have to see what this second pick is though, because I do feel like I don't know. I could be a little underwhelmed. Like after having these 2 picks, I just thought that they're going to need more dynamic players on offense. Like Zach Pascal is not going to cut it. And that's kind of my concern is this is supposed to be, the prove it year for Jalen Hurts. Like we have to find out. Last year we had some excuses, this year, no more excuses. He needs to take a big leap and you got to put weapons around him. You can't be trotting out Jalen Reagor. We know that's not the answer.
I'm sorry. He's 6 foot, almost 7, and runs a 4.78. That's just who made that? Who made that?
He has 100th percentile speed score. I think they just made it just for him.
It's just ridiculous. Well, Mark,
and he didn't play third downs. Guy's got no mileage on him.
Dude's unreal.
Averaged 27 snaps a game.
Yeah,
love it. Mark, thank you for joining. We always love having you.
Appreciate you guys as always. Thanks for
brother.
having me.
Yes, sir. All right, Grant, while we bring in our next guest, talk a little bit about Jay Davis. How do you feel about that to Philly?
Man, I wish I could help you here. I just don't know much about him. So I'm no help here.
That's okay. I think the next guy we're going to bring in, Ryan, is the biggest fan of the Transformer, a.k.a. Godzilla, a.k.a. Thor, a.k.a. God and Jesus roped into one person, Jordan Davis. So, Ryan, I'm sure you're just happy to see Jordan Davis go.
Well, I say it's a perfect pick. It was perfect to get ahead of Baltimore. To be honest, he probably would have worked a little bit better in Baltimore's scheme, but you're not drafting a defensive tackle in IDP anyway, so I'm not too worried about him for fantasy purposes. But for the Eagles, it's just such a monster pick because you have somebody who can plug the middle. Eagles fans have been just bitching and moaning about their lack of linebacker. But one of the things that helps, helps linebacker is someone plugging the middle. So now you have Fletcher Cox and Jared Davis, and Mark brought up the best thing when he was leaving is there's no mileage on this kid. So you always have to be worried with these bigger guys when they come in about their health, but he's not coming out of college banged up. So this is just such a good pick for that Philly defense.
Yeah, Fletcher Cox getting older. He's only on a 1-year deal. We saw Javon Hargrave just absolutely ball out last year. I mean, those two right there, Davis and Hargrave, they're going to be the future defensive tackles. And then this year they can rotate the 3 of them. So you're still going to keep Jordan Davis's mileage down.
And let's not forget they brought in Hassan Reddick, who is one of the best pass rushers in the NFL right now. I think that's just such a monster pick. Oh, Joe, come on.
I mean, it's not – I don't think Hassan Reddick's even in the top 10.
Well, maybe not in consistency, but he's one of the few guys in the NFL who can manage 4 sack games. So,
yeah,
it helps with an interior presence, man. It really does.
Yep.
Like once a season.
How many other guys do it once a season, Joe?
I'd rather have a guy give me 18 sacks over the entire season instead of 4 in one game.
two
I would also rather TJ Watt and Myles Garrett.
Yeah, exactly.
Putting him as one of the best that's not even that's simply false.
Yeah, statistics don't matter. So
It's simply false.
Well,
It is.
we learned this when Trayvon Walker went first overall. So
I told y'all, don't trust the stats. Said it last night,
You did actually use those exact words.
which is hilarious because I love the analytics.
Who do you guys think is going at 14 to the Baltimore Ravens? That's the pick
Kyle
is in.
Hamilton.
That's who I
Kyle
think
Hamilton.
It is.
Yeah.
Gotta be Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah,
Trending
I
on
mean,
Twitter,
the
but it's
Ravens
already
have
been
like
taken.
3 needs. It's center and defense. Literally defense. Their defense is old, and they need to start filling in pieces where they can. And so just pick the best defensive player on the board. And again, once again, we see a stout defensive player just falling right in Baltimore's lap.
And the way that they play, they're always coming with the blitz, and so they need defensive backs who can handle that and can take the heat. And Kyle Hamilton, he's going to be fine back there.
And you do get Marcus Peters back to pair with Marlon Humphrey. You add in, a young safety here with Kyle Hamilton. It's slowly working back to, those good Baltimore defenses of the past.
To get Kyle Hamilton at 14, man, just because of
Criminal.
what, a 40 time? Just because of a 40 time, really.
Criminal.
That's absurd. This is a guy we were talking about as he is a can't miss prospect. He's going to transform your defense. As a Steeler fan, I'm just this is already a loss. Jordan Davis is gone. Kyle Hampton's going to be a Raven. The quarterbacks are here, which means oh yeah, we could get Malik Willis, and I'll talk myself into it, and then I'll cry myself to sleep. So it'll be just.
I also love how not a single quarterback has gone yet through 14 picks.
Yeah, that bold take's not aging very well. But
this is reeking of that Geno Smith draft.
Oh
Grant,
God.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't see a quarterback going until late first, maybe early second.
Which
At
is
this
where they
point-
should be going.
Yeah, at this point, I mean the only team legitimately you could see is Pittsburgh. I think in the near future right now.
And like
'Cause-
Pittsburgh is in a situation where I won't be mad if they take a quarterback because they have Mitch Trubisky, and so they at least have someone that's gonna. Now they need to fix that line, but at their spot, like they need to either trade back for someone on the line or just take a quarterback and find some offensive line pieces later.
Yeah.
Yep, and the Ravens did pick Kyle Hamilton, no doubt there, no brainer, and Najee Harris is going to feel that tomorrow.
Fun fact, said it on last night's show. Former college teammate of Kyle Hamilton, Cole Kmet, they scored the same amount of touchdowns last season.
Whoa, sorry, Joe. I Hollywood Brown is an Arizona Cardinal.
What?
Wait,
What? Wait, what?
According to Mike Garofalo, the Ravens are trading Hollywood Brown to the Arizona Cardinals.
For
I
what?
do not have compensation yet. I just have that's happening.
It's got to be pick 23.
Someone trade for Rashad Bateman while you still can before people find out and be that scumbag of your league because the rocket is going off now.
This like simultaneously destroys all of my Lamar Brown stacks in Underdog and benefits all of the ones where I got Bateman.
Yeah.
The Cardinals are trading number 23 for Hollywood and 100.
I mean,
Wow.
That's wow. I
Okay.
let someone else take that while I just
So long
Well-
for Rondell Moore. See ya. Bye. Peace toast.
Okay.
Never happened. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's admitting defeat, and we all kind of were on that.
So I mocked them in our mock draft we did, and they were a tough pick for me. I reached on Zion Johnson in our mock draft, and I didn't really love it because I didn't want any of the receivers there. So I don't really blame Arizona
hate it
for
at all.
trading out of that pick.
Nope.
I had George
look,
Karlaftis. as
DeAndre
Evans.
Hopkins took a
Purdue,
huge
but-
step backwards last year. He was hurt. He's obviously getting up there in age. They did re-sign AJ Green, but he's no spring chicken either. You lose Christian Kirk. Hollywood Brown could end up being their future wide receiver one by 6 weeks.
Yeah.
What do
And
you
they
guys
lost
do
Christian
if you're in
Kirk.
the
They lost
position of
Christian Kirk.
Arizona and don't know the future of Kyler Murray yet?
I mean, and that's what this trade does. You're trying to
I
give
was just
Murray
gonna say,
incentive that
yep.
you're here to help him. You want him to stick around. That's the way that I look at it.
You know who the big winner of this trade is, Joe?
AJ Green?
No,
I have no idea.
James Prochet.
Oh, yes, my boy. Oh, look the fuck out for the SMU Mustang, James Prochet. Holy shit, Ryan. You just unlocked so much right there.
I forgot
Listen.
about James Prochet. Wow.
Guys,
We
let
don't
me
forget about
give
James
me-
Prochet on Club
give me
Fantasy.
give me my 45-second rant on James Prochet. He finished as a startable wide receiver last year in one game. Okay, finished as wide receiver 36. He was startable as a flex play, so he can play the game. Like, he is such a crisp route runner, and he has fantastic sideline work, which was shown in multiple plays last year where he caught the ball on the sideline. If James Prochet gets a shot because they traded Hollywood Brown, I will go walk and kiss John Harbaugh on the lips, because that is an incredible trade if that reigns true. Ryan, I'm gonna go pick up James Prochet right now in our dynasty league just because. Eno Benjamin, fuck you, you're off my team. Goodbye. See ya. Oh, Ryan, I love you. What a guy. What a guy.
He
Am I
went
even
10
logged in?
picks. 10 picks, no trades, and all of a sudden now we were just bombarded on and off the draft.
Well, what we said it at the beginning, it was 5.5, right?
Yeah, no, I think the
So there's already been
over's on
4.
track.
Yeah, there's
Over's
already
on
been 4.
track. Now, we do have the Texans on the clock, traded back before, who are, again, we've said it, Texans need everything. So how do you draft everything with this pick? Because the pick is in.
Definitely not wide receiver.
It's not wide receiver.
Oh.
They went guard.
Did they actually? I do not have that right now.
Kenyon Green from Texas A&M.
Kenyon Green.
What's interesting is I had Green. We talked about this at the beginning. I think it was Michael and I. I had Green going to the Cowboys, missing on Zion Johnson, but now the Cardinals trading out of that pick. I'm like, maybe they don't miss. So
that
I don't even have to drop anybody.
I don't hate it. Protect Davis Mills. Give him a chance to show that he's your starter.
Yep.
I don't hate it. Yeah. It's a little bit early for a guard for me.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a reach. Like I would have preferred Zion, but
listen, if he's going to slide in, he's going to be an immediate starter, and that's ultimately what the Texans do need. They need to protect Davis Mills. They need to give him a fair shot. So, I mean, Derek Stingley at the
run game too.
So I don't know. They do.
Yeah.
They really do.
They hit too.
Even just from an assessment point of view, like, make it so that you can figure out if Davis Mills is actually your quarterback or not.
Yeah.
Solve all the other
Davis
problems.
Mills is a good quarterback. I like Davis Mills.
I like him too.
Give him this year because none of these quarterbacks are outstanding. So you can always grab a quarterback next draft if Davis Mills doesn't work out.
Exactly.
And at this
what
rate,
do you have to lose? You're probably going to be in the bottom 10 again.
Yeah.
And at this rate, Houston has the quarterbacks, unless they all fall right now, which that's not going to happen. Houston could still take one with their 2 second-round picks.
Yep,
that's very true. At this point, I was a big Davis Mills guy last year. I'm let's ride this kid. Like, you're building a line around him. You have one of the better wide receivers in the league. I don't mind Nico Collins as a wide receiver too. They need to get a slot wide receiver because I do not trust Chris Moore. He's more of a kick returner. They have to get a slot wide receiver. But this draft has plenty of those. So
this could be a situation with Washington. I mean, they could easily go offensive line too, losing Brandon Scherf.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of directions. I mean, I could
look at
make an argument for half the board right now.
I don't think they really have a defensive need. Maybe cornerback. I mean, you can never have too many cornerbacks.
I would say Trent McDuffie.
Yes.
Yep.
But is their scheme more zone or man? Because
I think they run man.
Yeah, so I don't like Trent McDuffie.
Yeah.
There then.
I would like to see.
I would love to see a running mate for Scary Terry.
I think with Terry's downfield ability, Treylon Burks fits this so well.
And getting him before Dallas comes up on the clock would be peak NFC East here because Jerry Jones is going to have a hard-on for his Razorbacks.
But they also need a cornerback so badly.
Yeah.
Yeah, their DBs are tough. But I mean, we've been
And they looked so good on paper heading into
I
last
say
year.
McDuffie's. This is within the range of where he could have went. Vegas was kind of like iffy on him, but he's also like the last top of the draft corner left. And if Washington's looking at it that way, that's the pick.
So yeah, their corners going into the season are William Jackson, Kendall Fuller, Benjamin St. Juste, who was a 3rd-round pick last year for them. William Jackson, hot and cold last year.
Yeah, that's the issue with him.
He came off a great year in Cincinnati, got paid, good for him. Yeah. Kendall Fuller, meh.
He's had good years, but he's past them.
Yes, exactly. Benjamin St. Juste, obviously a third round pick. We don't know from last year. If there's anywhere they're going to go on the defense, it's corner. But if it's Trent McDuffie, it's the wrong pick. So,
I mean, he's what's left at this point. You just have to wait if you don't take him. Like, take one of the second round guys.
I think to Grant's point, give Terry McLaurin, a Traylon Burks, even a Christian Watson. Like, give him someone the opposite side of him that is not a hurt Curtis Samuel or Cam Sims. And don't get me wrong, I think Cam Sims is a good receiver. He's not a wide receiver too. Cam Sims is a great complement as a 3 because he has good hands and can get open, but he's not going to get open against the second best guy on the defense.
They don't have a single passing stat that's in the top 20 of the NFL.
No.
They need somebody.
Yes.
They need somebody.
That is humbling.
And just give Carson Wentz another weapon. Please, just give him another weapon to throw to, make him feel more comfortable.
To overthrow to?
To overthrow to underthrow to. You know what's great in Bismarck, where Carson Wentz is from? He is on a lot of West.
Joe, I apologize because I have a bigger news than Hollywood freaking Brown. Who cares? The Titans are planning to trade A.J. Brown to the Eagles.
What?
Get the fuck out of here!
No way.
Get out of here!
What?
Per Schefter.
Oh, hold on. That's not true. That's not true. Wait till 17 other people confirm it. Fuck Adam Schefter. That dude is trigger happy. Okay?
No, I agree, but oh my god.
Yeah, I will believe that when I see it come across my fucking draft stream. There's no way I believe that.
Here's the real question.
Why? Who cares about the draft anymore? I mean, it's AJ Brown. What?
Bam!
Who's Ryan Tannehill throwing to?
Who gives a fuck?
Robert Woods.
Robert Woods. He's not going to be there till week 10. He tore his ACL. What do you mean?
Wow.
Holy shit. Well, let's see who the Commanders took.
Wow.
The Commanders took Jahan Dotson, so they did take someone to go opposite.
Wow.
They took someone.
Dotson went above Burks?
Yep.
They took someone to go opposite Terry McLaurin. Now, Grant, I'll let you talk on this because you brought up this secondary guy. Thoughts on Jahan Dotson?
I was just going to say, I can't believe Burks has just fallen. I thought he was the last of the top tier receivers in my mind. But I guess if Washington really sees this guy as a running mate to Scary Terry, best of luck to them. But we all know it's the Washington Commanders. So
Exactly. Okay. Now, really quick, it was confirmed by Diana Rossini, so I'll trust Diana Rossini, not Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
I feel like the Eagles just fleeced the Titans because they gave up the 18th and a third.
That's it?
The 101.
That's it.
Oh my god.
And I believe that's a comp like 3rd round pick, so basically a 4th.
So the Eagles paid more to trade up and get whoever they took to get Jared Davis than for AJ Brown.
Well, to be fair, that was a bunch of 5th and 6th round picks.
Josh.
And it was just to move up 2 spots. That's it. They're just giving it flat out a 1st and a 3rd.
All these weapons and still not a quarterback to throw to him. It's such a shame.
So here's the thing.
I'm not about it.
I mean, congratulations, Devonta Smith, first off, because dude will no longer see any coverage in that division. He'll be seeing Anthony Brown from Dallas, whatever schmuck they roll out in New York, and Kendall Fuller. He's going to see nobody. And Devonta Smith is an incredibly crisp route runner. The Chargers are now picking at 17. This is all utter chaos. They choose Zion Johnson, the guard from Boston
Great
College.
pick for them.
Great pick.
Needed it.
I wanted to mock that to them so badly and didn't do it. Such a good pick.
I love it. One, to protect Herbert, but also, I mean, Boston College is a run-first college school. Austin Eckler fans, congratulations.
Justin Herbert fans. Like,
Justin Herbert fans, I was going to say, yeah, but like Boston College, they run block. They're a running team. So, and again, this is very early on. I still think people are going to underrate Austin Eckler again.
Yep.
He still won't be a top 5 like first round pick. You might see him fall to the 8th pick again. Like I got him as the 8th overall pick in multiple drafts last year. If he falls to 8, Austin Eckler is a freaking steal. So this Zion Johnson pick is so good in every which way for the Chargers. It sucks they're still going to finish 3rd in that division because of their piss poor coaching, but that's nonetheless.
Wow.
Whoa.
AJ Brown has me shook. The Hollywood thing
shooketh.
made perfect sense. Like it made perfect. Hollywood needed a change of scenery. It made perfect sense. The AJ Brown thing is bananas.
I mean, what is AJ Brown's fancy value now? Because I won't lie, I'm not
Much
I don't
lower
know
than it
how-
was.
Way lower.
Way lower.
Absolutely. But are we talking top 20? Is he still in the top 20?
He's still a wide receiver
as long
too.
as he remains efficient
Dynasty,
catching
absolutely,
touchdowns like that, and that's what it's going to boil down to. Jalen Hurts has to be able to give him the ball in space and let AJ Brown do what AJ Brown does.
I was gonna say I'm looking at my stats right now on my comps. Philly only threw the ball 40 fewer times than Tennessee did last year. So it's not necessarily a volume step down.
Yeah. This is, to me, it's the same situation like Noah Fant going from Denver with Drew Lock to Seattle with Drew Lock. It's the same setup. They're not going to throw the football a ton because they're still going to run it. It's just now A.J. Brown is just going to get the ball in space and do what he does.
What's really going to play out is Devontae Smith's value, because now you're going to have defenses looking at A.J. Brown, and all of a sudden Devontae Smith's going to become a stronger wide receiver too in that offense.
Yeah.
It's going to be like a run B option.
Yeah.
Dallas got right up the middle. I'll take whoever's cheaper, but
yeah.
Yeah.
My brother just said he has.
That is the greatest reaction.
My brother just said, "Oh my God, I have AJ Brown in Dynasty." I forgot. So obviously not happy, but yeah, they gave up the 101st pick, which is probably one of the last compensatory picks in the 3rd round, in the 18th for AJ Brown.
And now Philly's got to figure out how to pay him.
Yeah.
Yes,
but
I do.
Philly just fleeced Tennessee. But now, Grant, I'll kick to you. Where does Tennessee go here? Is it a receiver?
I was just looking at what they were last year, and other than
awful,
yeah, I mean, you got your two running backs. I mean, you got King Henry and then
the AFC.
Foreman, but
like,
do you
I don't
trust
know what
Tannehill to throw to a rookie receiver?
I don't. So do they
AJ
go?
Brown last year?
But do they go quarterback?
I mean,
Like,
No,
right? But like,
you can't.
What?
You got to go
What?
get Treylon Burks now.
But why would you trade
you
him?
have to get Traylon Burks.
I don't like it, but
Burks or Christian
Traylon
Watson?
Burks can do some similar things for that offense that AJ Brown did. So then you don't have to pay AJ Brown, and then you still get an extra third.
That's the big thing. That's why they have. It's about saving money. Like I'm not defending it because I think that's an abysmal trade. But who would have thought AJ Brown gets traded before Debo? By the way, but it's about saving money. They were going to have to pay AJ Brown like $100 million at least, probably. So I think it makes perfect sense to replace him with the last of the top tier wide receivers in Traylon Burks, because I think there's a huge drop off to the next.
And I'm going to
guys.
tell you, you bring up such a good point. The 49ers better get this contract done with Debo tonight, because if the Eagles get the AJ Brown contract done and get to set the market for Debo, they are just screwing the 49ers.
Just add another $20 million. Yeah.
Because I just quick poll, Debo deserves more than AJ Brown. Real quick, not even a question. So no,
I would pay AJ Brown more than Debo Samuel.
Okay, well, this is why you're an Eagles fan. So,
Well, he's an Eagle now.
Just look at the career production. Debo Samuel has one good year. That's it.
The extension's
And he
already
doesn't
done.
want to play running back.
Is it really? It was part of the trade.
AJ Brown's already extended 4 years, $100 million, $57 million guaranteed.
well,
That's you know what? That's a
How's that not
bargain
tampering?
compared to the other
How's
wide
that not
receiver
tampering?
contracts.
Yeah.
I wonder how that's not tampering for the record. Obviously, that
It's
deal
probably
has
just
been
worked
long
out in the
works,
trade.
but
it's worked
no,
out in the trade.
They just thought about it right now. But yeah, in the trade. But
It's kind of it's the NFL's version of a sign and trade from the NBA.
oh, absolutely, yeah.
Wow.
100. That makes him the highest paid average annual value because it was Amari Cooper
No.
at 20.
No, these recent wide receiver contracts have exceeded that.
Have they?
Tyreek averaged 30.
Yeah, Tyreek's 30.
DeAndre Hopkins is 27.5, I believe.
I mean, even Christian Kirk is 25, isn't he? Wasn't
No,
it?
he's
Or
18.
3%. Yeah, okay.
18, yeah, which is still madness, but I think we're all on the same page with that.
Yeah.
Dude, shout out
This
Christian
wide
Kirk's
receiver market's insane this offseason.
nuts.
Yeah.
And I'm glad the
Christian Kirk
Patriots really capitalized on it.
everything.
No, nobody. Okay.
We're not giving pat on the backs to the Patriots here, at least on my end.
We're
definitely
not.
not
I was
either.
reaming them for doing nothing in the receiver market. Is what I was doing.
Oh, they did a lot. They signed
It'd be
Nelson
fine.
Aguilar. They signed.
That was last year.
This past. Oh, I'm still.
That was
loving
last year.
They could
I'm
trade
just-
N'Keal Harry. You know?
Dude, I'm just happy we got Jacoby Myers back because
Yeah.
that's what gets me excited. Slot
You hating on
receivers.
Kendrick Bourne?
Hey, I love
Bourne
Kendrick
played
Bourne.
well.
I don't want to hear any Kendrick Bourne slander. Okay, Kendrick
Good.
Bourne is electric. Fun fact: Kendrick Bourne. One week, somebody asked on our show, "Who should we start? Julio Jones, Brandon Ayuk, or somebody else?" Some people said Julio. Some people said Ayuk. I said, drop all of them and go pick up Kendrick Bourne. Julio and Brandon Ayuk, if you tripled their combined points, still didn't score as much as Kendrick Bourne that week. So, shout out to Julio and Brandon Ayuk.
Traylon Burks.
All right, here we go, Titans.
Okay, so you trade away a receiver you didn't want to pay to get a guy on a rookie contract.
I mean,
Fair?
the Vikings did it a couple of years ago, trading Diggs
Worked
and
out for
drafting Justin Jefferson worked out pretty well for them. So,
Worked
For
out
both of
real
them,
nice.
honestly.
right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I just sorry, I know Tennessee's not made their pick, but the person I feel worse for right now is Jerry Jones, Dallas Cowboys, because every
Do not feel bad for Jerry Jones or the
gonna
Dallas
say, you
Cowboys
can't
ever.
That's not going to do well in this room.
yo, the fact, no, I don't actually feel bad for him. I'm just you are getting waxed right now in this draft between the Eagles moves and the Giants up front. I'm oof, that conference just got a little tougher.
Well, and then Austin, you brought up the other person to think about. I think it was you brought this up. The Packers are just watching these wide receivers slip through their fingers.
Hey,
What do you think
Christian-
Aaron Rodgers is saying right now?
He's
fuck
crying.
you.
Why aren't we making any fucking moves? That's what they're saying.
Hold on.
Why
Hold
did
on.
you
Hold
wait
on.
to trade away Devontae Adams?
What are the odds? What are the odds with their first pick they don't take a receiver? I think it is so incredibly high that there's no way. There's no shot.
They have
They
not
don't take
taken
a
a
receiver.
first-round wide receiver since 2002,
Which Javon Walker.
which was Javon Walker. Yes.
Hey, they're taking Malik Willis. Mark my word.
It would bring me so much
Dude,
joy. And I won't
they need
lie, we're getting one step closer to
Jordan
Malik
Love's
Willis
out.
becoming a Steeler.
Malik Willis is in.
Oh.
Well, I was going to say these next two picks are interesting for quarterback. So
Yes, they are.
I can't wait for the Packers to not take a receiver. Oh, what a day it's going to be. Oh, that's going to make the draft when the Packers don't take a receiver.
Aaron Rodgers will retire after tonight if they don't take a receiver.
Well, they already found a Jeopardy host, so he doesn't really have a retirement gig. So Mayim Bialik is a much better host than he was. So
Well, who are
And
the Saints going to go with here? That's kind of the
Matt
the bigger
Corral.
thing at the moment. Matt
Look at
Corral,
this. Traylon Burks
First
is
QB off
pretty
the
much
board.
a mirror image of A.J. Brown or A.J. Green.
but cheaper.
AJ Green.
Or
AJ Brown.
A.J. Brown, my bad. I'm
Okay.
getting my
Holy shit.
colors mixed
I
up.
was like, T. Higgins is a clone of AJ Green. I don't think
Yes.
Treylon Burks is a clone. Hey, cool. I don't know much about Treylon Burks. All I know is that we had Britt on our mock draft last night. Britt Flynn, love her. She's fantastic. She likes Treylon Burks. Is it home bias because she's in Fayetteville, Arkansas? Maybe, but she seems
I'm gonna be
confident.
honest, for a quarterback like Tannehill, he's a great fit. He's
He's
not
perfect.
You're gonna not force him to throw the ball down the field, not force him into contested catches. He's great at separation. He's great at underneath routes. It's a good fit for Tannehill. It might belong
And he hunts boars
barehanded.
barehanded.
Yeah.
So
I mean, what else do you want in your wide receiver? But like,
That's
he
all
is
I
my
want.
wide receiver.
That's all I
like-
want in anything anymore. I have to talk to my wife and make sure she does this. So
I love Treylon Burks. He's amazing after the catch, but he's also huge. He's unbelievably difficult to bring down. He dominated the SEC, and I don't know why he slipped anywhere beyond the top 3 wide receivers off the board. I don't know what he did over the last month to piss people off, but he's unstoppable with the ball.
I mean, at one
he did
point-
it against top tier competition.
at one
don't
point,
get
he
it.
was the number 1 wide receiver, and the Titans just traded away a problematic wide receiver who they couldn't get under contract for a rookie who they now have a 5th-year option on.
I'll talk myself into this being a great deal for the Titans. I really will. I'll just say it now.
I mean,
they
I
should
don't
have gotten
issue
more
with
for AJ Brown, but yes, it's still not a terrible deal. They should have gotten much more for AJ Brown.
Also,
I mean, it
according to
doesn't
Mike
make them
Ruffalo,
better this year. It does not make them better.
No,
that's fair.
this is the latest we've seen a QB not go since 1997, when Jim Drunkenmiller went 26 to the 49ers per
Who?
Mike Ruffalo. Jim
thought-
Drunkenmiller.
I thought Geno Smith went.
no,
he was-
second round.
No, EJ Manuel was the first.
Oh,
pick.
okay.
Like
That's I
16.
forgot about. Yep.
EJ went 16. Gino went in the second.
That's right. Forgot about EJ. I thought Smith, because Smith was slated to be the first quarterback in there.
EJ,
So.
that's what this draft class is. It's EJ Manuel and Geno Smith. That's
is.
what this draft class is.
Well, I
Malik,
would say none of these
Malik
guys were
Willis
really
is EJ Manuel and Geno
I was
Smith
gonna
is.
say nobody's EJ Manuel.
I don't know. Where did he play? Where did he go to school? EJ Manuel. Where did he
Florida
play?
State.
Florida. Oh, garbage. Guys, I mean,
Good thing Steve's not on the stream anymore.
I'm sorry. That Seminoles program has just talk about a fall from grace after Jameis left. Holy shit, that program's bad. Like Cam Akers has been like the lone guy to come out of there that's been baller, and he's only balled for like 8 games. So, yeah, granted, he tore his ACL, but
For
or
the record, by the way,
Achilles.
I would be shocked if the Saints don't take Trevor Penning here, a guy who I thought they could have traded up for. They need to fill that tackle need,
Yeah,
and it makes
he's
perfect sense here.
fantastic.
it's such a good
Yeah.
pick for them. So-
quarterback.
I don't actually know if that's official. That's me saying that. I hope it is, honestly. But
Oh no, yeah, I would say I was agreeing with you.
there
That'd
it
be
is.
a great.
Okay,
And is it official?
it is now official. Northern Iowa's player Trevor Penning, offensive tackle,
NIU.
their new
Nice.
left tackle.
NIU.
You know, it would have been really nice if the Falcons had taken a Jermaine Johnson at edge, and then
I'm
we
actually
could see
surprised
this
he's
battle
still
play
on the
out.
board.
I can't believe he's still on the board. It's
Yep.
If the Steelers want to do that right here, would not mind it. In fact, I welcome it, and please do it. Please do it. Please do it. The best player available. Do it, Mike. Please.
Penning is
Kevin.
6'7". Oh,
He's a
And
hawk.
Pittsburgh's pretty good at
He's-
taking the best player available.
that's an Iowa boy right there.
Until they draft Artie Burns, and then it just gets sad.
Yeah, that really.
But even Najee last year, I don't know if Najee was the best player on the board last year, but
Dude,
you know what? I don't know what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes, but I'm nervous as heck.
I'm sorry. So 6'7", 322. This dude is Iowa through and through. We have an intern. We have a couple interns, one from Nebraska, one from Iowa, starting with us this year. And I found out that their first job as children was going through cornfields and picking corn and like pushing hay bales. So like apparently they breed them different in the Midwest for some reason. So the fact this dude's 6'7", yeah, that's scary.
Yeah.
Scary.
He's got some work to do with his hands. I think he can get prone to
I don't
kind
care.
of be a little bit too aggressive.
I don't
But-
care.
No, he's fun. He's fun. He'll throw someone to the ground. At Senior Bowl, he went viral for throwing someone to the ground, but he also threw him into his quarterback. But
That's fine.
either way, yeah, fun.
That's that's the quarterback's fault.
And I'm pretty sure that was an Ohio
You gotta
State
hop.
guy.
You gotta
too.
hop. You gotta jump.
Was it an Ohio State guy?
Yeah,
Joe
the one
loves
that he
that.
threw to the ground. I'm pretty sure.
I love that. Oh, okay. So
So it's
who
it's
does
not
he
no
have to
chump
block?
that
He's
he
got to
threw the
block.
ground.
He'll block Shaq Barrett. That's a tough assignment. He'll block Shaq Barrett. That's a tough assignment. Nobody from Atlanta. He's not blocking anybody on the Falcons, right, Austin? And who are they? Is he blocking for Carolina? Brian Burns.
Brian Burns.
Yeah, Brian Burns. So a couple good matchups, but again, like smaller speed guys to where, I mean, they got to get around an absolute massive human being. And I'm not saying Barrett and Burns can't do that, but they're more speed guys than they are power. So I still think Penning wins in that matchup. Again, unless his feet are just fucking, unless he's slow, but.
Yep, the pick's in for Pittsburgh. Yep, it's in. It's in. It's in. And yeah, it's great. It's great.
Are they going offensive line?
No,
guessing
no,
they
they're
went quarterback.
gonna take a guy with hands smaller than a freaking doll.
Kenny Pickett! Woo!
Wow.
I haven't even seen the pick and I know what it is. Somebody check Luke Sawhook's Twitter. Is he breathing?
Oh, he's about to cry.
Wow.
Luke's
Kenny
about to cry. I'm about to
Pickett.
cry.
Welcome
Wow.
to the AFC North. Kenny
die. He's
Pickett.
gonna die.
I had
He's gonna
said
die.
that if Pittsburgh was on the clock, they were going to take the local kid, Kenny Pickett. Screw you, Malik Willis fans. Kenny Pickett.
Kevin,
does-
Mr. Colbert, I gave you a tweet of appreciation earlier, and this is not the note I want you to end me on. I don't want a fifth-year breakout quarterback with hands that are smaller to the first percentile. I don't want any of that in the Pittsburgh weather where the ball is going to be
Hey.
bigger, so it doesn't translate.
Hey, if they're small, as long as he knows how to use them.
I have heard that size doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter the
But
size, as long as you know how to use it.
Yeah, no, that's someone else needs to step in right now because I'm gonna have to. Find
That
something
surely translates.
stronger.
I am so excited.
All right,
Josh,
the first
Now
But
do they go
quarterback
get
off
their
the
offensive
board
lineman to protect him?
is Kenny Pickett now the Superflex 101?
No.
Oh, for God's
No.
sake!
Oh.
He doesn't have an offensive line, Josh.
No offensive
Okay,
line.
that's my thing.
He's
They
gonna die.
draft Najee Harris last year when they needed to develop the offensive line. Then they draft Kenny Pickett this year when they need to develop the offensive line. They haven't made any free agency moves.
Austin, don't you know you draft a quarterback and a running back to help bolster your offensive line?
Yeah.
Are you stupid?
I did. I missed the NFL class.
Yeah,
in
you-
high
you
school
missed
and the
that part?
football Class,
Yeah.
and so thank you.
Yeah,
totally
that's
missed
I say I
That's
do want to throw a
GM
couple of things
101.
out. Because we talked to a lot of people about the Superflex 101, and people said even if
Hey guys, I gotta
Pickett
step
went
off real quick.
absolutely, even if Pickett went ahead of Willis, as long as Willis goes in the first round, he's still the Superflex 101. What if Willis
Pittsburgh, yeah.
doesn't go in the first round? My question is,
He's got
in
to.
Superflex, when does Kenny Pickett go?
He's got to go
I
top
think as
3.
of right now, 102.
No,
He's
I think I want
Austin in a
almost
super flex. He
every
has
one
to.
of these wide receivers.
I don't look. No,
He's
okay.
got to. Somebody. So I'm sorry if you're a quarterback needy team high in superflex, he's got to. Like I know it sucks, but he's
No,
he's going to be. The
I'm
starter.
trading. I'm trading my 102. I don't care.
And that's fair. That's fair.
And that's the thing with this. In Superflex, even with this class, I'm like, I don't know that I really want a taste of that in the first 6 picks. I would trade away any of my first 6 picks if it meant that I had to get a quarterback for Superflex right now.
Yeah, I have the 101 and the 102 actually in one Superflex league, and Breece Hall is going to be one of those picks. But my quarterbacks in that league, I only have Russell Wilson and Jared Goff. So I'm like, I need a quarterback.
That's a different situation, though, right? Because you have additional capital up top. If that's your only pick in the top 6, I'm like, I'm out. Let me get something else and just punt a year on quarterback.
Michael, can you bring up Jag's latest comment? I just wanna. I have jokes in my head. That's racist.
Please, just
That's racist. Okay, that's racist, Jag. Come on now.
Stop it.
All right. No, I'm kidding. No, that's sorry. I was just had to make a joke. No, dude, Tomlin's so overrated. He's so overrated. Ryan, you can't sit there and tell me he's not overrated.
Yes, I absolutely can. Like wins and never having a losing record. Those
He
things
has
just
had a
send him
losing
at-
record.
Well,
Why is Franco
So
Harris?
we know what the Steelers' offense is going to do this year. More 2 and 5 yard dinks and dunks.
Hey,
Grant,
dude,
please stop rubbing it in. I
guess what?
I need the next pick to come in because this
Deontay
I'm
Johnson
beyond it
season,
right now.
baby.
This is Deontay
Ooh.
Johnson season 2.
Give him
Oh,
the
that's-
dink and dunks.
It's
Mitch
always
Trubisky can
Deontay
do.
Johnson
Oh,
season.
Mr. Trubisky can run this scheme better than Kenny Pickett can.
that's what I was gonna say. This doesn't change anything for them this year.
No, it's a future pick. 100%.
Yeah, you know what they're probably thinking? We're not the best team in the AFC North anymore. We're probably not even the top 3 in the AFC North.
They're the worst
Well,
team
then
in the
why
AFC
pick
North.
it? So why Pickett? Pickett does not have the ceiling that half of these other guys have. If we're playing for the future, it doesn't make sense to me. Just a trading back. That's official. I'm gonna have to re-energize myself right now because the Patriots have traded back. So I do not.
Oh,
know
have
who
they?
they are actually
Wait, the
trading back
Patriots
with.
traded back. Oh,
Yeah.
I love my team. Fuck them.
Wow,
I hate
best-
them.
Best
I also
linebackers.
I need to note that I said before this draft that the only thing I didn't want was Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, Drake London. I just heard my roommates howl laughter louder than thunder at what I know was that I'm already getting bombarded with texts because everyone knows how I'm feeling right now, even if they're not tuning
We
in.
know who the Patriots
Oh.
traded with yet?
I'm
I don't
still
know.
trying to figure out who the
Kenny-
Patriots traded back with.
Kenny Pickett kind of looks like if you were to build Justin Herbert from Mr. Potato Head.
from Plato.
Like if you were to get a Justin Herbert, Mr. Potato Head, that you would build Kenny Pickett out of it. So, I mean,
Okay.
from the back with the flow, look the exact same.
Joe,
So-
you mentioned him. Luke Sawhook has not sent a tweet yet.
He's not sent a tweet. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, he's
Someone better check on him. That's
he's
an
definitely
issue.
on life
So-
support. He's on life support right now.
His last tweet was before their pick. Finish the job, Steelers.
They finished it all right. They
So, Mike,
finished
what
it.
would you have taken in this situation?
Who I've taken, I would have
Malik
taken
Willis.
Malik Willis probably, yeah. And also, the Patriots are trading back with the Chiefs, a rare AFC type of trade like that between
That's fine.
somewhat contenders.
That's fine. I think here the Chiefs want to jump Dallas and Green Bay to pick a receiver. I think that's what they're doing. Because they know their guy probably isn't falling to them right now because of all the receivers off, so they're probably jumping Dallas and Green Bay, the two teams that probably want a receiver, to make sure that they get their guy.
All right, Luke finally chimes in with a tweet.
Oh,
I
baby.
like the Kenny Pickett choice. I really do, but I wanted Malik Willis so bad, man. There you go. Update on Luke.
Tough.
For those that
You
care.
know what you can look forward to? The electric fake slide.
Yes. They haven't outlawed that in the NFL yet.
Hell yeah, baby. Because Kenny Pickett hasn't done it yet. The
Do you
electricity.
think Kenny Pickett comes in and starts this year, or do you think he sits a year behind Trubisky?
Trubisky sucks.
I think he'll sit half a season at most behind Mr. Trubisky, and we're going to see Kenny Pickett this season.
It's like Trubisky
with that
will
being
suck in
said-
the first 10 games.
With that being said, do you think Pickett offers more upside this year than Malik Willis? Is he more NFL ready?
Yes. I think that's why he was in the conversation for the 6th pick at Carolina, is because he could potentially be an initial burst for a team. Willis, there's no question he needs to wait at
Project.
least a year. Yeah.
Hang
Yeah.
on. So just I'm looking at the draft board, and I just want to go back to Detroit's trade up. Not to talk about Detroit. Minnesota's at 32. What are the odds they take a quarterback for the fifth year option? They didn't want a quarterback at 12 or 13, wherever they were sitting. So why not trade back to that 32 spot where a lot of teams are trying to trade back into the first round? See what they can get for that 32 spot, because the team's probably going to want to draft a quarterback. Minnesota now takes their quarterback at the future to learn from Kirk Cousins. Presumably at the moment, I mean, if they want to follow the same Kirk Cousins pattern, maybe Matt Corral. If not, Desmond Ridder or Malik Willis as it stands right now. I think that's interesting that Minnesota could be on the board for a quarterback if they stay put at 32. I just want to bring that up, put that out in the ether. I know they don't pick for about another hour, but just want to bring that up.
Oh, the Chiefs that moved up, by the way.
Yes, the Chiefs moved up from their 29 spot.
Yeah, they traded 94 and 121 to do so.
94, so a third and
So
a fourth.
A
Yeah,
third and a fourth. Yep.
Yeah, that seems like a Bill Belichick move. That's fine. I'll take
That's
it.
a great deal by the Patriots, honestly.
I'll take it.
think
Yeah.
that's
I mean, I wish they would have taken a linebacker at this pick, but if they feel confident they can wait at 29 and still get a guy that they like at linebacker like Troy Anderson, hey, bring it on.
First linebacker off the board, Troy Anderson.
Dude,
Is that
no
a lock?
shot. It's Nakobe Dean and Devin Lloyd. But
I could
But
see
back to your
Minnesota
point-
going to defensive back.
the Chiefs are?
No, Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Okay, no, that's 100% fair too. Yeah, their secondary's garbage. So
Because I mean they have Zadarius Smith now, and Jordan Hicks, which helps the run defense.
their linebackers
now
are
their pass
sick.
defense is the weak link.
I was wondering with the Chiefs, could this be Jermaine Johnson to try to keep up with that AFC West arms race?
Could very well be.
They have not done anything on that front seven.
I think they traded up for a receiver personally.
Who though? Watson?
I don't know, but Ryan, I said, I think you might have stepped out. I said it because I think they jumped Dallas and Green Bay
Makes a lot of sense.
to take their guy because they knew he wasn't going to fall. So
They did jump a lot of teams, to be fair.
yes, I mean they jumped 2 Green Bay picks.
Trent McDuffie.
It is Trent McDuffie, cornerback out of Washington.
Why? Don't
I
they
had
play
them
man?
taking the other Washington corner at 29. I had them taking Kyler Gordon, but
Don't they play man?
the
That
Chiefs blitz. I mean, that's what they do. They
But-
send their cornerbacks on blitz.
So,
constantly.
Man,
Kyler Gordon, but
man, the Chiefs play man.
yes.
Trent McDuffie in his 5'10" stature is not winning a jump ball against Mike Williams. He is not covering Devontae Adams. He is not covering Cortland Sutton. That's just not a. This is a bad pick. The Chiefs didn't get better here. They didn't get better.
Capital in the process.
Well, according to this graphic on the screen, he's actually Jair Alexander.
He's not even
So I
close to
think they
Jair Alexander. What are we smoking? What are we doing? Oh, I am all for the Chiefs sucking. Let me be straight up. I am all for the Chiefs sucking. Bad
I
pick.
really thought they would go wide receiver to fill that hole. Of
Exactly.
Kyrie leaving.
I feel like you could have gotten McDuffie in the same spot, and if you didn't get McDuffie, you could have gotten Andrew Booth. You could
Unless
have
they
gotten
really
a DB
trust
staying
Hardman.
put. Oh,
Do you put that
that's a
trust in
bad
Hardman?
pick. No, zero trust in Mecole Hardman. Zero.
I know everybody hates him, but Juju Smith-Schuster is 25 years old. I like him.
And a
I think
TikTok star.
Him and Jackson are going to do some TikToks. His mind's not on football.
Thank you, Grant. Oh my God, Grant's my best friend. Fucking retire and be
This
a
is
TikTok
coming-
star. You're not
this is
going to
coming from
get mental health issues, and you'll make enough money. Go ahead, Austin.
This is coming from a group of people that make their or have their hobby / make their living using social media, taking football seriously.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
except
we're doing the complete opposite of him, though.
yeah, we don't have the skill to
we're
play in
not-
the
We don't
NFL.
have multi-million-dollar second
Because
jobs.
we're doing the grind out here. We're trying to make our way up. We're not making millions to go do a thing.
Juju
Well,
doesn't care
also,
about football.
6'1", 230.
Apparently neither did Kayvon
not
Thibodeau.
fast. I'm not
Juju's-
making it in the NFL.
Juju doesn't care about football. But Green Bay's staying put. They're drafting. Maybe they take a receiver. Who knows?
They better.
I mean, the next Jair Alexander just went off the board, so they can't take him. Which
If
is
they
tough.
don't take,
What a shame.
if they don't take a receiver,
Dude,
Picks in
Uh,
already, so.
it is.
they're
Yeah,
taking
no,
wide
they're
receiver.
solidified in. So
Malik Willis.
what's interesting too, and I hope this doesn't happen because James Prochet, Baltimore's up next.
Yeah,
Receiver,
kind of have to if you're following the trend.
right? I mean, you
I
got
could see them
Bateman.
taking Bernard Raymond. I could see them taking tackle Bernard Raymond.
I
need a
actually
big guy.
had him actually on their original pick. At one point, I had him mocked there and took him back out, so it makes a lot of sense.
Linderbaum.
I had
would
Charles
be
Cross
important
slipping to
for
them.
Oh, Linderbaum,
Linderbaum
too,
would be
yeah.
great.
Center, correct? Linderbaum?
Yeah.
From Iowa.
Highest grading PFF player of all time, or highest graded center of all time for them.
Oh, great. Deontay Harris was the highest graded, second highest graded receiver last year. So PFF really coming in fucking clutch with their ratings. Not even the second best receiver on his fucking team. Like, ugh. So stupid. Everyone's like, do we get our mock draft rated by PFF? No, we don't want it graded because it's all wrong. So, God, me and PFF.
That's
wow.
interesting.
That is very interesting. Because
Is it
the
a
Green Bay
receiver?
Packers took a Georgia linebacker.
Yes!
Not the one people think.
Not the one you think.
Not
Quay
Nakobe?
Walker. Quay Walker.
Who?
What?
God,
Also,
I
in
love
breaking
Green Bay.
news- In breaking news, Aaron Rodgers has also retired as a result.
Yes.
I love Green Bay. Oh my God. What?
I'm so excited to get Joel on here soon because he's a Packers fan. And this
Oh
is
my
just-
God.
Green Bay hasn't taken a receiver in the first round since 2002.
Javon Walker, baby. Guys, fun fact, Quay Walker, he can cover tight ends, in case you were wondering. So the fearsome tight ends of the NFC North, TJ Hawkinson, Irv Smith Jr., and the red zone monster known as Cole Kmet, he's going to really lock those guys down this season, just in case you were wondering, because that's what Green Bay needed. A real good linebacker to cover tight ends, because it wasn't like Darnell Savage or Jair Alexander were really good cover guys anyway. So that's the guy they needed. Was that pick made by the 2 million shareholders that they had, or was that made by an actual
Also,
NFL GM?
Oh, let's be
the
real here, Joe. If the shareholders were making this pick,
It was
they
Christian
would've
Watson.
put it up to get one of the wide receivers. Back.
Correct. Yeah, no. Hey, Baltimore
Speaking of
traded
moving
out.
up, Yeah.
Yeah, Baltimore traded out with the Bills. The Bills have traded up, moving to
Oh.
130 to move up two
What-
spots.
Why are they jumping Dallas? Are
I
they
think
taking
a lot
a
of people are
receiver?
jumping Dallas.
Are they
Yeah.
taking a receiver? Wait.
This
What?
has been Joe all night. If anybody jumps Dallas, it's because they're taking a receiver.
They're taking a
And it happens
receiver.
so
And
much.
none of them have.
None of them have. Not a single person. But it's one pick, so they jumped Dallas for
That's
Of-
interesting. The fact that they specifically
jumped Dallas, right? Like that. And again, in my mind, I don't know why they would, because Gabe Davis is obviously the wide receiver one next year, so that's stupid and pointless. He
I wonder
proved
if
that.
it's for a corner because
I was
Dallas would
about
have
to
been in
say.
play for a corner.
Booth.
Booth.
Booth,
Li-
that Kyra Elam started getting a first
From
round
Florida?
betting score. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean-
the better started putting him in the first round.
In our mock last night, I took Booth for the Pats, but Linda at Lindellian said that if I didn't, she was going to take Andrew Booth to the Bills. So
I have Andrew Mock as well. And with that said, I think we do have to introduce two more guests. So thank you in Austin, and thank you to oh my goodness, I just had it for me. Austin and Grant, thank you so much, you guys. You guys are
Gentlemen.
fantastic.
Thank you guys so much.
appreciate you guys.
Hey, it was good meeting
you guys.
everybody, and hopefully we can do this again next year.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Oh,
always.
hell yeah. Always.
It's our fifth year, baby.
See ya.
Bye, gentlemen. Thank you for coming.
Awesome.
Who do
And
we
we're
got
gonna also
next?
welcome
Oh.
in. Yeah, we're gonna welcome in Joel Wirth.
Woo,
as well as Axton Harding.
Joel!
I'll give a woo to Axton as well. You know, my guy.
I
Hello,
love it.
everybody. What's going on?
Welcome. Joel with his
Thank you, thank
Packers
you.
gear. Joel, you a little depressed with the wrong Georgia linebacker here?
How about the
It
wrong
was It
anything?
was the right Georgia linebacker. I don't know why you take him over Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's. I mean, I'm cool with him not taking a receiver there if it's going to be a guy who should have gone in the top 10, Johnson. But I don't know how you pass that up. That especially when you need depth at the end.
Remember when they took Jordan Love? That.
I remember.
Yeah. That. It's just it screams Green Bay. Now again, they obviously still have another pick at 27, I believe, 27,
28.
26, 28,
28,
thank
I
you.
believe.
28. So, I mean, there'll probably be a guy there, right? I mean, Sky Moore's on the board. Christian Watson is still there.
Pickens could be there.
Pickens can be there. I mean, there's still a lot of guys that people like that are on the board. But again, you would feel that Green Bay probably could have gotten Quay Walker at 28 instead of there, where they could have.
I would think so. There's been some juice behind him. There's people saying he was going to be in the first round. So if they think that, I get it. I don't know why you take him over Johnson though. Johnson's the top 10.
The Johnson slip. I'm not watching any of the draft right now. I'm just kind of following along. Is there any stories coming out as to what is going on with that? Because that's pretty crazy.
I don't
Not
even
at
think.
the moment, no.
Yeah, I don't even think they flashed him on the draft live stream, like the stream that they're doing and the show. Like I don't think they've even flashed him or talked about him.
Yeah, I got nothing on Jermaine Johnson. I'm shocked that he's fallen because I thought he was an amazing prospect. Maybe it's because it's really, transferring away from Georgia to get production. Maybe that's scaring people more than it should.
Yeah, but I think a lot of his value is based on the Senior Bowl. So I mean, that may be scaring people off.
Yeah.
But I mean, we have the Bills right here. I think they could go corner. I don't think they go wide receiver with the names left, but
I was gonna say we're in an interesting situation. There have been 7 wide receivers or quarterbacks, and obviously it was 6 wide receivers, 1 quarterback taken. Last year we had 13 fantasy relevant players in the first round. We're at 7 right now.
Yeah, it's light.
I mean, that's this class. This class, defensive class, offensive lineman. It's just we have multiple interior guys already gone, which isn't always the case.
Yeah. And
next year is going to be insane.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And all those guys, Ryan, are receivers, correct?
Yes, 6 and 1.
That's crazy.
I don't want to.
Oh yeah, Kenny Pickett. Sorry.
Yeah,
Kenny
I was just adding one.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm like, it's just I feel like this is the most receivers in the first round in recent memory, from what I can remember.
With the Bills having 2 picks in the next 3, I mean, one of these has got to be Breece Hall, right? I mean,
no, they only have one.
No, they traded up. Yeah.
They traded up from 25.
Oh, okay.
They moved.
They only have one.
25.
Yeah. I saw them flash Devin Lloyd.
It's a great pick talent wise. It's not what they need, but best player available.
Yeah, I mean, if they want 2 solid Mike linebackers, you got him and Trey Edmonds.
Matt Milano can play there too, but
Milano's great. I don't think Milano's good in pass coverage. I don't know how good Devin Lloyd is in pass coverage, but
it's Kyra Elam.
DB. Makes sense.
Well, I mean, after Tre'Davious White got hurt last year, that really exposed their secondary. So
yeah, their secondary.
And it is. I mean, he's probably not going to be 100% at the start of the year.
Yeah, their safety are great, Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer, but they're both old, so they're getting towards the end of their rope, and they don't have any DBs. Joel, you brought up they don't have any cornerbacks to cover anybody, and the Miami Dolphins just added a pretty solid receiver who's kind of fast. Yeah. So you might want someone to cover him, and then maybe Jalen Waddle as well. You don't really have to worry too much about New England, depending on what they do in this draft at receiver. And then the Jets, I mean, Elijah Moore flashed. Corey Davis isn't that great, but they added Jameson Williams, correct? I forget who was their pick to the Jets.
It was wait, what?
Garrett Wilson. Sorry, yes. Yeah. Garrett Wilson. Thank you. So there was 3 receivers that went straight there. Thank you, Garrett Wilson. So, in reality, you have to make a move to cover. The Jets aren't too much of a worry beat, but I mean, at this point, Miami is vying for the second best team in that division, so you want to make sure you can pull away from them.
Well,
Axton,
the Jets have 3 legit wide receivers. You've got to be able to cover them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Axton, you've been quiet. How do you feel about Kyra Elam, or just overall the Bills' defense bolstering it?
I like that. As far as filling in holes, I really think that's defensive minded is kind of where you're going to primarily go to fill those holes. Cornerback is probably going to help out tremendously. The only other hole to fill maybe is a running back. I've heard a lot of talk about Breece Hall, but what can I say? This seems like a fun landing spot. But No, I like what you guys were talking about with the Jets, though. But if I remember right, wasn't Zach Wilson sacked over 40 times last year?
A lot.
Yep. Had to have been.
Is he gonna be able to get the ball to him?
Becton missed a lot of the year with injuries, and obviously his weight's been a huge concern this year, kind of ballooning past what he was drafted at. So, I mean, you could definitely see a situation where the Jets could look, to add some depth on the O-line. I mean, they've made some good moves over the last year or so, and they got surprising production out of George Fant last year on the opposite side. So, who knows how they're evaluating their line going into 2022 and beyond.
Yeah.
So G brings up that this has to be Jermaine Johnson. If not, he's a Raven. But let's just talk about the fact that the Ravens potentially could walk out
Could
of
get
here.
Jordan Davis and Jermaine Johnson. That's gross.
Or Devin Lloyd or Nakobe Dean. Like, my goodness, this is playing
Stupid.
into their favor very well.
I think.
Linderbaum.
That's probably the far better pick. I don't know. I'm getting caught up in the narrative of just them loading up on defense. So.
Yeah, they do need an O lineman.
Certainly.
But I mean, just if Jermaine.
Yeah.
If Jermaine Johnson goes to Dallas, I think this then allows them to run a true 4-3 if they want to, with Parsons and Jermaine Johnson on the outside, with sliding D-Law to the inside, because I do think DeMarcus Lawrence is a better run blocker right now than run stuffer than he is pass rusher. And I believe they still have Neville Gallimore in the middle, who is a solid defensive tackle. So maybe running more of a true 4-3 and letting just the two beasts on the outside, Parsons and Johnson, go at it.
Or do you go and get Micah Parsons light and just have Devin Lloyd and Micah Parsons run rough shot over the entire field all game long?
Just have them on stunts.
sick.
Have them run stunts. The offensive line has no clue who they're blocking.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean,
it's not the best move for your franchise, but it would be fun as hell for me to watch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
It's interesting that there's still time on their clock. I mean, all these picks have been coming rapid fire, and Dallas is the one that's taking forever.
They're waiting to trade.
you know, Jerry Jones is
giving
milking
everyone time.
He's definitely milking it, but you got to also wonder, they were just jumped again and again. I wonder if they were looking at quarterback. I wonder if they were looking at Kyra Wiaterowski, potentially. But I don't know. If this screams panic pick, then I don't know. I'd be very happy.
Please let it be a panic pick. Please.
Well, I was going through because there were all the rumors that Dallas needed to get to 14 ahead of the Eagles. And so I wanted to look at the corners, but obviously the top two corners went, what was it, 3 and 4 or 2 and 3 or whatever.
3 and 4.
Yep. And then McDuffie went way later. And so it's like that doesn't fit the narrative. So what were they trying to get up, or was it all just noise? So
I don't know. I just love how the Cowboys draft room always looks like it's in the Death Star. At this point, I have to believe it's intentional. Yes. Just play into the narrative. Go for it. I don't know who they're going to pick here. We them boys. That is entirely.
We them sad boys. Get it right.
That's the second time tonight. I have misread it. I think I still have tears in my eyes from the Kenny Pickett pick.
We them sad boys, because that's how Cowboys have felt since '96.
And the pick is in. No trade back. They actually did file the pick at least.
Yeah.
But
hold on. This is a great stat. This perfectly encompasses Trayvon Diggs. First player PFF graded in history to give up 1,000 yards in coverage and have over 10 interceptions. That perfectly encompasses Trayvon Diggs.
He is simultaneously the
best and worst cornerback in the NFL. It's perfect. And now A.J. Brown gets to run routes against him. Oh, what a day.
Oh my
what
God,
a day.
The highlights on that. Wow. That's a great point.
A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, and Kenny Golladay. Look out, guys. Kenny Golladay, the biggest worry of all, obviously.
I missed the
and Kadarius Toney. How could I forget?
I was hoping you were going to mention it, to be honest. First round talent. Kadarius Toney.
Let's see. I like the background that they have here. The blue and white mixes well with the draft. Tyler
You can never
Smith,
fault Vegas for looking nice.
the tackle from Tulsa. So I'm going to assume this is to learn from Tyron Smith because he is
that's what
at
makes
the
the
end.
most sense.
On his way out.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, on his way out. Yes.
I don't know enough about him to know if he can slide to the middle because obviously they need help on the inside. But I mean, usually that's the kind of go-to is you'll put the guy at guard for a year, and then
It looks every highlight clip they're showing he's lined up at tackle.
Oh, I know. He is 100% tackle. The Cowboys can't use him at tackle right now, so I don't know if they plan on moving him in.
Well, they did lose
so.
Leo Collins. Leo Collins did walk in
Yeah.
for agency. They could try him at right tackle over Terrence Steele,
That's
who
fair.
I think
That's
was
fair.
blown by in coverage when he filled in at times for the oft-injured Leo Collins. But I mean, it's an outside the box pick for sure.
Good point from Michael. Tyler Smith was the 6th highest graded run blocker in all of the FBS. So putting him at right tackle kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Joel,
They wanna run the
Axton.
football, obviously.
Especially Zeke was injured last year, so I bet he's a lot more comfortable. Pollard has more room.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think back in the first round for a redraft.
Yeah, I think the more important thing here that Ryan brought up is that Jermaine Johnson's still on the board for the Ravens.
Oh my God!
That's
Please don't
crazy.
do that to the AFC North. This draft has already gone as poorly as it
Jermaine Johnson and Jordan Davis. Hello, how are you?
No, they got Kyle Hamilton.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Kyle Hamilton.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Sorry, I was thinking of Ryan's mock to Jordan
we got
Davis.
Jordan Davis, bitch.
Jordan
Apologies.
Davis.
Apologies. Yeah, sorry. Kyle Hamilton, and regardless, still a
Either way, that's
fantastic
still an
pick.
insanely good draft.
Yeah. Wow.
Is it too early to trade Kenny Pickett? I'm just for Jermaine Johnson. Even like
I mean, NBA teams draft players and trade them after the fact all the time. So.
the night is young. The night is young. That's all I'm gonna have to
The
say.
night
on
is
that.
young. You are correct. I don't think Kenny Pickett will be traded. I hate to say that to you, Michael. I think Kenny Pickett's a Steeler for another 4 years, maybe 5.
I do have to say,
I'll
as a
have to
Packer
hear all
fan, I'm legitimately terrified that Malik Willis falls to the Vikings at 32.
Oh, I
That's
thought
what I'm
you-
saying.
Oh,
I mean,
That's
I'm
what I'm
exceptionally
saying.
nervous at this point.
I said that before you guys had hopped on. I had said it's interesting because Minnesota sits at that valuable 32, where teams look to trade into the first round if they want a quarterback just for that 5th-year option, and Kirk Cousins is only on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
So I was thinking more if they want to go the Kirk Cousins route again, they would go Matt Corral. But if they want to completely shake things up, Malik Willis would be the guy.
And that's the kind of landing spot he needs to end up in. Like I'm good with that. So.
And now,
With Kevin O'Connell, that's scary.
because there's currently, I mean, the only team I could venture, and this is far out, that I could venture that takes a quarterback is Tampa, but that won't happen because they're in win now mode. That's the only team I could potentially see taking a quarterback over Minnesota, and I think the chances of that are probably less than 5% because they are in win now mode.
So I guess, Ryan, did you say that somebody was going to come up and trade at Cincinnati to get that 31?
And then Kyrie
looks like-
going, I would say Cincinnati feels like a massive trade out at this point. I think the only first round graded corner left is a guy named Kyler Gordon. I don't know that there's anybody there for Cincy.
He's not
Andrew
a first
Booth,
round
is
player.
he not first round
Oh,
graded?
Booth is still there. My apologies. Booth was, I think his over under was 33. So literally it was right there whether he
It was
goes
right
in
there.
the first or not in the first. So.
I think Daxton Hill could be an interesting name for the Bengals at 31.
And
Just
he
as a
did
guy
come
that,
in. Yep, absolutely.
yeah, a guy that could fill in at corner as they need if Eli Apple is Eli Apple at times.
He's a safety,
And-
though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a safety, but he could also touch in at corner. But the safety is a big deal because I think a lot of people are expecting J.C. Bates to walk in a year. So it's kind of a play it down the line type of deal, but it's, I don't know. All of a sudden the Bengals don't have a ton of holes, and that's just another reminder of how the AFC North is.
Yeah, I was gonna say their safeties are legit. Von Bell, Jesse Bates, even Michael Thomas as a backup strong safety is really good. So yeah, their safeties are legit.
Yeah, I mean they could use a corner, but more so that everyone made the joke with the Bills and Breece Hall being a luxury pick and all this. The Bengals do have luxury pick, and if you start seeing these hyper talented Jermaine Johnson, Nakobe Dean, Devin Lloyd guys fall, the Bengals may walk out of this looking great if they want to make that pick or trade out of it. So
I don't think there's a shot Jermaine Johnson falls that far, but again, we're here at this point.
I was gonna say
Sam Hubbard, DJ Reader, Trey Hendrickson, Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah.
God, that would be nasty.
That would be gross if that is there. If that is there. And even at they don't have a great linebacker. Nakobe Dean, Devin Lloyd. That defense is outside of their secondary is good. Their front seven's good. Cincy is obviously they're a problem. They made the Super Bowl, but they are.
They only bolstered their offensive line in the offseason too.
Yeah.
Didn't they sign two offensive linemen?
Yes, they are a legit problem for the foreseeable future in the NFL. The
Bengals are a problem. The Ravens are already emerging as huge winners of tonight. We don't even know who they're picking here. The Browns got Deshaun Watson, and I'm not going to keep harping on the Kenny Pickett pick, but
and the Steelers got Kenny Pickett.
The Steelers are going to be picking top 10 next year as a lock, right? Top 8 even.
They'll finally get that offensive lineman.
They could finally take a quarterback if they didn't do that.
Might take a receiver.
Sure.
Who knows? Maybe a running back.
Yeah, running back. Bijan Robinson. Who says no?
Yeah.
Najee isn't the answer, obviously.
Well, he's already like 28, so
he's old. Yeah.
He's old.
This is just kicking someone while he's down.
He's a month older than or a month younger than Josh Jacobs.
He's only a year younger than McCaffrey.
Again, I'm in the fetal position right now, and again, this is just stomping. I just vehemently.
So, really quick, speaking to the Ravens' offensive line problems, they allowed 57 sacks last season, which was tied for 31st in the NFL, most in franchise history. And might I remind you, they only employ running quarterbacks designed to avoid the pass rush. So that is a awful endorsement for their offensive line. Yeah. They employ arguably the shiftiest player in all of football in Lamar Jackson, and then his backup ain't too bad either in terms of shiftiness, speed, and evadability. So the fact that they allowed that many and it's a franchise record makes you feel they are probably going center or a big guy up front here.
I mean, you got Rainen and
Lindenberg.
Linderbaum's still on the board.
Yeah,
that would be perfect for them.
Cole Strange is an interesting name to watch. He's a guard. He's typically projected day 2, but I've heard him as a fast riser recently as well.
You guys called it perfectly. I was going through best available and didn't see Linderbaum. I'm like, what is going on? He just got.
Well, I mentioned him earlier. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Dallas didn't take Linderbaum simply because they really haven't been able to replace Travis Frederick.
Yeah,
and
Linderbaum's
he's falling in the Ravens' lap.
Linderbaum's next gen draft score, his overall is 99.
We also have a trade right now. We have a trade between Todd Bowles called his old friends in New York. I don't know if they're actually friends. I can't imagine they actually are. But the Jets are on the clock. Wow. Trading with the Bucs. The Jets are picking at 26 now.
That's got to be.
With the Jets traded with the Titans or the Jets traded with the Bucs?
The Bucs were up next. Was that right?
No, the Titans are up.
The Titans are up right now.
So they traded with the Titans.
Well, I said the Titan that hasn't even been updated on ESPN yet.
I just saw it update on NFL Network. The Jets just traded with the Titans.
With the Titans, I apologize. That's wrong on my
end. Yeah, and Tyler. Just to quickly talk about this, Tyler Linderbaum, second in the FBS in terms of run blocking.
Are the Jets going to get Jermaine Johnson this late?
God, that would be disgusting.
That would be ridiculous.
It feels like it, right? I mean. Constantly rumored before the draft. They said they loved him. They were considering.
Yeah, I had him going there at 10.
He was being mocked there at 10.
I had him there at 4. I had them reaching for him.
Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, potentially Jermaine Johnson. As a Patriots fan, I don't like that.
The Jets doing shit right.
the Jets being smart? What?
Well, I mean, I tweeted yesterday. I mean, they've got a quarterback in their second year, a coach in his second year. A shit ton of draft capital. This is, I mean, the ingredients for the breakout are in the kitchen.
Just real quick.
Wilson just needs to take the leap.
Tyler Linderbaum wrestled Tristan Wirfs in high school and smoked him.
To the ground.
Like, smoked him. So, congratulations, J.K. Dobbins. How's that bump for you, my friend? Money. How do these guys just fall to Baltimore? It's painful. It's painful. Every year, we're like, how did this person fall to Baltimore? Every year.
The Jets traded quite a bit on back to the Jets. The Jets traded they traded up from 35. They traded 69 and 163 for 26 and 101. That's trading a third at this point.
Tennessee
That's
is just
kind of
going
a lot.
full rebuild then.
But they had, the Jets had the most draft capital of anyone in the draft. So, I mean, they've got the capital to throw around.
Mm-hmm.
So go do it. If Jermaine Johnson's there, go get him.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. Just give up whatever you need to. And that is the pick. That is the pick, by the way. Jermaine Johnson is a New York Jet.
Had to be.
And that is by far, in my opinion, the best draft class New York has had and I'm saying New York in general. Giants, doesn't matter. In Buffalo, even loop them in there. Who cares? That is the best draft haul New York has seen in I couldn't tell you how long. Yeah.
It sucks. They're all the Jets. So
yeah, but who knows? Who knows? But on a side note as well, Lamar Jackson has been going off on Twitter, not too happy about the Hollywood.
Oh, I bet. Didn't something start last week where there was a trade rumor about him and Lamar was the first one to defend it on Twitter like you're out of your mind or something like that? So
it's not what you want to hear from your quarterback who is not under contract after this season.
And representing himself.
Lamar's mad that a guy who drops the football is now off of his team?
He tweeted out what the fuck, and he also retweeted someone saying pretty much something to the same effect.
Hey, that just makes me feel better about my Rashad Bateman shares.
Yeah.
Oh,
if Lamar, yeah.
Imagine being mad that a dude who drops the football is off your team, and now Rashad Bateman's your wide receiver 1. Oh no,
that's awful.
Dude, you have fucking Mark Andrews.
Yeah.
Right.
Shut up, sit down, win football games. Like what?
Well,
Come
let's
on.
be clear. Linderbaum will probably help him feel a little bit better.
I hope so.
I think he tweeted that after the Linderbaum pick.
The
retweet came earlier. The tweet was at 10:52.
Okay.
So that's awfully close.
Yep.
Wow. Well, it's okay.
He'll be traded before the draft's over.
If the AFC North wants to burn down as opposed to build, I don't know.
But
it's not going to happen.
Hold on. This is real. If you're a Ravens fan, yes, obviously trading Lamar Jackson is tough. Are you mad Tyler Huntley's your starter?
Yes.
I'm not.
He got exposed at the end of the year. He was terrible
I'm not.
in that Pittsburgh game at the end of the year. He was terrible.
I'm not.
I like the kid, but I don't like him to jump right in this year.
He's a backup.
Yeah.
He's a backup for me. I think he's a good backup. He fits the scheme perfectly, which is why it worked well for a bit.
Yep.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, it popped in. Yeah. And while I was wrong before about Tampa trading back, the Jaguars are on the clock.
Really?
So
Jacksonville.
Tampa eventually did trade back.
Who's
staying in Florida? The pick.
Who's here for them to take? They're not going to take a linebacker. They just signed Foye Sadaluakun. They're not going to take a linebacker.
And they just cut Miles Jack.
Yeah, but they replaced Miles Jack with a way better linebacker.
Right, I understood. I'm saying,
Yeah.
if you wanted a linebacker, you wouldn't cut Miles Jack.
Yeah, exactly.
I have an important question though. Does anyone know for sure that the Jaguars know Jermaine Johnson's gone?
Facts. Facts. Big facts.
I don't think they can move that up, but I don't know. I don't know who they could be moving off here for. Maybe an offensive lineman.
I need to see the big board here from them. I mean, do they want to give Lawrence another weapon?
If they take Christian Watson from us, I'm not going to be happy.
It could be
that could be the jump. It could be who?
It could be Raymond.
Bernard Raymond.
Jaguars have visited with a lot of offensive linemen.
Yeah.
O-line makes the most
Peterson's
sense.
MO. He loves the big boys up front. Like, he wants a strong line. He wants to run the football.
And if Trevor Lawrence is the QB of the future, it only makes sense.
Exactly.
He didn't exactly have a great year last year.
Maybe they realize that Travis Etienne wasn't the right pick, and they're trading him for Brees Hall. I couldn't even get it out.
Well, with the way James Robinson turned out, they almost couldn't really go wrong. You know,
I was about to say, I mean, with Robinson tearing his Achilles, like, I mean, you know,
Brees Hall.
I know we
ATM
were kind
would
of
be
spoiled with like Cam Akers' like meteoric return. That probably isn't the case for James Robinson.
And let's not forget that during that mediocre return, I think he averaged 3.2 yards per carry.
Exactly. So, I mean, sure, maybe this is I doubt it.
There's no way.
Oh God.
You know,
could you imagine?
Burn the building down if they trade up.
Burn the
and take
building, burn the
another
fucking
running back.
city. What do you mean? Duval County will riot. It'd be the dumbest pick in the world. I get James Robinson's injured, right? You got ETN for this year. Why are you drafting a guy? Why you didn't need to draft ETN. James Robinson is so good.
Slow down, Joe. They didn't make the pick.
You don't know. You don't know. It's Jacksonville.
I'm going to take a side note to also note that Jermaine Johnson's suit, to note to Faith, who we have missed the suit comments for a bit now.
Yeah,
I'm all about it. Jermaine Johnson's suit is popping off.
Looking fly.
Yeah. Looks like he was made for the Jets, honestly, but
there you go.
Yeah.
He knew.
So, and he's also apparently Daniil Hunter. I hate player comps so much, but
if you tripled
that doesn't even
Trayvon
make
Walker's
sense.
tackles for losses last year, it'd still be less than Jermaine Johnson. Real quick, just want to throw that in there.
he's fantastic. I really do enjoy Jermaine Johnson. I think he's great.
This is an insanely good pick this late in the draft. I mean, no matter what they had to give up to get it, that's a great pick.
Yeah, it'll be a fun pick for IDP as well. I'll take that upside 10 times out of 10.
Yes.
I mean, he's got no competition there.
Exactly. Walks right into it.
And he's got Quinnen Williams to push the middle.
Yeah, and Quinnen's a good player. He keeps getting better every year.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, he's not gonna live up to that draft slot. I don't think that's gonna happen. But you know, his
well, and
fifth-year
now
option
you're
was
starting to
exercised
see
for a
like
reason.
you're going into year 2 now with Saleh. He's got to be able to put guys that he can feel can play within his system. So, you know, at this point, like Jermaine Johnson's screaming value, but getting him off the edge, somebody that has the quickness and he gets under tackles on the edge.
Well, yep.
I cannot believe that he was here at 26. This is like also all those New York fans wearing those jerseys look exactly like New Yorkers. I can attest to that myself. But it's a great pick. But the Jaguars are here. I'm expecting offensive tackle, maybe Bernard Raymond, but
I
still looking
weirdly
for
feel that it's a
compensation on
receiver.
God, I hope so.
I feel like it's a receiver too. You can't go in with Christian Kirk as your number one. He's not a number one.
That'll just make me giggle after all the money.
Do they have any picks in the second round? I'm not sure.
Well, they traded from the 33rd overall pick to 27, so they jumped Green Bay and Kansas City.
Yep.
Two
They
teams
do have
that
2/3. They do have 65 and 70 unless they moved it with this to move up.
I don't know. That might be going too deep for the wide receiver class.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. You guys can sit here and say that Christian Kirk's not a number one. I don't think, outside of maybe George Pickens, I don't think any of these guys legitimately have wide receiver 1 upside.
Yeah, but they could be going.
I know you love Christian Watson, Joel. I know you do. I just don't see like the true wide receiver 1 from them.
No, I'm not saying he is, but he's a field stretcher, and they don't have that. I mean, Kirk's not a field stretcher. Marvin Jones is not a field stretcher. If they're going for a field stretcher, this is it.
Marvin Jones has been stretching fields
if
for
they need a
years.
wide receiver, this is it.
But Marvin Jones is old.
Yeah,
The Jaguars did move the 106 and 180 to move up from 33, move up 4 slots, get that or not 4, sorry, math. To move up
5,
5 math.
Whatever it is, yeah.
It's fine, numbers.
I do think it's
but
a
also
receiver.
get that 5th-year option. So who do you think, Joe? Put a name to it.
I feel like Christian Watson because the big jump for Green Bay, everyone was pegging Christian Watson to Green Bay, and I think that's the jump because to me, you probably, if you stayed put, you probably could have gotten Sky Moore. You could have gotten a couple other guys potentially as the first pick in the second round.
Yeah.
But
is there a difference between Sky Moore and Christian Kirk? Legitimately?
Yeah,
They're the same
that's
player.
a good point. I completely agree with that.
line them up on opposite sides. Who are you going to cover? Who knows?
But then you still don't have a field stretcher.
Who needs to stretch the field when you have Travis Etienne?
Just wheel routes. Every play is a wheel route. Why not?
correct me if I'm wrong, wheel routes go down the field and stretch it. So when you think
That's what I'm
about it,
saying. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We're fantasy football people, so we're obligated to love LaVisca Chenault.
Plus, they've got Evan Ingram to go down the season.
God.
oh, Evan Ingram. Oh, I made the greatest
Oh
joke.
my God,
1
Evan
million
Ingram.
for every drop he'll have this season. I'm so excited.
Who's paying him the 1 million?
But they have the field stretch.
No, it's 1 million for. See, they got paid 1 year, 8 million. So it's 1 million for every drop he'll have this season.
Okay.
Yeah.
8 seems a little bit light, to be honest. I think he's going to come close to double digits, but maybe it's
he'll
not.
probably get hurt week 8, and then he'll have 8 total drops.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point.
Fourth franchise to secure the first overall pick in consecutive years in the common draft era. That is the Jacksonville Jaguars since 1967.
Wow.
That is how bad they are.
Good.
Let me just for the children out there in the audience, the Jaguars haven't been around since 1967, so it's miraculous that they've been able to do that. It's unbelievable. Oh my God. Okay, I thought NFL Network accidentally pulled up somebody's computer screen of the draft tracker, and they're actually just promoting it. So I thought someone majorly fucked up. Well, they showed Kenny Pickett. He went to the Steelers. In case anybody missed that.
Oh
No, yeah, I missed it. But
Don't be a jerk. Do you know who you're talking to? Do you know who you're talking to?
I do think this is going to be. The more I think about it, the more I agree with you that Christian Watson makes sense here as that field stretcher. The jumping the Packers makes a lot of sense here, and I do think Aaron Rodgers is going to break something. Aaron Rodgers is going to break something.
Pickens is still there. Pickens will be good for them.
How big is Pickens? What's his size?
He's 6'1", 200.
Guys, Watson's 6'4". Like I think the size for Jacksonville.
I was gonna say Joel's guy is Watson.
I would prefer Watson. I still like Pickens.
Oh wow, good for Jacksonville.
Definitely not a wide receiver.
Devin Lloyd.
Devin Lloyd.
Yeah,
So they doubled up on linebackers then. I think that was a jump then to jump New England. If I had to take a guess, that's probably a jump from New England because Green Bay wants to stay put, I imagine. Kansas City, Cincinnati, Minnesota. I mean, they're probably not going to take a
Packers already took a linebacker, so you weren't jumping them for that.
Exactly. So you're probably jumping New England for that. So, and New England
Cincinnati,
is still
maybe?
sitting there, and they
Kansas
trade. Yeah, Kansas City. I think Kansas City takes a receiver, but New England traded back from 21 to 29, and Nakobe Dean is still on the board, a linebacker that a lot of people had pegged to them.
That's great for them. And I mean, for Jacksonville, obviously they got Foye Oluokun, but Devin Lloyd, pure linebacker wise, was probably the best linebacker in this draft. So, I mean, you're building a team. I'm good with it.
Lloyd is a better coverage linebacker than Foye.
Yes.
By a good margin. Foye can help.
Foye's
with
just
the
going
run
to
game.
make every tackle on the field.
Yeah, and it'll pair well together. And I think we saw what the Jags' run defense was over the last years, and I don't think anyone ever wants to see any of that on any franchise or on any level of play. I don't care if it's Pee-wee to this, but I like it. It's a value pick. You don't normally see a value pick. They didn't take a value pick at number 1, so at least they try to correct it here.
Damn.
So this, I have to bring this up. What if Green Bay takes both Georgia linebackers in the first round? That just screams Green Bay, right? That just screams kind of a Green Bay move.
They won a national.
We've seen them double up on positions before.
Yeah,
They're
so
paying Devondre Campbell $1 million.
That would kind of call into question the Devondre Campbell extension.
Yeah,
I feel like we've ever had to call into question anything with the Packers after.
No, fair.
So they got Devin Lloyd comp to Fred Warner.
What?
How's his pass coverage?
It's a terrible comp.
Okay,
it's not bad, but nobody's like Fred Warner is like the top of the top in terms of coverage linebackers.
Fred Warner is number 1 in terms of coverage, and also if they wanted a coverage linebacker, they got one. It's called Foye Oluokun. They don't need one. So
Foye is a run stopper.
Foye's a run stuffer.
And a fantastic zone linebacker. He's not man-to-man. He's terrible man-to-man. He's a fantastic zone linebacker. Fred Warner has man-to-man linebacker on lock. He's the best in the league.
Well, yeah.
So, I don't know.
I think it's a good fit.
I think they could have gone to different spots and could have made better picks than the linebacker.
Oh my god!
It's a guy who legitimately could have gone between 10 and 15 in the draft. So to get
and that's what I like about it.
7, that's really good value.
Yeah,
I'd be more interested if they protected their franchise quarterback. But hey, this is not my team. So.
The Packers pick is in,
and they stuck in Georgia. I'll tell you that.
Axton, what do you got?
You said it's in Georgia.
Yep.
You can say it's in Georgia.
Pickens?
Who are they going with?
It's got to be.
I hope it's not
Wyatt,
linebacker.
defensive tackle.
Oh my! I love the Packers. Oh my god! What a shitty franchise! What a shitty franchise! Wow! Joel, we give you permission to leave whenever you would like to and go and cry into your pillow because. How can you be a fan of this awful organization? That is horrendous.
That
is a tough pick.
Joel, don't feel so bad.
Defense and running game.
Oh.
Don't feel so bad. I'm a Chiefs fan. We botched Clyde a few.
Dude,
I mean, Wyatt's a good player. I don't hate the pick.
It's not a receiver.
Sure.
No, I know, but I mean,
at this point, again, we've sat here and we've talked we've talked are any of these guys legit wide receiver one? So it boils down to, we know the Packers need wide receivers, but is anybody really going to be a difference maker the way that somebody else like a Wyatt potentially could be? So you're just going at positional value at this point.
Like I've said before, Gutekunst has not hit on a third-round pick yet. He's missed every single one. So trade your third and move up to get a Pickens or a Watson at the early second. Because you've got 53, you should be able to package a third and move up to high 30s.
Can I take a second and just read off the Green Bay wide receiver depth chart? I think everyone would agree.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right. So at the top, Alan Lazard, restricted free agent Alan Lazard. Sammy Watkins at the number 2.
Hey.
Randall Cobb at 30,000 years old is the number 3. Behind that, Amari Rogers, Juwan Winfrey, Malik Taylor, Rico Gafford, and Chris Blair.
Rico Gafford, isn't that a tight end?
Rico Gafford is pretty much a tight end. I thought he was a tight end, but he's lined up here on ESPN as a wide receiver. So
that's wrong.
I wonder if this is just a fuck you to Rodgers and saying, you wanted Randall Cobb this bad?
Feel that way?
He's
after giving him $200 million.
Wow.
Well, you wanted Randall Cobb. He's your number 1. Go get it.
He did. Gudenheis did say before the draft that Aaron Rodgers was going to have a hand in the names that were brought in before the draft and after the draft. So,
I mean, people have said Aaron Rodgers hasn't had a defense for a lot of his teams, so this is them investing in their defense. When you think about it,
it's a smart pick if you think about it.
AJ Dillon, so you're going to play defense and run.
I mean, that's
I guess
what LaFleur did when he was the OC
in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Can someone
explain? Clark, they signed Jaron Reed, and I imagine Wyatt's going to replace Reed. Reed's 29 years old. They didn't give him a lot of money. I guess you could just go Lowry. Yeah, interesting.
Not the pick. Just not the pick.
I mean, I agree it's not the pick, but I will say now that I see Lowry there, if with Wyatt, because Reed wasn't bad, he's getting up there, but Kenny Clark's good. Like, it's a hell of a front 7.
Not the pick.
And if anybody's wanting IDP wise, I don't think anyone's at all interested in Devontae Wyatt IDP wise. But if you're wondering, I do not care about draft capital for this. I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah.
No shot. There's no reason.
All right. Well, the Patriots are on the clock.
What do you even
I was gonna say I love the Packers just sucking the air out of the room.
Yeah.
What do you even say?
You're a Packers fan. What do you think about the next pick? Let's get off the sappy subject.
Yeah. I mean, I have to believe they were leaped continually by the run on wide receivers early. They were not prepared for it. They did not make a move to go up. They didn't like who was there, so they just picked on the board.
They did a ton of work on Pickens. They had Pickens in multiple times.
Pickens has been sliding of the recent
reports.
What I'm saying. Whether you believe it or not, who knows?
Maybe there's a plan.
I think they've got to be looking to trade up into the early second to get either Pickens or Watson.
And Seattle has 2 back-to-back picks.
So
Seattle has 2 back-to-back picks in the early second round, so that could be the spot.
Yep.
Also, I mean, Minnesota's going to have the 32 and the 34, so Minnesota could be that spot as well. Unless Minnesota wants to take their quarterback of the future and then their next wide receiver to fill in for Thielen and completely neglect their secondary. But that's neither here nor there.
I mean, the plus side, this should be a really good defense. They should be really good.
I mean, all you need is a mediocre defense, and that's in that division to get by.
Right. I mean, they're still the best team in the division.
They're going to be far better than mediocre. They should be.
I mean, you got 4 free wins against the Lions and the Packers. I'm sorry, and the Bears, excuse me.
Right.
It's 4 free wins. And then you beat Minnesota at home and you lose to them in Minnesota. So that's fine.
Exactly.
5-1 in the division. Yeah, 5-1. That's a great record in the division.
I mean, the power is in the AFC right now. There's no question.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even...
It's interesting because, what, 3-4 years ago, we wouldn't have said that at all. It would have been completely flipped.
Well, weren't we all dogging Brady for going to the NFC because, like, the NFC is so loaded. And now it's the Rams, the Bucks, in the field. Like, in the Packers, I guess. Like, there's no one in the NFC.
No, there isn't.
I mean, hell, the top 3 teams in the AFC North could contend and beat the top 3 teams in the NFC. That's nuts. That's nuts. Like I put Cleveland, Baltimore, and Cincinnati's roster up against the top 3 rosters in the NFC any day of the week.
I don't know about Cleveland, but
Cleveland just because of the addition to Deshaun Watson in that offense.
But yeah, if he's going to get suspended for half a year.
No, sure, yeah, and I'm going off the basis, obviously, of roster, not suspension, all that stuff.
But I mean, the AFC West, you've got 4 teams that are better than probably anybody in the NFC.
Facts. Didn't even think about the AFC West. Pat's picked. Oh my God! Hooray! We didn't trade. It's got to be Nakobe Dean. I would be surprised if it's not Nakobe Dean or Andrew Booth. Probably. I would be surprised if it's not one of those two guys.
I'm curious on who you want. I want to hear who you want and who you don't want here, Joe.
Dude, Nakobe Dean. I don't know. My brother's been hyping up Nakobe Dean, so I'll just say I want Nakobe Dean. I don't know. In all reality, it'll probably be like fucking. Wait, Kyle Duggar came from D2 Lenore Ryan, which I love Kyle Duggar. He's a great player. So I don't know who's the best defensive back in D2. Somebody find him. Troy fucking Anderson. That's our pick. That's not even a question. Troy Anderson's going to be our pick. FCS linebacker. That is a Bill Belichick pick right there.
You're half right. You're half right because I have the pick. Because the pick is in the FCS. It's Cole Strange, guard out of Chattanooga.
What the fuck?
I'll let you know.
Who?
You've been here this show. I have mentioned Cole Strange's name on 2 different occasions prior in the last 10. He has been a riser. I think that's a good pick, to be honest. They have to replace Shaq Mason.
Yeah, they do. They also don't have a linebacker.
Oh, they'll figure it out later.
No, they won't. No, they won't.
They also lost J.C. Jackson and haven't replaced him either.
Oh
Troy
God.
Anderson's still here. He's still
That's
on the
true.
board. They can still get Troy Anderson.
Seriously? Like, I get it. Shaq Mason is the best guard statistically behind Zach Martin. So, that's not the pick. That's not the pick. There's a Georgia fucking linebacker on the board.
This is cracking me the
fuck
up right now.
Oh my God.
I think Belichick wouldn't want that. I don't know. Being 5'11", it doesn't feel like something that Belichick.
5'11", 230. What do you mean?
Oh, I'm not saying he can't run.
Who cares?
He's not athletic. He goes sideline to sideline. But
yeah,
again, listen. This is Bill Belichick. You thought he was taking Nakobe Dean, so then he went out and got a trash man. He's like, it's kind of status quo.
Dude, I literally
pick that made sense. The odds that they and the Patriots do in the same draft. Come on.
I completely already forgot this fucker's name. Whoever this guy is, all I know is he in 3 years will be a top 2 guard in the NFL. That's all I know. It's locked in. It's not even a question because Bill 100% just took the best offensive lineman in FCS football. Not even a question. It's not even a question in my head. It's not even a question. So yeah, fuck SEC. Go to the FCS.
Get it?
I hate my team. God, why can't we ever just make a good fucking pick in the first round? Why just once? Give me like a splash, Bill. Give me a splash. And you gave me Cole. What?
Cole. Some guy from Chattanooga.
From Nogue. Chattanooga.
You gave me Cole.
That's a great line. That's a fantastic line.
Listen, we're not going to move on to the next pick until I still don't know this fucker's name. This dude pop up on my screen, and I'm gonna convince myself in my head that this is a good pick.
He's already the best lineman.
I'm already halfway there with Bill scouted the best FCS lineman, and this is him. And G says it's Mac Jones versus the world, which is true, which is facts. And
I'll throw a couple of things at you if you want. I mean, he's 6'6", 301. He's he's been starting for a while. He was a senior, but he's also played for, I believe, 5 years thanks to COVID eligibility. So
6'6", and
he's been
I was going
around.
to say, I mean, this
Yeah,
is Bill Belichick. You kind of got to
6'6"
trust
guard's
the
good.
process to some extent. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like,
that's,
you may not be happy with every pick, but old Bill's got a plan.
We know. Shaq Mason was what? He was 6'1", 6'2", so this is a huge size upgrade over Shaq Mason. And also I think heavier than Shaq Mason as well. I think Shaq was 6'2", 285, somewhere in that range. He was just so quick. He was so fast for a guy of his size. So Cole Strange, a strange pick indeed, Roger, a strange pick indeed from Chattanooga. Oh, he has the bar in the middle of his helmet. It's over. It's over. It's over. Dude, it's over. Bulldog, quick first step, coach's favorite. If that does not scream Bill Belichick first round draft pick, and he's white, screams Bill Belichick first round draft pick. It's not even, dude, it's not even a question. Third team All-American in the FCS? What the fuck is Bill doing? What is he doing? Oh, God. Is the Southern Conference good? Does anybody know if the Southern Conference is good?
So good.
Someone convinced me because he was first team All Southern Conference. He's the 2-time Jacobs Blocking Award winner, which is the Southern Conference top offensive lineman. Fourth ranked in the FCS in terms of run block grade.
I'll give you a couple of stats. All right, one's a great one. Here's the great one. He was on the dean's list and was an honor roll student.
Yes.
All right. Well, he's smart. That's good.
The football one is that he was part of an offensive line that allowed only 9 sacks, which was a school record.
That's great. He only allowed one himself.
He also started games at left tackle. That offensive line averaged over 200 rushing yards a game.
Wait, hold on. Is this the replacement for Isaiah Wynn?
It could be. He could play.
Oh my God,
Bill!
6'6"
For a reason.
What a great pick, Bill! Dude, fuck Isaiah Wynn. That pile of shit. Oh my God, Bill, you're a genius. Forget everything I've said. Oh my God, edge rusher.
Yeah, great pick for the Chiefs.
George Karlaftis. I mean, they needed to do something about their pass rushing. So.
It's not a bad
I like George. I do like Karlaftis.
I say he was graded very highly and started to fall. He's another.
Yeah, I'm surprised he fell this far. Honestly,
I thought at this point he's going to slip out of the round, but he's a great power rusher for sure.
My buddies who are Patriots fans in our text chain, I can't say the word, but he says he has the fucking mental health bar on is what Bill said. So. Yeah, he even said they had no highlights to show of him, which is definitely a Bill Belichick pick. It's not even. You know what? Congratulations, Kansas City. You're still finishing last in your division, but wow. I'm convinced that he's taking over for Isaiah Wynn, and that's the silver lining of this pick.
Well, there you go.
Well, the Bengals are on next, and we know they're not taking a quarterback, so. Do the Vikings take a quarterback, or is this going to be a draft where we only see one first-round QB?
That's kind of what it's looking like.
If the Bengals take Nakobe Dean, that's just an embarrassment of riches, and I am so happy for Bengals fans.
Yeah, that's nasty if they do.
Picks in already too. They knew who they wanted.
Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
Which should have been the Patriots pick, but that's neither here nor there. Oh God, I hate my team. I hate my team. Ugh.
Not as
I
much
feel
as
like
I
of
hate
all
mine,
of us, my team has had the best draft night so far.
Oh, by far.
You got the Avenger. Me and Joel are gonna go fucking cry ourselves to sleep tonight.
You got AJ Brown and Jordan.
I'll say,
Davis.
Michael might be right there with you.
Oh,
At least Michael potentially has a quarterback of the future. It's a small chance, but it's a potential chance.
Yeah, small.
I have a
very,
guard.
Not a
very
hand
small.
pun. Is that what
Very
you were
small
going
chance.
for with that?
Very, very small chance.
I don't even think that's what he was going for. It was just accidentally perfect. Has there been a
the
night?
Packers didn't fill their need, but they took good players. So
I was gonna say though, has there been a night in NFL history where the two happiest fan bases are the Eagles and the Jets?
Right?
No, never.
Look that
I'm
one
sure
up
my
on Google.
roommate's doing backflips right now with this draft haul for the Jets.
Oh yeah, he's a Jets fan, and he's a Bama fan too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good day.
Couldn't be on two further opposite ends of the spectrum with that one. So
Yeah.
All right. So the Bengals are
I
going to
do
make
live
their
with a lot of
pick.
Patriot fans, and they have been very quiet. I will have to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're all sad until week 1, and then we remember that Bill Belichick's Jesus. So
There you go.
yeah,
Bill
we're all
Belichick.
Bill we trust.
It's
Hey.
the picture of George Carlos is they're showing on the water polo team.
So
Wow.
you have Jacoby
Why
Myers.
not?
What else do you need?
Touchdowns.
Devontae Parker.
more than one.
Yeah, more than one.
Never mind.
Like I'm resting my hope that this Cole Strange kid is a nasty run blocker and he fills in for Shaq Mason nicely and makes Damian Harris that much more valuable. And then in turn Ramondre Stevenson as well. So I mean for in all reality, for dynasty holders of Ramondre Stevenson and Damian Harris, this is very good
Solid.
for you.
Yeah.
This is very good for you because losing Shaq Mason and replacing with a guard is the move. And dude wears a metal bar in the middle of his helmet, so you know he's a madman.
So he's going to murder people.
He's going to murder you. Literally murder you. The number one thing the NFL draft, NFL Network draft has him as a bulldog. So,
But he's a Patriot. I don't get it.
no, he's a bulldog, baby. I think that's what confused Bill. He wanted to take Nakobe Dean and saw bulldog next to Cole Strange's name,
Had to take it.
and he was just like, "Well, shit. I mean, this is a Georgia guard, right? We've had success with Georgia tackles in the past, so why not take a fucking guard?" God, what a draft! What a draft!
What a draft.
At this point, what do you even say? At this
I don't
point,
know.
what do you even say?
I've lost like all feeling at multiple points in this draft. Like somewhere between the 10 and 13 range, I passed out. I don't remember what happened. I woke up at 20 and then I passed out again.
And then you were
And now I'm just here. And now I'm
drowning in
here.
tears.
Yeah, and I'm just here. So
I'm just chilling.
That's-
I wait
that's
for
what's keeping
day.
me going.
I wait for day 3 when we actually make a big splash in the 4th through 7th rounds. Day 3,
Those
baby.
big, those big day 3 splashes. For the
Tom
Patriots,
Brady.
They are. For the
Julian
Patriots, they
Edelman.
are.
Who the hell else do we get in the later rounds? I don't know. Guys.
Say tomorrow's my favorite day just because that's where the fantasy relevance basically stops, but you just get so many picks.
Yes. 100%. I mean,
Tomorrow
second and
also
third
my
round,
favorite
you
day.
get, you start getting, it starts getting really interesting because you get those guys that could potentially.
Well, and then when you look at this year, because there's so many wide receivers that might be able to do something, and it's just going to be about landing spots and draft capital, and
Capital's going to be everything.
Everything. Yeah, because we've seen where the NFL just doesn't believe in some of the players that we believe in.
Yep. Happens
Duke
every
Johnson.
Nakobe Dean. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, if Sky Moore doesn't go until Saturday, he loses all value.
All of it. Unless you're in a kick return league.
Hey, some people have kick return as.
I was saying you guys
as
were
a
just
stat.
talking about that last night with Linda.
Yeah.
So, special
Well, we
teams.
don't care about the kick returners. We just care about the kickers kicking them. Yeah.
Long snappers.
Long
That's right.
snapper.
They were a must.
All right, I'm going to pose this question since we're coming up on about 4 hours of the stream. There's 2 picks left in the draft.
False.
I feel like, now again, this is my personal opinion, that the Jets and the Eagles probably had the best first round so far. If you disagree, who do you think had the best draft so far? And if you do agree, who had the next best draft? So, Joe, I'll start with you.
I would say next best behind them is Baltimore. I would say, yeah, those are probably the top 3. I don't think anybody dethrones them there from the top 3. Maybe, I mean, I wouldn't hate if you threw in Houston. I feel like Houston's had a pretty decent draft.
Yeah,
but I would say Baltimore is interchangeably top 3 depending on how you felt with Philly and New York. I think the Jets are probably 1, but yeah, I would say Baltimore at 3. I'll go to Michael.
Yeah, the Jets are clear-cut 1 for me, and I would also agree that the Eagles are probably 2, but I'd say 2-3 with Baltimore, but to throw out something different, Detroit getting Hutchinson at 2, getting Jameson Williams, that's pretty nice. That's as pretty good as you could get, and then build straight through the 23 class.
Nakobe Dean is still on the fucking board. Daxton Hill. to the
Hey,
Cincinnati
Michael.
Bengals.
Michael, there you go.
Michael
Yeah.
nailed it.
it.
Michael nailed it.
A
Holy
late
shit,
pick.
he runs
Oh, wow.
fast. 4.38.
Oh, he's fast, man. He's fast.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
Wow, a late day 1 pick right on the
I remember
dot.
seeing
Oh,
some
fuck.
of Mel Kiper's mocks of late. They had he had Hill going actually to Philly at to get one of their second picks.
I
at
had read a
18,
bunch
so
of
I'm
rumors
really
about
not
him.
That surprised that.
Yep, I read a bunch of rumors about him moving into the first round. I didn't have the balls to put him anywhere, but I did read that. So
I put him at Detroit at 32.
did you really? That's awesome.
Yeah.
I saw people had him around Kansas City as well as a safety option.
And see that was where I was leaning.
Ron
with him.
Matthew replacement.
Yep.
Yeah. But no, I think Michael hit it on the head. It's going to be a Jesse Bates replacement. They probably see that Jesse Bates is his franchise tag, and then he's going to go get paid next year as long as he has a good year. So
Yeah.
we'll continue with Josh's question, though. I'll go down to Axton on it. You're muted.
You're muted.
It's okay. Only 4 hours in. We're good.
Sorry
I was
about
thinking
that.
You're good.
Not at all.
About what? Which question?
So Jets, Eagles probably have the 2 best drafts right now. If you agree, who is 3rd? And if you disagree, who is 1?
I'm probably gonna have to go with the Ravens as well. They did fill a couple of solid holes that they kind of really came, like you guys were all saying earlier. They kind of came out on top and picked up the right players. Right, just kind of fell into their hands. Now Ravens fans may not be happy about the Hollywood trade, but they kind of came out on top and really made the most of their picks.
Okay, Joel.
I think the Eagles had the best night. Getting Jordan Davis and AJ Brown, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
Pretty good.
Jets had the best draft. Eagles had the best night.
Okay, Ryan.
You guys have hit all the teams. Definitely Baltimore, and then I love everything that I actually like what Jacksonville did as well, but Detroit is probably right there with Baltimore. But it's the teams we've been talking about. It's just really interesting, and you said it exactly right. The Jets to me have become an immensely interesting team. I am a non-believer of Zach Wilson, and I hope he proves me wrong because they are a very good-looking
good.
football team right now.
I'm a believer
and
in
then-
Salah. I think he's a good coach.
And that's fair,
It's gonna be a
and
good
that's
team.
very fair. Yep.
And I think what you can look at here, especially with this draft to start with for the Jets, if Zach Wilson bombs and they end up at the top of the draft next year,
It's a perfect situation.
now
for
you
them.
have the foundation for a team that you can take one of these other, 2023 rookies into a much better spot than what they put Zach Wilson into.
They'll be in more of a produce now kind of situation where everybody else is already caught up.
Yeah.
You know, they've had their time and they've learned. They got it down.
And I feel like that's what Atlanta is doing. Like when they took Pitts last year, they took Drake this year. They're building up that offense, and then they'll supplement other holes throughout. And they just know that, look, we're on the long road ahead. But when we do get that quarterback, our team is set up that it's plug and play. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
I think
New
Zach
York will
Wilson's got a
still-
chance.
Yeah. New York will still finish last in the division this
Absolutely.
year, I think. And I honestly don't think they win a
But they're going to be
divisional game.
competitive.
They are
They're
going to be
gonna
competitive. But they won't be competitive against the Patriots. Belichick has their number. Their defense hasn't crazy, yes, Jermaine Johnson. But Bill just has their number. I don't think they have the firepower to stop the Dolphins, nor do they have the firepower to stop the Bills. I think the only way they beat the Dolphins is if Miami has to come to them in December, and that's the only way I see them.
But it's the same situation in Detroit. If you're going into this with a young head coach that is firing up these guys and they're competing their ass off and they're losing close games, you know you're making strides towards where you want to be. And if the Jets are
going to be more
accomplish
competitive
that this year, exactly.
Even if they can
And
throw a
that's
wrench in
gonna-
the fire, later in the year for some contending
can play
teams,
spoiler
at least
a
they're
couple
doing
weeks. Yeah,
something with their
absolutely.
season.
Yep.
The
But
Jets are going to
if
be
the-
such a trap game for a lot of teams this year.
If the
For
Jets
every
are
reason
good,
you just said, Josh.
even if the
It's-
Jets are mediocre, I mean, Miami added Tyreek. I mean, the East is a good division. The West is insane. The North is going to be really good. I mean, you've got three really good divisions. The South sucks, but again, I mean, the AFC is just going to be the AFC
Yeah, at
playoffs
this
next year
point-
are going to be ridiculous.
At this point, who do we think even wins the South?
Oh,
AFC South right now,
it feels
Indy.
like it's got to be
Indy.
Indy, right? With
Indy
Matt
right
Ryan.
now.
Yeah.
with AJ Brown gone, it's
Yeah.
I don't think Tennessee
Indy.
stands a shot.
No,
No.
it's Indy. Minnesota's pick is currently being announced.
And I
By
think
Roger
Indy's a
Goodell.
pretty heavy betting favorite to win that division. I think Tennessee's pretty far behind them.
I'll tell you this as well. A Georgia pick is this number 32.
Yep.
And yet again, it's not Nakobe Dean.
It's so stupid.
Lewis
Well,
signed
fir-
out of Georgia.
First off, they didn't need a linebacker, so it wasn't going to be Nakobe Dean.
I just wanted
but-
to make the joke because I.
Oh, no, 100%. Jordan Hicks and Eric Kendricks are arguably the best linebacking duo in the NFL currently. So
Tampa.
this has to be a Harrison Smith replacement. This is a Harrison Smith is on his last leg.
Yeah.
You want Lewis Sign to learn from Harrison Smith and be the replacement. Now, this is fine because the last two corners they've drafted in the first round have been Jeff Gladney and Mike Hughes. So they've had no luck drafting corners in the first round. But the third bullet point I see for Lewis Sign is inconsistent coverage. That describes Minnesota's secondary perfectly.
Yeah,
So
he's ahead
Get
of
right
them.
in.
so he's ahead on it. That's great. Harrison Smith is a boomstick. His nickname is Boom. So that fills the role, but also Harrison Smith is a nasty ball hawk. So
Very underrated.
And a good blitzer too.
fantastic blitzer. If Lewis Sign can learn that coverage part from Smith, that's great. But I'm sorry, safety right now does not help your team. That is a pure lateral move for your team.
As a Packer fan, I'm not upset with that pick at all.
Not at all. I mean, that doesn't scare you in the slightest.
No.
What do you think they go with the next pick? Don't they have? They have what, the 34?
Quarterback.
Think they go?
You should draft a quarterback to replace Kirk Cousins. Unless you believe next year you can get a good quarterback in the mid first round, you take a quarterback. Because you're not bad enough to get a top 10 pick.
No.
So you're going to fall in the teens. And we all
Especially
know
in that
next
division.
year. Yeah, and we all know next year quarterbacks are flying off the board. From everything we've heard, quarterbacks are flying off the board next year. So you're not bad enough to take a quarterback next year. So you need to figure your shit out this year and take a flyer on one of these guys. Probably Malik Willis.
Minnesota's loved being in the middle of the draft and things like that for the better part of a decade. It feels like, right? Yes. They love the 10 to 20, and it feels like it's just going to be more of that. It felt a very conservative move by a new general manager as well to trade back all the way, get what he can, and then take safety that I'm sure was high on the big board. But
that was a bad trade for them. They didn't.
Yeah,
they didn't get much to drop down from 12 to 32. They dropped to 20 spots.
I imagine the Vikings fans are going to be among the most disappointed from this draft.
Yeah, Green Bay Packers fans will have a word to say with you about that one.
I said one of because that's how I cover my bases.
Got you.
I'm not upset with this draft. I think they got good players.
I was going to say, that's the thing is, it's not like they took bad player. I mean,
Agreed.
I guess Stein's not a bad player either,
but
if they can move up and get a Pickens or a Watson in the early second, this looks like a pretty good class.
I was going to say, Joel is optimistic because his guy is still there. So now you just need it to happen.
Both the guys. I mean, I like Pickens and Watson. So if they can move up and get one of them, and you get two really good guys on your defense, this is a good class. I was just looking at Packer Twitter. Quay Walker at 6'3", 242 had a faster short shuttle and 3-cone than Eric Stokes. Stokes ran a 4.29.40.
Yeah.
So that's pretty crazy.
They like their speed.
They do like their speed. They like their freak athletes, for sure.
I don't know. What a draft.
What a draft. One quarterback, 6 wide receivers.
Did not go as anyone anticipated.
No Deebo Samuel trade, but an A.J. Brown trade, a Hollywood Brown trade in the middle there.
Well, it's like the first.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping there's gonna be more trades.
The first 10 picks went pretty according to Hoyle, and then it just went all cattywampus.
Yeah,
very similar to 2020 in that way. 2020 was I got like so many picks right in the first 8. I was feeling great, and then they said and just threw it against the wall. So
I think at 8 the world kind of got flipped on its head a little bit with Drake London.
Oh,
I didn't see anywhere that London was pegged to Atlanta. I saw him pegged to the Commanders.
But a lot of places had him taking Garrett Wilson. So
a couple times.
Yeah. Now, again, if you're Atlanta and you believe Calvin Ridley is coming back to your team in 2023, and I saw Elixirs put this in the chat, one of our loyal listeners, Calvin Ridley, Drake London, Kyle Pitts.
Yep.
And if they really wanted to,
and Marcus
Bryce Young's probably your quarterback.
I have no idea, but if you really wanted to,
Felipe Franks at quarterback.
Awful.
Oh my God.
Brees Hall is still on the board. So if Atlanta wanted to early in the second, Brees Hall.
They pick at 11.
It's definitely a stretch for Hall to fall that far. What a tongue twister.
Yeah.
Houston is obviously the one
right.
I think a lot of people.
I was about to say, let's kind of look at who potentially would be looking at running back in the top 10 of the second round.
Houston.
Maybe the Bucks. I don't think that they would go that high. At
ESPN actually listed Brees Hall as the best fit.
Yeah,
which I hated,
they just re-signed Fournette to a 3-year deal. That's stupid. The Vikings, they already paid Dalvin Cook. They're not going running back. Tennessee has Derrick Henry. They're not going running back. I doubt the Giants do unless they are able to move Saquon Barkley, which I don't think they will. The Texans obviously make a lot of sense at 37. The Jets at 38 could potentially be there. The Bears' first pick, they're not spending on a running back.
Mm-hmm.
The Seahawks then have back-to-back. They're dumb enough to spend a second-round pick on a running back.
Yes, they are.
And the Colts, they have Jonathan Taylor. They're not going to do it. So there's probably maybe 4 picks before Atlanta that could potentially be a running back.
I think Seahawks end up trading one of those picks.
I think
somebody's gonna want to get up there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Similar to what we saw with Javonte
You're
Williams
going to
last
see a
year,
lot of
right?
movement in those first 10 picks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. You brought up a team that you instantly went by. Are we sure Tennessee doesn't take a running back? Because they're building for the future.
I was about to say, I mean, the way that they're seemingly building, but they just extended Henry to like a 3-year deal. So he still has 2 years left. I mean, I understand.
How many times are they going to want to give him 400 touches again?
But I feel like if they're looking for a 3-down back, they could sign like a Kevin Harris from South Carolina, learn from Derrick Henry. They could steal him later in the draft.
That's very fair.
What if I told you the New York Jets at 38 got Brees Hall along with Garrett Wilson,
What if New
Jermaine
York Jets
Johnson.
just started listening to like fantasy managers, and that's how they did this draft. Like, holy
Like-
shit, the people love us now.
I mean,
That'd be
that
nasty, but I don't think it's ideal.
I don't think it's ideal either. That is, I think Houston takes him at 37. That is, it would be dumb if they don't, in my opinion.
And
But
they,
if they
and they
don't-
drafted an offensive lineman early. They still have Laramie Tunsil. Titus Howard has started to actually look like a competent tackle.
Austin, I don't
wanna
hate
throw
Michael
out that
Carter.
I love Michael Carter, and I don't like any of this conversation either.
I don't hate Michael Carter. Breece Hall is better. So
I
I
feel like they're gonna be into the like Zamir White, Damian Pierce kind of two down.
That's kind of
backs
what I think
to go
too.
with
Yeah,
Michael
I think
Carter.
they'll likely look maybe third, fourth round at running back and try to
Right,
focus
right.
more so on your premium positions. I mean, let's remember this is the San Francisco offense, San Francisco based offense.
You need all.
They've been
them
plugging
running
and playing late round running backs
For years.
forever, and Michael
Jeff
Carter
Wilson.
fell to the fourth round.
Exactly.
And they
This
didn't
isn't-
take an offensive
running
lineman.
back's not a position that I think that they feel that they need. So that's why Joe, when I traded you the 106 in our 1 QB league in a move to get Michael Carter, I wasn't that worried that they would be spending a high pick on a running back. I'm okay with that.
I think similar to last year, we saw a lot of running backs slip to day 3, and it could totally happen again. I think the Titans are going to take.
Well, I
one
think a
those
lot of
guys
that had
on
more
day
so to
3.
do with COVID. And the
Partially.
fact that teams really couldn't see them in one-on-ones and the combine and things of that nature. That, in my personal opinion.
I think that's a part of it, but I also think it's just a worse class. Like in terms of we compare it to the top tier talent of last year, and now we're talking Isaiah Spiller as some people's RB3, and I want nothing to do with that really. Like
I agree.
It's just not as talented of a group, so I wouldn't be surprised. Like I would put Kenny Gainwell ahead of Isaiah Spiller, which is probably blasphemous, but whatever. Fight that battle another day. But
I wouldn't argue with you. I don't like Spiller at all.
yeah, and I think the Titans will add a guy. I think they have to. They lost Deontay Foreman. They saw what life could be like without Dark Henry.
Yep.
I just think it's going to be also. Malik Willis just tweeted out, "Oh my God, what happened to Malik?" Oh my God, I could have had him as my quarterback. Oh my God, that's fine. That's fine.
That's
Where do you think he goes? Where are you thinking he goes now? Now that he's still there in the second round.
Somebody's got to trade up for him.
I was
Somebody's
just
got to
saying.
get him.
Well, or Seattle has to walk away with one of those quarterbacks with those if they decide
Honestly,
to hang.
I was
back to
thinking
back.
Seattle could pick up like a Desmond Ridder.
Oh, I would love that. I love Desmond Ridder. I know it's not the most
I'm a big
popular.
fan. He is a big performer.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Not
mean,
mine.
you could
He
see
did
Minnesota in the
exceptional.
conversation. You could see Seattle. Again, even I hate to say because I do like Davis Mills. You could potentially see Houston. I mean, they did pick up a lot of extra picks in that trade back with
Washington.
Philly.
Yep.
Washington could definitely be in the equation. Atlanta at 11 in the equation.
Yeah.
Detroit again at 46. Like there's definitely teams that are going to potentially want to take some dart throws on some of these guys. But again, we this is why there was only one quarterback to win in this class so far in the first round. It's not a good class.
Yeah.
So
No.
some of these teams may just be like, you know what? Not worried about it. We'll fill
And
other
there's
holes.
nobody-
If
there's
one of them's
nobody in
there
this
in the
class
third or
who's ready
fourth,
to
maybe
play
we'll
right
take
now.
a step.
Yep.
Just a little unfortunate as a fantasy fan going into the season with Geno Smith or Drew Lock going for your.
I was going to say
quarterbacks.
Seattle's the only real team that you don't know who the starter is
That's
right
true.
now, though. So
I feel like Baker.
Michael,
ends up-
pull up Casey's question from the YouTube chat. I think
I think that's how we have to end
that's-
the show. It's
I
the
was
most
literally
important
just
question,
thinking
yeah.
that. Like, we're coming up on midnight. I think that's a good topic to end on. Who's the 102?
great question.
Presuming that Breece Hall right now is the 101.
Malik.
Who wants to go first? By all means.
Still Malik.
You still think it's Malik?
I can't say
Absolutely.
Malik.
I can't even say Malik in the top 5 or 6 right now.
I
I
think
mean,
the
I
rest of this
get the
class
rushing
is
floor.
the rest of this class is so weak that he's still the number 2.
And when you look at these wide receivers, while I adore them and adore their landing spots, you have Marcus Mariota, Zach Wilson, Jared Goff, maybe Jameis Winston, Ryan Tannehill, Carson Wentz. I think it's still Malik Willis.
Yeah, remember when everybody faded A.J. Brown because he landed in Tennessee in a run-first offense with Marcus Mariota?
Yeah, and look at him now. He's not even there anymore.
Well, but that's okay. That's the point I'm getting at. He was still succeeding in a bad situation. Like, if you believe in the talent of these guys and their first-round picks, their first-round draft capital, that landing spot to me should not matter that much. Maybe it tweaks it like 1 or 2 spots, like you're reshuffling order.
But in a superflex, you need quarterbacks.
But a second-round quarterback's not going to fucking play anyway.
If he ends
Yeah,
up,
but he wasn't going to play if he landed in the first either. He still needed a redshirt year. He had to. There was no way he was playing this year.
And this is a test of superflex. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, the difference between first and second round, talent aside, is the leash. Second round quarterbacks don't have the length. They, if that team's bad next year, if they're picking high next year, that who cares? It's cut bait.
Yeah, I mean, right now the only quarterback that I'm looking at is Kenny Pickett, simply because he has the first round draft capital and he has said leash. That's it. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be some superstar. He probably is the next Mitchell Trubisky. But there's value there because somebody's going to say, well, that's a starting quarterback.
Take that knife.
Yeah, no, it's I'm ready. I died a long time ago. So I would take a wide receiver. I love Treylon Burks, and I'm very tempted to take Treylon Burks here at two, just because I think he's tremendous and he got first round capital. Garrett Wilson would be the other name I'm considering. I wouldn't be taking a quarterback right now. I do not like day 2 quarterbacks. It's just a crapshoot of a class that we didn't like to begin with. It's not
Michael,
something
you said
to me, they're dart throws in the second round.
Well, I think, Michael, you said this earlier in the show. Is the move at 102 now just to trade out?
That was something that Austin brought up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the entire first round is worthy of trading out. I traded in the 110 last Saturday, and I'm trying to feel good right now. I still don't feel good because of the Kenny Pickett pick, but it's as good as I could possibly feel. Is I moved basically more or less the 110 and Tom Brady in a 1 QB for Travis Etienne. All about it right now.
I was going to say, yeah, the 110 is an interesting pick because right now the 6 wide receivers are looking golden. And then we've already talked about Watson and Pickens could easily work themselves up into that if either or both end up in Green Bay. That seems unlikely, but you have Breece Hall. You have the other 2 running backs. Walker is very interesting depending on landing spot. In Superflex, then the quarterbacks, at least at the back end of the first round, we have to be talking about them. So, but you said it was a 1 quarterback league anyway, so you weren't worried about any of those guys. So
yeah, it's a lot less thought that goes into it.
Yep.
I think the question is now, do you have to pay the 1-2 to get a 23 first?
Oh my God.
I mean, before it was 1-4, 1-5. Now it may be 1-2.
Yeah.
I'd hold because I do like I said, I love Treylon Burks. I still like Garrett Wilson. I still like some of the wide receivers in this class, and I will still take good prospects now as opposed to potentially great prospects later.
Yeah,
but
me all day.
It's once you start going a little bit further, once you get into even the Jameson Williams tier, which I still like, I'm starting to shake my head a little bit more, and I will be figuratively picking up the phone quite a lot over the next couple weeks.
For me, just to answer the question, I'm trading out. I want Breece Hall. I want these wide receivers. So if I can trade back to in a super flex 1-7, 1-8, absolutely. I'll get out of that spot. That's the move I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I'm the same way. When you get down to the end of the first round, kind of beginning mid-second round, you're getting to players that when they go to if they go to a right, the right landing spot, they could be the right move. They could be first round capital, So at this point, you just kind of see where people fall in the second round.
But I mean, don't all those guys? I mean, at this point, doesn't the 1-2 seem like almost the same as the 1-6?
Yes. You just gotta hope there's some. You just gotta hope there's some sucker in your league. So you gotta hope there's some sucker in your league who doesn't believe.
You gotta find the guy in your league that values the one that you think is the 106, but they think is the 102. And that's really what it's going to boil down to, because we're all talking about bail on the pick. Well, you only bail on the pick if you can find somebody that
someone
can
to
pick
buy
up
it.
the pick. You know,
I mean, at
not
this point,
everybody's
if
going
I-
to want to buy it because a lot of us are feeling the exact same way about this class right now.
If I could sell it for a 23 first and a 110, 111.
Yeah,
I'd
but
jump
what
on
happens if your best offer is a presumably high second round pick? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
No, it's interesting.
The window to get 2023 picks closed last week, or maybe the week before that. Even, I think people, if you were maybe with more casual Dynasty fans, maybe not. But it's that 2023 class is going to be. This was fun tonight. Only imagine it next year. It's going to be something
Exactly.
special.
It's gonna be bananas. We might actually get to talk
Yeah.
about offensive players.
Hey, we could talk about Cole Strange.
Man, I'm trying to trade for Devonta Smith right now. Calm down.
Just put in 5 offers.
All right, guys, I'm old and tired. Wrap this up.
So am I. I'm gonna get up at 6 for work.
No, yeah, I have classes. So I'll wrap it up here. Thank you everyone for tuning in at whatever point you stepped in. I want to also shout out my host Joe Zollo. I follow him at Joe Zollo. Excellent salute there. Very great form. And of course, Joshua Hudson at the One Hudsonian for sticking with us the entire time. Thank you to our current guest, Axton Harding at Harding_3, and Ryan Weisse. I hope I'm saying that right. At
Weisse,
the
very
Fantasy Fun. Weisse, I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
And Joe Wirth at the Joe Wirth, as well as all of our guests tonight. This has been one of the best nights of my life, honestly. A ton of fun, despite.
Oh, what a guy.
Well,
been-
yeah, very close to it, but baby hands ruined it. But either way,
It's okay.
give the IDP guys as well as Club Fantasy a follow on Twitter. Terrific follows. There's going to be amazing content coming out about the next couple of days, as well as tonight, over the next week, the next month, heading into the season. Amazing.
Let's do it.
Have a great night, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for sticking in.
Thank you.